6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, 866-932-3244. You can text that line. It's active, and we are rolling. Golden ticket seats that are headed this way, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. The guys had a great discussion, and it's something that we have not discussed or broken down, entertained on RBU, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and that is The Great American Farmers. The book is Land Rich, Cash Poor by Brian Risinger, and he was with us yesterday and had a great conversation with the guys. Greg and I were doing some things for the weekend show, heard most of it, and you're going to really enjoy that conversation with Brian Risinger. That's this weekend's RBU. Make sure that you are subscribing and getting those notifications on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast that will publish on Saturday morning. You can also follow us on social media at Rick and Bubba. Adler does a great job of putting that out on Saturday morning, so it's an easy click for you. But that is coming up this weekend. We have the golden ticket seats, as I said, here today, which means Rock and Roll City will be performing, Wheel of Canned Meat will spin, and we'll try to make this as fun zone as possible, which means we can't discuss a lot of the news of the day, but we're going to try to do it as only we can. And there he is right there on game day, Mr. Greg Burgess.
What's up?
Wearing his Thompson Warriors pullover.
I needed a long sleeve.
And going to be a little chilly tonight.
It's a little nip this morning.
He's got a big game. Big game in the Birmingham, Alabama Metro.
There you go.
Hoover Bucks come to the Thompson Warriors.
Like we said, the season's done flown by.
It has. I know. Just try to enjoy it, right?
Flown right by.
Just try to enjoy it. But I'm worried. Did you bring some layers? You going to layer up after?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm prepared.
I don't know what it is. We talked about how we get a little chilly. And we hate to sound too old every day when we're sitting there talking about injuries and being cold. But yesterday, you remember I had told you that I was unaware that JC had a game up in Huntsville at UAH.
Yeah, nothing like baseball in cold weather.
No, and in the fall they do mostly
nothing like it.
Mostly inter-squadding and things like that. But every now and then, once or twice in the fall, they'll actually host another college to come in and play. And he didn't even tell us. We didn't know until the night before.
He forgot.
But
you got to admit this fall, these games in the fall are not near as cold as the ones when the season starts.
They really aren't. But when you get cold all the time, they are a little chilly.
Oh, they are. but when the season starts in February, it is cold.
First pitch wasn't until 5:30.
Oh, yeah.
And
you get a little nippy.
Yeah, I got a little late.
Take the dogs with you?
No. We did go pick up Cuddy from his house, though. And I told Terry this can't happen every game. This isn't in every game.
Well, you had to bring him to the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why don't you just stay home?
Well, I mean,
I know he likes baseball.
Well, I'll tell you this, and this we put a stop to it. Yesterday was it. Great dog, but it's just you got your dog at the farm.
You got a dog.
That UAH has a really nice little area where a lot of the college students and families they do bring their dogs, and everybody's running around having a good time.
I know what that means. If it's designated dog area, you have to have a bag and a scooper.
Oh, they have those. They have little stations for that. And
that's good.
Normally on a game day, you got to backtrack, 3 hours before the first pitch, and JC's reporting, and they got all their game day stuff and pregame workout, whatever they do, and so by the time we get there, Cuddy's been in his crate or whatever for hours, and so sometimes we'll go by, let him out, or bring him to the game, and then maybe take him back halfway through the game. And he lives less than a mile from the campus, so it's not like we're going out of the way.
I don't want to miss a game.
But I told Terry, now that he's a year old and can kind of go to the backyard and play and do different things, I don't know if we're going to be bringing him to too many more games.
And I doubt he cares.
And he's not a handle.
But I doubt he cares.
I know. I had to tell Terry he wasn't human yesterday.
Oh, listen. Lisa with it's cooled off a little bit, but it's not frigid.
No.
The dogs are going to be cold. First of all, they're dogs.
Right.
Okay. This thing about, hey, get your dog in. Maybe when it's bitter cold, I don't know about that. And I still just put them in the garage. I don't put them in. I'll put a heater out. But when we were kids, I can remember my dogs asleep in the yard with frost on them.
Yeah.
Where it had frosted.
Right.
They were sleeping in the yard, curled up, and they would have frost on them, and they didn't care at all.
Amen.
When did we suddenly act
I don't know.
You know, animals survive it. I just said they're not cold like we are. Well, it's going to be cold tonight. No, it'd be cold if you were out there sleeping in the garage.
Right.
But it's not cold to them.
Hey, I'm about to lose my man card. Do you know what we went and did for our two?
What?
Went and got them a baby bed mattress.
Okay.
For their dog bed.
I can't say nothing about it.
Okay.
I've gone through that.
And they'll lay there, and Terry will, like, put a little blanket over them. I'm like, they're a dog.
Here,
they're not cold, and they're an Australian Shepherd. They got fur. I mean, it's like they got a coat on.
How about do this? Go by.
And they're inside.
Yeah.
All I see is their head, like they're a child.
When they're, like I say, even when they're in the garage, they're not in the elements.
No.
I mean, it's cold in the garage, but not like it to them like it is us. I try to explain this to Lisa all the time. How about this? You talk about buying mattresses? Get you a couple mattresses and then let one of them eat them.
Oh, that's great.
Millie eats them.
Oh, drags them all over the yard.
And rips the foam out of them.
Yeah. Well,
completely destroys them. So get them some beds.
Well, look, we started looking into doggy beds because, you know, like you got to have one. And we started looking at doggy beds, and then we had heard from a friend that said, well, you know what we did? We went and got like a baby mattress, and it's bigger and longer.
You went to the baby section.
I did at Walmart and bought a mattress.
I need a mattress. Y'all got a new baby now.
And now that it's big and long enough to where two can lay there and chill out, and it's in a section of the house when they're in.
I like.
And but then outside they've got in our little sitting area, they've got like a little outdoor sectional thing of furniture they jump up on, and I'm like, it's covered.
Here's what I like.
It's like.
I like when you go to all these pains to come up with a place for them to stay, and you fix it up nice, and then you go out to leave, and they're outside under the truck.
Yeah, right.
On the concrete.
Yes.
I'm like, I had all this inside for you.
See,
You're
honey?
sleeping on the concrete under the truck.
Right. So yesterday, sorry for getting off on that, but yesterday we did go up and we did take Cuddy to the game, but it wasn't that cold. But I don't know what it is about the campus up in Huntsville at UAH. It's those of you around the country. It's right across from the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville. It's a beautiful campus, but it sits up on the top of this ridge kind of thing, and the wind just howls through there. If it ever says no wind, you can go, no, it'll be at least 5 or 6
There'll be
there.
some wind.
Yeah, and so you go there, and it's like you step into Antarctica. It's stupid how cold it is.
But you could snuggle with the dog and warm up.
Yeah, really. So I'm taking hoodies and a pullover, and Terry's got blankets, and the sun went down, and it was chilly, but we made it through it.
On.
Really. Golly,
Did you take that cat at the game with you?
No, but we did. Well, I'll update.
Cats love baseball too.
So Terry was texting with Sonia Walker, who runs 2x2 Rescue.
2x2.
2x2 Rescue. They do great work, and this is where they shine. We texted her, and I said, I don't want to be a bip, but I guess I am. We found a kitten. It came running out to us. Somebody obviously threw it out because normally if you got a kitten that kind of meows and comes running out, if you'll stand there, 2 or 3 will follow it. If it's like a litter that
normally a game.
Yeah. This was it was by itself. It looked like it was well kept. It was not afraid of humans. It kind of came up. Somebody
wasn't fair.
Some lowlife stopped and threw it out, and so it came running out to us.
Or somebody in your neighborhood's looking for the cat.
Which Terry put it on all the Facebooks for the little subdivision, and hey, we even took. I had to picture this. I had to get the cat. I'm saying kitten or cat. Does it matter? The little kitten. To sit still long enough for me to get a picture of it so Terry could post it. Picture that. Huh?
Hey, I wanted y'all to go to this trouble and get it placed somewhere, and then you look on the light pole in the neighborhood and it has missing cat with his picture, and the people are looking for it.
Yeah. Well,
has anyone seen this cat? And y'all like,
Well, so
maybe
I kept taking pictures of the kitten, and Terry would, no, it's not good enough. I'm like, what are we doing? Christmas pictures here?
It's not smiling.
Right. It's not a very good look for it.
It's
not
looking,
a good look for it.
It's not looking at the camera. Well, it doesn't matter. You can still see it's a cat.
Right. Well, it doesn't really show how cute it is, hon. What?
I wish she would have took a picture of it climbing on the back of your neck.
Oh, you saw that. I showed Greg that.
Video.
Yeah. God.
It loved you. You got to admit it did love you.
So Terry posted it night before last, and it stayed out on Facebook, and then yesterday morning she was texting with Sonia, and Sonia was like, Do you know they have foster parents for dogs and cats that are looking to be either adopted or in a situation where like this, and they come alongside these rescue groups, and they'll keep the animal until there either a home found for them or the original owner is found, and it's a good little setup. So Terry said, I've been texting with the foster parent. And I'm like, what? Was this a child? What are we doing here? And Sonia had found a woman that would, as a foster for these either soon to be adopted animals or whatever. And I'll update you because I found myself trying to find her house yesterday when we had the kitten in the box, meowing the whole way.
Good.
I don't think it stopped meowing for 20 minutes in the car.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buyraycon.com/bigbox or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the Kickoff Hour, Friday edition. If you're a part of the Golden Ticket Seats today, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you. And we heard from some of you that are going to be here today. We're looking forward to it. This coming weekend, RBU, it is with Brian Reisinger. He is the author of Land Rich, Cash Poor, My Family's Hope, and the untold history of the disappearing American farmer. And we heard from some of you farmers about looking forward to this podcast. And we break it down, have a great conversation with Brian, and make sure that you are checking out however you get your podcast, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Get those notifications and subscribe. And we'll also put it out on social media Saturday morning at Rick and Bubba on social media. All right, so this past segment, we were kind of just discussing life and getting animals taken care of in cold weather and all that fun stuff.
They're cold.
They are, and we were kind of putting a wrap on a situation we had at our house where we found a little kitten when we were walking. It came.
Now you're a rescuer.
It came meowing out of the woods, and you know, it was one of these nights where we've got a little bit of a cold snap where we live down in the southeastern part of the United States, and it was going to be cold that night, down into the upper 30s, and so Terry's like, we cannot leave this kitten out just like this, and it was very sweet, very cute, and wasn't afraid of humans. Some loser obviously threw it out, and because it came out of the woods, and so we took it back home, set it up a little place in the garage.
I got a question.
Yeah.
And you can take the fifth if you want to.
Okay.
Let's say you're out jogging.
Yeah.
Terry's not with you. Is that cat at your house?
Mm-mm.
You know what you do? You just jog a little faster.
I told
right?
Terry.
And pretend you don't hear.
The first time I heard in the distance, I said, Terry, keep walking.
Yeah.
I told her, do not stop. Terry, do not. What was that? What was that?
Oh, no.
What was that, honey? Keep walking, hon. Keep walking. Turn. Oh my gosh. Oh look, it's a little kitten. Oh God. Here we go.
That's it.
Here we go.
I know if you would have been jogging, you'd just kicked into another gear till you quit hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at least you're honest.
Yeah.
Is
that make? I mean.
No. No, I mean.
I mean, I probably would have my Raycons in anyway.
That's true. You wouldn't have heard it unless you tripped over it. You wouldn't have heard it.
Yeah.
You're right. Now, if it got between your legs, well, then you might have to deal with it.
Funny.
We've seen that.
So anyway, we locate 2x2 Rescue, who's had a history with the show. They're great people. Sonia, who runs it, and so we contacted them and said, hey, this is the situation. Are y'all set up to take it, or we just want to do the right thing, you know? And Terry put it out. She texted all the moms that live on our street. It was not anybody's kitten. They didn't want it. And then she put it out and put a picture out on we live in a pretty large subdivision, and she put it out. Hey, we found it. Here's where we found it. Is this anybody's kitten?
Please, somebody claim it.
And
you couldn't wait for somebody to come up on your porch. Go, oh God, we've been looking for it.
Right. So we're going on one full day and one night, and nobody has responded to her post. So
abandonment.
So 2x2 said, hey, we have found someone that's we use in fostering when in a situation like this. and they're willing to take it. And so Terry went and got some little food and some different things for it. And we got one of the mini boxes that Amazon Prime delivers, and took out the stuff that she forgot she ordered, and then poked a bunch of holes in it and got it all pretty, and put a little towel in there, got him a nice little bed, and put it in the back seat, and it meowed the entire way to us going 20 minutes to find the foster parents' house. And we finally find it. I'm in a conference call, a business conference call, pretty important one, with the cat meowing in the background. And someone on the conference call said, "Somebody got a cat?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's me. It's the cat in the back seat. Sorry about that." And so
chiming in.
Terry, we get there, still on the call. Terry jumps out of the car, and such a sweet little lady. And she sees the kitten. She says, "Oh, my goodness, I might have to keep this one." That kind of thing. And she said, "But hey, look, if somebody responds to your post and hey, it's my kitten, this is kind of what we do, and we can get it back to you." And you know. So Terry's continuously checking. So nobody has to this point.
When you heard her
posted
say,
anything.
"Oh, I may keep this one," you knew that's going to make Terry feel better.
Yeah, she said, "Oh my goodness, I have one just like this. Oh, it's the sweetest thing. I might get to keep this one."
And you said, "Okay, good. Let's end on that.
All right,
We're out.
and
Terry's
see you
happy."
later. And Terry handed her the little stuff that they had asked that we go and get just for the foster family that's keeping it. It helps them to where they don't, have to take on all these costs of I've got another animal I need to go buy. So when you take it, you're like, okay, here's everything it needs to kind of get it going.
And it was worth it to get rid of it.
Yeah.
If I could have done that with those 8 puppies, I would have.
Right. So I looked at Terry, and she said, I just wish she wanted to keep that cat so bad.
Yeah, should have bonded.
And I was like, honey, I said, we got dogs running everywhere.
She had it calling you daddy.
I said, could you imagine College Cuddy coming home to that cat? I said it would not be good.
And the boys that live there right now may not be happy.
And then I said, but
the Australians,
right?
You know how the Australians are.
The Australians, they hop around. Of course, apparently they're blind, because I was holding the kitten and it was meowing, and they were running around the yard trying to find it. And I'm like, no, I'm holding it. It's right here.
Hey guys, I've got the kitten.
Well, that's just the sweetest little kitten. Oh, it's so cute. And I'm like, yeah. I said, but like with Claudia, it stayed outside. Oh, no, this one would have been inside. I said, well, we ain't keeping it then.
Forget
Heck
that.
No. And so we ended up finding it.
I wish you would wake up every morning, it was laying right here on the back of your neck.
and it luckily it was on the way to Huntsville. From where we live. So, but we had to plan for that 30 minutes out of the way. But we got it to where it needed to be. We felt good about it. I said, see, we've done the right thing. I know you love the little kitten, but it came running out of the woods. It was destined to be eaten by a coyote. We all know that.
Oh, that's all it was.
And I said, we saved it. And this lady, this is what she does. She loves animals, and she is all about it. And it's in a good place. And I said, so we saved the little kitten. So go there, honey. Let's go there, and let's not go to where I love the kitten and it's gone now.
Yeah, let's move on.
And can we please move on?
Yes.
And so we did.
Done.
And
moving on.
Then headed on to Huntsville.
Froze
watching a baseball game, and got home by 11. But other than that,
oh, you're looking a little tired.
But hey, I'm here.
You are here.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC? Then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Greg, we will be sounding the Beth Mowens game alarm today.
We found her.
She has a game.
I bet you're excited for us, your buddy.
Yeah, she has a game tomorrow. If you're listening live, it's Friday.
All right.
She does have a game on college football weekend, and we have 2 fan bases to warn.
Beth is back.
We have a number of other games that will be moving on. I know tonight is college football. That's your favorite. No, I'm kidding. It's high school that you love on Friday nights, and you got a big one. It's game day. Thompson hosts Hoover where we live. Your son coaches for Thompson High School. A lot of you have heard about that, and he does, Coach Burgess.
Yep.
Carrying on the tradition of coaching and does a great job. And so that's a big game for their area.
Oh, it's always, every year, that's a big one.
Yep. So you've kind of got your game day outfit on, ready to go, and going to weather the cold weather tonight.
But, it shows you the season's nearly over, and it's just now getting cold.
I know. But for those of you around the country, you've got Oregon at Purdue if you do like college football, 7 p.m. on Fox. I wonder if old Gundy and his black eye will be at the BYU game. Oklahoma State at BYU. That's a late one, 9:15 p.m. Central on ESPN2. And then Saturday you wake up, College Game Day will be in Austin, Texas for Texas hosting Georgia. That's a 6:30 p.m. Central Time ABC game, but College Game Day will be there. And then some of the earlier games where they, College Game Day moves right on into some of the early games on ESPN2. Auburn is at Missouri, Miami at Louisville. That's an ESPN2 and then an ABC game. Nebraska is at Indiana. Indiana is number 16. And I know a lot of you listen on WSLM are Indiana fans. And so anyway, that's an 11 a.m. Fox game. Then we have South Carolina at Oklahoma. Alabama is at Tennessee. That's a 2:30 p.m. Central Time kick on ABC. It's a big one.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Michigan and Illinois at 2:30 on CBS. As I mentioned, we have the Beth Mowins game. Texas A&M's at Mississippi State at 3:15 on the SEC Network. LSU, after their win against Ole Miss, they go to Arkansas, 6 p.m. Central on ESPN2. And then the night game on the SEC Network is Kentucky at Florida, 6:45 p.m. Central Time kick on the SEC Network.
I'm taking State over Texas A&M.
Oh, my gracious.
I'm calling it.
Watch out, my friend.
They played better. Only got beat by 10 by Georgia.
You're right. They are looking better. I will give you that. Last night, I didn't get to see any of it because I've told you what I was doing. But after communicating with my dad, he said, son, the Yankees and Cleveland game last night was, wow, it was good. Cleveland hit a 2-run bomb in the bottom of the ninth to tie. The game went to extras, and they hit another 2-run bomb in the 10th to win. And he said the Cleveland fans went nuts. If you notice, I'm not saying Guardians.
Yeah.
And they won 7-5 in 10 innings. And New York still leads that series 2-1, the ALCS. They play tonight on TBS if you are interested in that. And then the Dodgers and Shohei, and they just destroyed the Mets again, 10-2. They play today. They're the early game on FS1, 4 o'clock Central Time. So that's an update on all the sports we got going on. And then you got the NFL and all that too. Did I see where – on the Thursday night prime game, Bo Nix and the Broncos went into New Orleans and pretty much destroyed the Saints.
One big, yeah.
Yeah, they did well, and that was a surprise. You and I were like, what?
Yeah.
That was a kind of a surprise. 33-10 was the final on that one. So
good for them.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so I'm always interested in artists and entertainers and some of the stories behind their careers and stuff like that, and you have one. This is kind of interesting.
Well, it was kind of, and it's especially when the money part of this article. Bill Wyman, former bassist of the Rolling Stones, he was the original guy. He played with them up probably, I guess, the 90s, and then he retired. But anyway, I didn't realize this. He's got a book out. Keith and Mick had all the money. They had to publish him because they wrote all the songs. So the others, he said, we took like 7 years off, so we were all out of money. Mm-hmm. He said, I should have left in the 80s, but I needed the money. But here's the part that's interesting to me. They had become, and I'd heard this, and I not the details, but they had become what they call tax exiles. In other words, I'm leaving the country, and I'm not living here anymore because I owe so much taxes, so I can't go live there. I'm exiled, and I guess
I can't go back.
Yeah, and he said a lot of people thought they did it. They were like a bunch of millionaires just trying to dodge paying their way. He said, no. What happened is, now this is scary, guys. We don't want the way our government's trying, the way we're starting to lean. He said Prime Minister Harold Wilson came in. I guess he was the new Prime Minister. Put the tax up to 93%. he jacked it up that 93% of your income
93%
you were going to pay. And he said we had to leave because we would have went broke. He said we couldn't pay that. So we owed money anyway. Then you put a 93% tax rate on our income.
When was this?
This was in the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah. So they
were doing that in the 70s.
Yeah, and that's when they all had to move out. But it's also
93%. Y'all hearing this? 93%.
You think about the Rolling Stones, but he made a good point. He said Mick and Keith wrote all the songs, so they got all the money from publishing and songwriting and all that. And, the other three of us, if we weren't touring, we didn't make any money. He said we went about 7 years, we didn't do nothing. He said I was ready to quit then, but I had to go and make money.
Yeah, of course.
And but the tax thing's what got me.
So with a lot of
93%.
That's insane. And see, that's something I had no idea about, and that's why they were portrayed that way.
Yeah.
It looks like, but now he's like, no, here's the real story.
Yeah, we couldn't pay it. And
what is people like him when it comes to these bands, even though they're staples in the band, but they're not the main, one or two that write the songs and have. So they just have contracts probably with the band, I guess, just like anybody else.
They probably get equal cut on touring and stuff like that. But as far as the music itself
and the selling of songs and music, you don't think they get anything probably because even though they performed on
the
it.
publishing money and it all comes.
So
from the sales.
they have to stay active. To your point,
yeah.
to make the money
because I'm sure they split the money. They may not even split it equal, but on tour it depends.
So he's got a book out. Is it just like, hey, my life story, or is it more behind the music kind of thing?
I think it's a book.
Okay. And that's a Yahoo story if you're looking for it.
Yeah, again, like I say, the two things I took out of it is you hear Rolling Stones, you assume they're all rich. Mm-hmm. But no, they toured, and he said till he made enough money that he could quit.
Yeah.
But the 93% tax thing, because I'd always heard about them and other musicians or entertainers being tax exiles. They were from England, but they left because they didn't want to pay the taxes, and they were exiled, I guess, until they paid what they said they owed.
And was this just like, as far as this 93%, was this at once you make a certain amount?
I don't know. He didn't go into that.
Okay.
I guess whatever bracket they were in, it was 93%.
Good night. Not 93%.
Yeah. He said
it's never enough, is it?
He said we had no blanking money. He said we had no blanking money. Now, of course, the typical rock and roll store, they had a manager who hoarded a lot of their money. And he said they would have to call him and ask him for money, and he wouldn't give it to them and stuff like that. So they had the shady deal. You
hear about that all the time.
But he keeps referring to Mick and Keith. Said, of course, it didn't bother them because they were wealthy.
Yeah.
He said they had plenty of money. But
so somebody was hoarding the money.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Man, isn't that you
I
always
can't imagine paying 93%.
No. I understand what they had to do there.
Jeez.
Wow. But you hear about this all the time behind the music and life stories about people that managers or publicists or whatever that just took everything from some of these artists. And
that was like I say, that story has been told so many times. You look at these people and go, look how famous they are. I bet they're rich, but they signed a bad deal.
Right.
And they're not even making any money.
No. Golly. And what's the headline of that article? Did you come out of it already? For those of you,
Bill Wyman on the reality of multimillionaire Rolling Stones.
There you go, everybody. That's a good read.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's right at 15 minutes until top of the hour. At top of the hour, we'll go to break, and then Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show, and then we're off and running on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Hey there, you and aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Point!
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace!
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
10 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the program is sponsored by the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. That's simplysafe.com/bigvox, BIGVOX. And big news. How about getting 50% off? 50% off. That's right.
Half
50% off.
Half off.
Simply Safe is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind. We've been talking about this to your family, to your business, and right now you can save big. This award-winning security system right now is 50% off, plus a free indoor security camera too when you order today. With exclusive live guard technology, Simply Safe 24/7 burglar busting agents can notify and talk to whoever is setting off the alarm within 5 seconds, even speak to intruders, warning them that police are on the way. No long-term contracts either or hidden fees. This is a level of security that will earn you their trust. And I'll tell you right now, it is a great savings too. A lot of you I know are taking advantage of this. Save 50% off at simplysafe.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice, OX, and you can get that free indoor security camera too with a new system. So check it out now. 50% off a new system plus a free indoor security camera. Simplysafe.com/bigvox, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we've hit a number of different things here, but this story is terrifying. I mean, it really is. I don't know, about, twice a year we seem to have something like this hit show prep, Greg. Terrifying organ donor comes back to life.
Yes.
As surgeons are preparing to harvest his body parts.
Time out.
You hearing me?
How many steps were skipped? Y'all jumped straight to harvesting body parts. Y'all missed a lot of things y'all supposed to check. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, he's alive now, right? Or is this ain't one of them? We've had people come back alive in the funeral home then eventually die. But is he still alive?
Well, let's see. Let's look into this, Greg, because we were talking about it. It got me when it said a terrified organ donor came back to life, thrashing and crying on the operating table as surgeons prepared to harvest his body parts, according to witnesses, with one described as everybody's worst nightmare. Yeah?
You know what? If you list nightmares, that's definitely at the top of the list.
Thomas, known, everybody called him TJ, Hoover II, 36, had been declared brain dead when surgeons went to remove his organs in Kentucky in 2021, it looks like. This is not new. I guess maybe it's now all coming to light or in court or something. I don't know. But it says it was at Baptist Health Richmond Hospital in Kentucky on October of 2021. His sister and former Kentucky organ donor affiliates employees told NPR. They went to test his heart health for, I guess, surgery and transplanting, and he reportedly became readmitted or something. He said he was thrashing around on the table, claiming the patient was sedated or something. This is a weird story. But surgeons were preparing to remove his organs, and he started moving around and was crying.
Wow.
And they were like, whoa, what's going on? And he had been rushed to the hospital after a drug overdose that day and was declared brain dead. But his sister said that he opened his eyes, looked around, and he was not dead.
But because there's a text, and I was fixing to ask this too, because organ donors are kept on life support until they have harvested their organs. I mean, I don't know.
It says here, it wasn't until Hoover began to move around and cry that the surgeons decided to move forward with the transplant. What?
Well, like I say, it may have been.
She and the other family donors were told.
Activity.
Right. It says that ultimately the organ retrieval was canceled, and several employees quit in the aftermath.
Okay, so it was kind of controversial on whether is this legit? Because he obviously didn't wake up and sit up and go, "Hey, what are y'all doing?" You know what I mean?
Right.
When you read the article, that's what it feels like.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to say. But
right.
But then you read, no.
Oh my gracious! My goodness alive, y'all! This is the craziest story.
Anyway, the headline.
It says he has since had issues with his memory, walking and talking. His sister said so. He's still.
So he's still, huh? Okay.
Gosh almighty!
Wow.
This
That's a
is
bizarre.
cra- what a
bizarre
story,
there.
man!
Wow.
So I am on the operating table and surgeons realize, wait a minute, he's moving. Greg, it's a Daily Mail story, and the headlines: terrified organ donor came back to life after being declared brain dead. My gracious!
Well,
that's quite the little story.
That's
there,
quite
my
a
friend.
story.
Every now and then, Greg,
little controversy.
we'll just read headlines to each other.
Yeah, and go
and
check
Greg,
this headline.
And Greg said, "Hey, how about this one?" And you started reading it to me, and I was like, "Do what?"
I know. How about that?
All right, so there you go. That made us all feel weird, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
National.
That was a weird one.
What
pal.
is this? National No Beard Day.
No beard.
That's kind of weird.
Okay.
It's also National Mashed Potato Day. You like mashed potatoes or baked potato?
Depends on what's with it.
Okay.
If it's steak, it's obviously baked.
Gravy, no gravy.
Gravy. If I have mashed potatoes, and I like mashed potatoes that like roast and like country style, I like it in that.
Mm-hmm.
But like anything grilled, I'd rather have a baked potato with it. How about that? That's where I draw the line.
Okay. I am really hungry. We didn't because of our travel last night. We didn't really eat a dinner. We kind of snacked a little bit, and I have woke up this morning starving.
Oh, I got news for you.
What?
Breakfast will be here at some point.
It can't get here quick enough.
Hey, you were a picky eater too. Did you like mashed potatoes when you were a kid?
Yes.
I didn't.
You didn't like mashed potatoes?
You know
Who didn't like mashed potatoes?
I made Mom.
Did you
she would cook me rice. If we had mashed potatoes, she'd make me rice instead. Now I grew out of it and learned to love mashed potatoes. But I definitely want gravy on them. Absolutely. When they make a little indention in it and fill it up with gravy.
Oh yeah,
cornbread.
Starving.
But I had a run when I was a kid that if we had mashed potatoes, she'd make me a little pot of rice.
Think of the handle that was for her. Now that you're grown, raised kids.
Yeah, none of my kids wanted to eat either.
Grandparent and all this. This is the handle of feeding your kids. Think of that. So she had to go out of the way and make you something different.
Well, minute rice, it didn't hurt her.
But mashed potatoes?
I finally got one.
That's like somebody. Have you ever met the people that don't like grits?
Oh, I love grits.
I know. I'll tear some grits up.
Yeah, I wish.
Did you like grits when you were little?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't eat them.
Do you remember us being picky eaters? Both of us have that in common, as you mentioned, and then becoming old enough to where we tried something. You're like, man, I've missed out.
Well, listen, turnip greens, pinto beans, all that I love now, and I'd have starved before I'd ate it when I was a kid. I wanted a hot dog or something like that.
Oh,
Mom finally just defaulted to Campbell's chicken soup. You don't like we're eating? Eat some soup. I said, that sounds good to me.
Speaking of eating, can I read you this real quick,
Sure.
and then we'll go to break? A restaurant in Massachusetts, I say that right?
That's good. It's close.
Had to temporarily close and then put out an apology after allowing actors dressed as Nazis to dine in their restaurant. They were World War II reenactors, and they were in there dining in Nazi uniforms, and it freaked everybody out.
Let me give the World War II reenactors some advice. I know it's not real.
Yeah.
But everybody needs a heads up if you're going to show up at a restaurant wearing Nazi uniform.
Yeah. The actors were part of an American Heritage Museum World War II reenactment, and kind of threw everybody off a little bit.
Hey, the Nazis are here.
And the restaurant was like, hey, everybody, hold on. Just hang on.
They're actors.
They're actors, and we're not part of this, and they're just eating.
I mean, you would have had to have known they were actors, right?
Of course. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Still not good to see them.
No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour underway. Starts with the national anthem. Here we go. Thank you for being with us today as we roll through a brand new hour. Thank you for giving us some of your time today. It will be an active show. We have a lot to cover. Golden ticket seats will be here with us. Lord willing, a little bit later on in the program, a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. And we look forward to chatting with you today as we run through the stories. Kickoff hour's done. Thank you, Speedy and Greg, for knocking that out. Eddie Van Adler joins the team for the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching us live or on an archive, or maybe you have the best of hour on Blaze TV, we're glad you're here. Whether you're listening to America's boldest radio stations, whether you're catching the TuneIn app, or maybe you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Daily Podcast Archives. Whatever the case may be, live or archived, we're glad that you're here. Missing one, Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
There's old Prince.
Old Prince.
Early days of Prince.
Yep.
Before he got addicted to painkillers and they finally took his life.
Maybe
his
first hit.
Yeah,
right?
I think it was. I remember Sunshine Skate Center, which I saw just last weekend. I looked over there and I said, well, Bones was riding with me. We was headed to Tallapoosa, Georgia. I said, Bones, take a look at Sunshine. I said, there was a time I'd come in there, and I'm talking about having my Red Devil wheels. I was ready to go.
Ready to go,
but that's the first time I'd ever heard of him was the DJ, that does the skating ring. Cranked out that one, and I was like, yeah, I like that right there. So if he had something before that, I didn't know it.
I remember him performing that on American Bandstand on Saturday. Yeah, I used to watch it on Saturday. Early.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody was on there. Of course, they were all lip syncing.
Right.
That was required.
You think though I didn't hit the skating ring when that thing cranked out?
Rick,
good gracious!
You couldn't keep the wheels off the floor.
Look, we had a bandstand about noon.
Yeah.
When it was on, and then we had Soul Train about 1.
Yep.
And man, you got to see the best music acts around on those shows.
You couldn't look. Just sit there. You need to move. We got it.
Remember when they do rate the song and they always said the same thing? Easy to dance to.
Got a great beat. Easy to dance to. Yeah, I'll give it 87.
Right. Sure. But I can still feel the rhythm of that song. I'm coming out that first turn where I'm gonna turn around.
I'll tell you, we
show you I can go backwards.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Over the past 30 years, we've got to do some pretty cool things. But getting to see on the trip to California, of course, it was a stressful trip because it was the Willie and Wanda trip. But
there you go.
Getting to see where Bandstand was done, Greg, in that garage,
just a little old,
and seeing
kind of ruins
that
the
set
image,
for ABC everywhere was really cool.
I want to be your Bubba. So we got a lot to cover. We got a lot to cover today. We do have a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. I told you that as we started the hour. Had a great visit yesterday with Brian Risinger and Land Rich, Cash Poor, 4th-generation farmer. His family is farmers up in Wisconsin, and he's trying to educate all of us in America. Hey, the American farmer needs you now.
Even though you may not be interested in farming per se, we all enjoy eating. I thought it was good to go to the source of somebody who is doing that now, and to hear the struggles they're having and how the government can help and hurt. And the American farmer has been critical to the rise of our country, and we need to protect that for future generations.
Yep.
John Mellencamp's been trying to tell you that for years.
He sure
getting
has.
harder and harder, by the way.
Him and Willie Nelson.
We got that out this weekend wherever you get podcasts. So
the Al Smith dinner was last night in New York, Rick. So everyone tied to politics and entertainment goes to that, and it's free game to just hammer away at everybody.
Wow.
Former President Donald J. Trump was there. Of course, it sounded like any speech that he gives.
Yes.
Yeah, just another rally.
He dropped the boom on a few of them. No holds barred. And the liberals, too. Jim Gaffigan was very funny. And he had a little fun with everybody in the audience, including one Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, wow. Okay, good.
Took some shots at him.
Okay. So we'll play clips from that today.
Yeah, that could be the whole show, by the way. There's so many of them.
Well, it's funny you said that. So last night, I'm getting ready to go to bed, and when I told you when I get up, I'm just always looking to see what's waiting out there. And I get up and I get a text and somebody said, "Well, the Al Smith dinner should be all y'all need for tomorrow."
Yeah. It's comedy gold,
right.
And it's there's a lot of zingers. We can spend as much time or as little time as you want to on it, but there's plenty to work with.
Yeah.
Also have a story, Rick. I think this would be the worst case scenario of an organ donor situation.
Yes, sir.
Boy. From a whistleblower that came out. We'll cover that. Also, I don't know if you stayed up late enough to see it. I did not.
Oh no, I didn't.
Broncos defeated the Saints last night, 33-10.
Put it wrong.
Big win for the Bronx.
Yeah, I'm kind of
on the road.
I'm kind of like baby brother. I don't do the Thursday night game.
It's almost like you can't count it. Right?
I just can't. So anyway,
I just now accept the college Thursday. Took me years.
Yeah, it did. Me too.
But I do accept it when it started having better games.
Mm-hmm. I texted back to the guy that said the Al Smith dinner should be enough for an entire show today. I said, especially if by some chance Mark Davis attended.
Right.
Yes.
Please.
That just took the show away yesterday. I mean, we couldn't get past it.
And look, it's been there. We've known it, but it just hit home yesterday.
All right, we'll be back. We'll get to that a little bit later. We'll also, I hate to say this, I'm so sorry. We cannot give college football fans an all clear on Beth Mowens this weekend. So sorry. We've had so many clear weekends.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My dad was getting honored. Bubba, I'm glad you weren't in the room for what just happened. I mean, I'm glad you were gone. Because how many times on this program, and I think you're the...
I doubted once upon a time, and I got burned. And, I've been in your corner on. I mean, you're the expert in that area. And
my own son and brothers over here, well,
I'm not saying you're not in the right area, but
I mean,
use the word ram.
You've got areas.
You act like he's got a switchblade in his face.
What did I say?
You said they use the beak to ram into the shark.
when they go in when they take the shark into their mouth.
It's like the jaws of life that they chomped down.
I think the shark
that's ramming into the shark.
That's not ramming.
Hey son, when you had a mortgage,
Rick,
you know what I mean, and you like, well, hey man, I don't know how I'm gonna, what school my kids are gonna go to. Then you and I can talk. Right now, you just some college guy. You don't know nothing. Okay, I mean, what do you know?
Octopus facts.
I went to biology class. Hey, I've been on the front lines. I was there the day I told Bubba, watch that ostrich. Watch that ostrich.
Yep.
And before you know it, these baby ostriches have got him down, pummeling him.
What were they doing?
You remember that? Whatever that word is.
I think technically it was pecking.
Right.
But
all right, here we go.
Very
Octopus
close.
for kids.
Do you remember when I told everybody about chimpanzees? Look out! Look out!
Yeah, that was about 3 face eatings ago.
Thank you.
Well, that one woman's face.
Yeah, I tell you one thing. Why don't y'all stick your hand in an octopus's mouth, both of you, and see if the beak doesn't get rammed into your hand.
Yeah, it's not a jellyfish.
Rammed into your hand.
Yeah.
He's gonna bite my fingers off, but he's not gonna ram his beak into my hand.
Yes, he is.
He has an internal beak.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: where's the crocodile guy today? Heaven?
Yeah, Steve Irwin will be alive today.
Look, he didn't get killed by an octopus.
Stingray. They're in the octopus family.
Okay. No, they're in the ocean together. That's it. They're both in the ocean.
Sweetie, did you look up the
Who was the one who told Steve, watch out for him spearing you? And you know what you would say? Well, they don't really spear you. Ask him if he got speared.
Have you been able to Google the octopus's
I think he's
beak?
still alive, too.
Yeah, I've tried, Bubba.
You know what, Rick? I think that was bogus. I believe he's still alive. He just got tired of doing that
Why
show.
do you think nothing's real?
I don't believe anything.
I don't even think you're here, Greg.
I'm not.
Rob,
home.
what do you think? He's like living with Elvis?
I think he's got tired of doing that show.
Rick, Rick, his body is a beak.
Told you.
His body's a beak. What do you mean his body's a beak?
I told you.
I don't know. I'm so tired.
Look,
I think I'm reading.
I tell you what I'm tired of. Can I tell you what I'm tired of in this animal stuff? Here's what I'm tired of. Being right.
Bubba, you got to go somewhere?
Yep.
Okay.
You got your bags packed over?
only for tennis. When
He wasn't going to go headphones, and he finally said, well, I think I will.
He's got his keys in his hand.
Rob, Montebello. Rob, go ahead.
It has 8 arms.
The story
we knew
behind
that.
The story,
the what?
The story behind the story about that is there was fish disappearing in the aquarium.
There was what?
There was fish disappearing in the aquarium.
Okay.
So they had the camera running to see what shark was eating the fish.
And come to find out, it was old Big Boy.
And that's right.
And then there was a midget watching it, and that octopus thought he was a dwarf, and he locked him in his shed. No, locked him in the closet and called his parents. You've heard
Apologize to Rick. What? No. The octopus has no bones. The only hard part of its body is a beak made of a material like fingernail.
I didn't say that.
I
wanted
to use the word ram. The beak located in the mouth is used to kill prey.
Okay.
And bite it into pieces.
Bite it into pieces, not ram.
Not ramming.
Bite it into pieces.
An octopus is.
Stop it. Hey, son, if I take this carnivore tooth, I am ramming it into the meat and ripping.
You said ram like he was like hitting it.
Well, how do you take a beak and
it.
what do birds do?
He's biting it.
Pecking is ramming.
All right, listen. It says
pecking is not that's part of the biting process with the octopus.
It says the bite is.
Have you ever been bitten by an octopus?
No. Have you?
Yes. The year was 1981. I did not get into it.
You were performing now.
Right. And I also was pummeled by a llama. I'd rather not tell you about.
Hey, Greg, watch this. It does say that the bite is poisonous. Okay?
Right.
And it has killed humans, too.
Well, sure they have.
Bite, not ram.
Which is why you're lucky.
If you had a beak rammed in your head, it'd kill you.
If you ram something with your head.
Son, what I meant about this, and be respectful to your elders, especially since we know most. Look, what I meant was it's not like a tooth that you would see. An octopus's mouth is unique in the fact that it's a spear-like beak. We're back 21 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us as another Rick and Bubba show rolls on. So college football coming up this weekend. Some really, really big matchups. Really now with the fact that everybody's got players, unlimited transfer portal. Bubba, you were at a dinner just the other night that even Nick Saban says, look, we're not doing NILs anymore. We are paying players.
Yep.
The college teams are fielding players who are paid. And so everybody's got some players now. It gets a little more unpredictable out there. For fans, it's actually a pretty good-looking product right now. I know we don't like some of the other stuff going on, but as far as the games, you can't really argue with some of the games that we've been able to enjoy. So some other biggies.
We got some good ones.
Some biggies coming up this weekend. Texas and Georgia. That's your big boy this weekend. 1 against 5, and then also you have the traditional third Saturday in October. Alabama, Tennessee. That'll be the 2:30 game on ABC, and a big rival there that's been going on for a long time. And Tennessee has finally gotten good enough that's a legitimate rivalry again, and should be a huge game coming up on Saturday. And then the 6:30 p.m. game, as I said, is Georgia and Texas, and that'll be on ABC, and that's where game day will be. Other interesting matchups.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think the Alabama-Tennessee loser is out of the playoffs?
No.
Two losses?
No. I think there's going to be a lot of losing under this new format. Yep. You're going to see. I mean, especially now. I would say yes if they were still only 4, but at 12, no. I don't think. I don't.
So the 12 will be made up of the conference champions of what, 4 conferences now? Is that right?
Yeah, because that's all there is, right?
Then you have at large this and that.
So you're talking about 8 at larges. I mean, that's.
So you're talking about 8 teams that will be at large. If you're sitting at 11 or 7 right now and take a second loss, where's that going to put you, though? You're going to be 15, 16?
Yeah, but you got to see the rest of the season. I mean, if you get down and now you've got teams that have 3 losses, and you're mowing through everybody the rest of the season, because the goal for the playoff is we just want the best teams at the end of the year to be in it.
Right, but there'll be some. I mean, there's going to be some pressure not to have a 4-loss team in there. I think for sure.
Well, yeah, 4 losses.
Do you think 3 will do you?
I think so.
I think 3 you'll make. I mean,
I hate to be like this, okay? But what I'm talking about is,
I'm just in theory here.
Let's say
and it's early. I got it.
Let's say that Alabama.
It's early.
Let's say that Alabama loses,
right.
Okay, or Tennessee, either one,
right?
And they just really get their act together and they mow the rest of the way. And then you have a James Madison come along with their undefeated record,
right?
Saying, well, we should go in before them. Does anybody really want to see James Madison play in the playoff versus
would James Madison
a 2-loss
be one of
Tennessee?
the conference champions that would get to go?
Well,
I forgot. It's so
I don't even know what conference they're in.
It's going to include the 5 highest ranked conference champions. They're going to receive automatic bids, and the 4th highest ranked conference champions are going to be seeded 1 through 4, and they each receive a first round bye,
which is big.
Then the 7 highest ranked teams remaining will round out the top 12 format, and then seeds 5 through 12 will each play each other in the first round on the home field of the highest ranked team. So that's kind of how it'll play out.
What conference is James Madison in?
I have no idea.
To,
Yeah, I just don't know.
I don't know. With all the conference changing, I don't
geographically
know,
it doesn't matter.
I don't know where half the schools are now.
Yeah,
usually you could geographically kind of guess, but not now.
It's already been It's already been weird for me to watch California play every week. You know,
I know.
Over on the East Coast. Yeah.
I mean, every time I look up, California's playing a team that I recognize.
Stanford.
Yeah,
you're looking what?
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I just think there's going to be now. Look, if you're not playing well, then that's different. But if you go on a mow and you've got 2 losses to 2 other teams that are also in the 12.
So let me back up. One more
you got to
here,
get
Speedy,
yourself
since
together.
you're dialed into this. So for the SEC championship will be the 2 best records in the SEC.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So at this point, they would both have 2 losses. because it'd be both SEC losses. So would they even make it to Atlanta?
Yeah. It was funny commentary that Saban made on College Game Day. He said it used to be that when you made to the SEC championship game, the loser was out in most cases. Now, if you even make it there, you're pretty much guaranteed you're both in.
So if it plays out like it is now, you've got Texas will be in for sure, right? And then who would be the other team?
Well, it's pretty early for you. I mean, but it looks like they will be.
I'm just playing.
Yeah,
if they run the table,
if they run the table and they're the number one team in the country,
they'll obviously be in.
They're in. And then you just have to see how the rest of the SEC does. The rest.
where is Alabama at that point? Where is Tennessee? Where is Arkansas?
Right now, that'd be Georgia.
Yeah.
How about this? Here's what's so weird is right now Texas A&M is 3-0 in the SEC, and they have the most. They have the best record in the SEC conference right now.
So if it ended today, it'd be Texas A&M. What you're saying?
Well, I don't. Texas is behind them at 2-0, and then LSU's 2-0. Georgia is 3-1.
You
then
forget
it runs the list on down. Alabama's 2-1.
Boy, it's going to be good coming down.
Vanderbilt's up top at 2-1, and so is Arkansas.
We could have Vanderbilt and Texas.
Tennessee's 2-1.
Vanderbilt's 2-1 in SEC. And somebody said that James Madison, even though they spelled it James Madison, but James Madison's not undefeated. I didn't know if they were. I'm just saying if a team like that was.
Right.
Yeah. Where you got somebody who's kind of the darling of the year, and we're like, man, look at them.
Yeah.
But they're from like the Sun Belt, and they have a better record than say a 2-loss SEC team.
Well, right now in the Sun Belt, Georgia Southern is 2-0 in the East, and in the West, Louisiana Monroe is 3-0. And then the Raging Cajuns are 2-0, and so is Texas State. So somebody's going to come out of there.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
sure.
but it's interesting how they word it. You know, it's the highest, the 5 highest ranked conference champions.
So the rankings at the end, of course, will dictate everything. So you just have to, you might do, if the rest of the conference. Well, look, let me tell you what we do know. You hang 2 losses on yourself. You're now on an uphill climb.
You are. You can't
especially
mess up again.
Especially in a conference that strong, because you're then depending on the rest of your conference to start doing poorly.
Right.
And that
kind of lose your own ability to control your own destiny.
You're not driving the bus anymore.
Yep.
And
so that really makes the game this weekend big.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh,
huge.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think, like you said, I don't think it means you've missed the playoffs, but you're going to have some help.
Uphill climb.
Yeah, you are.
You've put yourself in a bind.
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see how that goes, but it'll be fun either way. And like we mentioned, unfortunately, we cannot give an all clear on Beth Mowens this weekend. Doggone it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. And I don't.
It just is what it is.
Does anybody know the record of these two teams?
Yeah. Let's see here.
I'm trying to figure
that
out
for you.
How many people it really impact? You know, I mean,
which game?
Look down there at.
I don't think I put it on his, but it's.
It's.
All right, Rick. I'll tell you this right now without telling you who is playing, but one is 2-4, one of the records.
Okay.
And boy, everybody moved conferences, and the other is 5-1.
All right.
One is 3-0 in the conference, and one is 0-3 in the conference.
Okay. I guess what's so cruel about this weekend is we started just about to get to the point we thought, well, maybe she's not doing college football. You know what I mean? Because she'd gone so many weekends with no game, and we started thinking it was. The storm was over. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And when something comes in there, ram.
It's a big.
It stabs you like it's a spear.
It's a big. It's a big. Like it's got 2 sides. It's a big. I did a dissection when I was in elementary school
of an octopus.
Yes.
What did they know? Was that what did you think they know more than me about it? And I'm not talking about
they don't let the kids handle them dangerous.
I'm not talking about the little tiny. I mean, y'all were sitting there dissecting a squid, a little tiny, like a tadpole. A tadpole's mouth is not the same as an octopus.
No, of course not.
That's it. I'm getting a picture of his mouth.
No, if you get the picture, it's going to be 2 sides of a beak like a bird. And he's going to be chomping down on
But they take the beak and they'll ram you with it, and then they start eating.
I think they have deadly talent.
Take a bite.
It does say that, but I will say this: it does say that that's what it uses to kill its prey. is the beak.
We agree on that.
The hardened beak.
It's just on. It's y'all's disagreement is how the beak is used.
You're splitting beakness here. I mean, beaks work by chomping and spearing and ramming.
Well, but the octopus does not ram its
we go.
prey.
If a woodpecker was going to eat your earlobe, what would be the first thing you did with his beak?
It's not something that it does really fast. You saw it was holding the shark, and it's going to hold the shark and then take a bite out of it.
All right. Two, three. Oh, here's the beak. And what is
See there? Look at the beak. You think I don't ram?
I can't
two sides of it.
Can I tell you what? I can't even tell what that is.
That couldn't kill that shark.
That's one side of it.
What is that?
Greg, the beak
That's
didn't
the
kill
top
the
side
shark.
of the beak.
Yeah, he's got a beak.
Are you sure?
Right,
Are you
but
sure
he did
you're
not
on the
kill
right
the shark.
picture?
Yes.
The beak is ramming into the, and you're splitting words here. We're talking the same thing because I know that you.
Here's my question: does the beak chomp down and eat, or do the muscles hold it and then the?
There's the hole. Ooh!
What is that?
That's the hole in the beak.
But no, that's where the beak. That's where it rests, ready to ram.
Oh gosh, that's gross.
I thought that was Helmsley's gallbladder surgery.
I did too.
I didn't know what that was.
I don't want to tell you what I thought it was.
Here's the beak. Look, Rick. Ooh.
How about you can't even get a good picture of the beak?
Well,
it's so elusive.
Everybody that tried to get it's dead.
Two sides of it.
You think I don't ram into you?
There it is.
You think I don't ram into you?
Two sides.
Right there.
It's just one side.
But Blake, when you have, if I had two thorns and I was doing this, I'm ramming the thorns into you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
You're starting to frustrate.
I guess are we using bite and ram as the same word?
I think you are. In
No.
very Burgess fashion, y'all are arguing really about the same thing.
We are biting, but when we're biting, we are ramming in
Our feet,
to.
okay.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean,
It still didn't kill the shark.
I didn't want you thinking like that, like it runs and like throws its
I
beak.
didn't say it takes a beak in one of its 8 arms
That's what,
and
when I
hurls
think
it.
ram, when I think ram, that's what I think.
I bet
I'm gonna
y'all's
show you
family
ram.
get together.
Rick, I believe Blake's right. I believe Blake's right.
Okay, great.
But neither one of you, they didn't kill the shark.
Blake,
Shark swam off.
Blake, just say this. Hey, Dad, good job. You're right.
You're right, Dad.
Thanks. All right.
Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we come back, Field of Greens, I hope a lot of you are responding. I know a lot of you have, but if you're out there, I've already had my first Field of Greens for the day, ready to go. I can attest it personally helping me, take that biological age down a little bit. You know how we always say you're as old as you feel. Well, do you feel older than you really are? Field of Greens can help with that. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's biological age, and that's really how old you really are. How healthy are you? And to live a longer, healthier life, take Field of Greens. It's an organic superfood fruit and vegetables drink unlike any other, scientifically put together by these doctors and scientists that know that the body's designed, we believe, designed by our Creator, to run on the right fuel and the right fruits and vegetables that have been made available to us here by the wonderful creation. But it's hard to know which ones are which and how many should I take and how do I work those in. Well, with this organic superfood, it is done. And these are fruits and vegetables that support vital body functions like your heart, your liver, your kidneys, helps with your immune system, which is wonderful. Go to fieldofgreens.com. I can attest it has helped me big time. 15% off, free shipping. They have the Better Health Guaranteed, too. The Better Health Guarantee means if your next physical or checkup, come on, Burge, we need you, buddy. Your next physical or checkup, the doctor will notice the improved health. And if he doesn't or she doesn't, you get your money back. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BIGVOX, V as in voice, OX. So do that now or just get the link at rickandbubba.com. Do you want to jump in on the Trump stuff? Do we want to, Adler's just put it down in front of us. I mean, we can wait. We can, some people are already concerned out there. We can go ahead and get this Beth Mowins warning over with.
Oh gosh!
And that
we
way
might run out of time for that.
And then it does.
Let's push it to the last.
It's really busy.
And then it doesn't hang over our
really
heads the rest of the show. It's
Let's
almost
go
like,
ahead and hit these videos.
Okay, we'll hit these videos. All right. So here we go. So this is. And
he was reaching for the air raid.
Oh yeah. I was about. I'm one of those people.
You know what that is? He's ready to get it over with.
Well, I am.
He is.
Look, I'm one of these people. Like it happened yesterday. So the few days a week where I know that I've got a scheduled deal to try to do a little bit better.
Yeah.
And I was telling Sherry yesterday. She goes, "So you always get kind of weird right here." And I said, "Let me tell you why. Because I don't enjoy it.
No.
And I know what's next." Right now, the worst part is it's almost here, but it hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
I'm ready to get it over with. Now, I will love how I will feel at the end of it, and I'll be like, so glad I did it. But I just hate this part when something that I don't really enjoy and I'm kind of dreading, now it's not far away from it that I can't worry about it. It's right here, but it hasn't started.
Here it is.
That means what? I'm not making any ground. It's still here.
Yep.
And so I was almost like, let's rid ourselves of this and be done with it.
Done.
As opposed to it hanging over our heads.
Rip the Band-Aid
and then Bubba's on the other end. Bubba's willing to see if the clock will run out.
Yeah.
He's trying to wait it out.
So
we're gonna try to control the ball, keep
right.
the offense off the field.
So
run more plays.
So we had Jim Gaffigan there. Now one of the things we want to talk. This is the Al Davis, not Al Davis.
It's the Alfred F. Smith.
Who's Al Smith?
But they call it Al Smith.
Al Smith. And is this the weird thing that the Catholic priest put together?
Yeah, it's a fundraiser for Catholic charities in New York City.
Wow.
What an odd way to raise money.
So so we get politicians get up there and rip each other a new one.
Right.
But it's been a tradition that the people running for president, will be there.
Yeah.
And like say the VP missed it this year. The last one to miss it was Walter Mondale.
Okay, that turned out good.
Yeah, and that went well.
We're hoping for that result.
And Kamala did not come, right?
Correct.
So she I remember the priest that was saying she turned down our invitation.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that is correct. She was out on the campaign trail.
So
but she did a recorded comedy bit and sent it in.
Well, front row's
She's
ugly
scared
bunch.
to be there.
Well, we're going to start with Jim
gosh.
Gaffigan, but I want to talk about when leftist entertainers that are in comedy realize that the current state of the left, there's too many things to laugh at. Saturday Night Live has finally just submitted that they're going to make fun and actually do their job. Jim Gaffigan, he's a liberal. He's also Catholic, so he's kind of. But I tell Bubba, it'd be like a lion making a declaration, I don't want to go after antelope anymore because I've become pro-antelope. And then he's sitting there and he sees one kind of sickly. It's away from the herd, and his instinct starts to kick in.
Right.
And before he knows it, he's annihilating the antelope. And I think comedians, because you know what comedians want at the end of the day? They want to actually be funny.
Yeah.
And when there's so much low-hanging fruit, you can't let it go. So here we go. Here's Jim Gaffigan. It's just a montage of his time at the Al Smith dinner last night.
You know, this event has been referred to as the Catholic Met Gala. 22% of Americans identify as Catholic. Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here? I mean, consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. This is a layup for the Democratic nominee. I mean, in her defense, I mean, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast. President Biden couldn't be here tonight. The DNC made sure of that.
That's good.
Oh.
No, that's a good one.
Oh, that's...
Thank you.
I guess I'm the only one that reads history. The media has begun discussing the phenomena of secret Trump voters. I don't know if you've heard about this. People who publicly say they would never vote for Trump, but then when they go in the voting booth, they do. It's a small group. They're called the Biden family. The Democrats have been telling us Trump's re-election is a threat to democracy. In fact, they were so concerned of this threat, they staged a coup, ousted their democratically elected incumbent, and installed Kamala Harris. In other words, all her dreams have come true. Really? It really makes you consider the power of prayer, right, Cardinal? Sometimes prayers take 3.5 years and a George Clooney op-ed.
Oh, hey, he didn't pull any punches, did he?
Fantastic.
That's good.
That was good.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
That and for those of you that don't know, he's the one that stars as Tim Walsh in the Saturday Night Live skit.
Oh, good guy.
Yes.
He was.
You know, he's funny, and he's always been funny, and he's a well-known
Very
name. But I
funny,
think him doing that on Saturday Night Live has
it's hilarious.
give him name recognition he
Right.
never had.
Oh yeah, you know how we love certain things, and sometimes we have a weird sense of humor. Sometimes our sense of humor seems to be, in general, like with everybody else. And every now and then, just like yesterday, we get to laughing at things.
And I know what y'all are doing. I know what you're doing.
But
trying
look,
to get me on that again.
It's like Caliendo doing his voices. Sometimes I like Caliendo doing it better than the real person.
Yeah.
Or Rick, you being Gary instead of, and then Gary sits in here.
Sure.
It's just funny. I think he does Tim better than Tim.
I do too. He's a funnier Tim than Tim himself.
Yeah, really
but the
pheasant hunter.
But I love the. But you know, I don't know whose first Jim Gaffigan thing was, but mine, of course, was the Hot Pockets thing, and to me. Just those little things where he said the guy who came up with the slogan they used was not prepared and didn't think he was going to get called on, like that. And they go, what do you think about it, Tim? And he goes, Hot Pockets, like that. He goes, that's brilliant. And he goes, not as good as your By Menon. And that was the first time I ever saw him. But he does. Things that we all deal with now. And he'll get edgy sometime. Like he got up and his wife battled cancer, and they have like 5 kids, I think. Mm-hmm. And he says that people, like when he's riding in their van, people will look at him like, "What is wrong with you?" With all the kids in there, and you think he's going to do this heartfelt thing about his wife and cancer. Yeah. And he goes, and it didn't look good for a while, and I just started thinking to myself, and it just really started, kind of weighing on me a little bit. And you think, oh, he's going to do something. Yeah, but he's doing stand-up. Yeah, also he goes, and the first thing I could think of was, my kids are going to be orphans. We'll come back. We have more.
We have Trump from the dinner.
We have Trump. We got
Rick, think about this. You've got the mayor of New York. You've got the police chief there. You got Letitia James, who's prosecuting Trump. He's there, and he's got a hot microphone.
Gaffigan made jokes about that.
What's the current state of the mayors? Isn't he in trouble?
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Rick, this is a tragic story.
Bubba. What a way to go. But again, it's traced back, as so many things are, to the after effects of heavy drinking.
Yes.
Rick, a British mother has died after doctors failed to spot a 6-inch long toilet brush that was embedded in her buttocks.
This woman has died after
So y'all are laughing.
toilet brush handle. And again, I don't know how you
Toilet brush handle
embedded.
Please read the rest of the story.
Embedded in her buttocks, and the doctors missed it.
Cindy
they missed it.
Cindy
That's the first
Corton,
thing I'd have said.
Cindy Corton,
My butt's
35,
kind of hurting. Y'all might want to look.
was left with a bizarre injury after a drunken fall in a friend's bathroom in 2005. But doctors missed it even after taking x-rays. Again, socialized medicine.
How many years ago?
It was 2 years before when the lady who was in constant pain was able to convince doctors that the thin, serrated plastic handle was stuck in her flesh. By then, what should have been a routine procedure to remove it had become a much more dangerous procedure because the handle was embedded in her pelvis.
Oh, my gosh. Good night.
After 2 unsuccessful operations in 2007, the mother of one was in such agony that she agreed to undergo further surgery in June 2009, despite being told it could be fatal. She spent more than 10 hours in surgery at the Queen's Medical Center in Nottingham, but died from massive blood loss.
Hey.
Doctors who first saw her at Lincoln County Hospital and then at Gratham Hospital, both in central England, were slammed for serious errors. You think? It was more significant. It was a significant foreign object, said the coroner. It is difficult to imagine anything more significant.
Let me ask you
Now,
this.
her husband, who is 61, is taking legal action. Again, her husband's 61, she is 35.
Please look at it.
What? Okay.
Please look at his quote. Here's the husband's quote.
Okay, she was drunk, but that didn't. But they didn't take her seriously. He said they she showed them the wound, but they didn't do a proper examination. I think it.
I don't think she fell on it.
I think it was probably down to the hospital trying to save money and doing things as cheaply as possible.
I have to agree because it's saying she had to convince the doctors. And it took her 2 years to convince them that there was a handle on her rump somewhere. Is that what? Did you read? She had to convince them.
Yeah. Well, Greg, what they had a drunk.
That's what I don't want to ask that question.
They had a drunken woman who comes in.
Fell in the bathroom.
She fell in the bathroom drunk. This would never happen.
The brush.
Would never happen if she went staggering around drunk. There's a toilet brush in the bathroom that embeds itself in her buttocks.
Yeah.
When she goes to the emergency room, see, this is again another thing when you're drunk, people won't take you serious. And she's telling them, "I'm telling you, I got a toilet brush embedded in my buttocks." And the doctor's like, "No, you just hurt yourself.
Sure.
They ain't know
But
it."
she's sobered up.
You've been seeing
How'd
years.
she use the bathroom for 2 years?
Yo, I don't think it's what you're thinking. I'm dancing around this on how the
Yeah. I think so too. Maybe
I think it
Said it went into
impaled her maybe through her butt cheek or something.
That's
I don't
right.
think it's what you're thinking, and I'm not
right. No, I would agree with that.
Am
But
I-
for
are y'all
2
getting
years,
that?
if you've, in other words, like let's say something goes into my thigh. Okay, well, it's going to be a puncture wound.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I
It's
mean?
just- I agree with her old husband. They.
But what's saying
I'm
is,
suing
if
somebody.
it impelled her and broke off, it could have shot through the gluteus maximus into the pelvic bone and really only had a very small cut on her rear end.
That's one heck of a fall.
I tell you about
I mean,
their
for it to
healthcare.
go into your skin like that.
And it's embedded in her pelvis.
And they said one thing which really really put it off, said she actually did go see one of the doctors specialized in this area, and he actually diagnosed it as the most severe hemorrhoid he'd ever seen.
Rick,
Right.
And just live with it.
Instead, yeah, and she said Preparation H will not solve this problem.
Ain't touching it.
Wow.
Again,
How about that's a
speaks high for
tough
their
way to go
healthcare.
right there. You got me, y'all.
Listen to
if you're
this.
walking around with something
It
in your
can't be that
buttocks
hard
for
of an
2 years.
X-ray to see if there's a handle.
Bubba, how do we miss it on X-ray? Because it's socialized
They
medicine.
didn't have
Our X-
plastic.
and our, well, that's true.
It probably would not show
And how
up.
big of a
Good
piece
point.
was it?
6 inches long.
Y'all.
Wow.
That's 6 inches, y'all.
Well, again,
Still bigger.
They would. You could see where they might miss that.
You got me turned down.
Again, the husband is
Yours
blaming
has
the
been off.
hospital for trying to save money.
You better believe it, baby. We're here. All right, so the Al Smith dinner last night, we heard Gaffigan's montage. Now we go to former president and current Republican nominee, Donald Trump. So Trump gets his opportunity in the no-holds-barred Al Smith dinner. So he's going to get up, and Bubba, you said in the text I received and everything, he is going to take no prisoners.
Well, it's almost like any other
Well,
Donald
that's
Trump
what I say.
speech.
Is it that much different?
Yeah.
So
but there is a long list of them.
So, Bubba, you mentioned that he mentions that Mayor Adams is there. That was at the very beginning. If you guys want that before we get into like 2, 3, 4, the other videos.
Yeah,
if
sure.
you
That's
want.
fine. Yeah, let's just, because he does say, "I told you." Is that what he said?
Don't make him
Governor
mad.
Hochul, wherever you may be up, this is a big day, right? Where is the governor?
He mentioned Speaker Johnson as well.
Not an easy one, is it?
And
But
I
you're
think
doing
he
all
mentions
right. We have to get a little money
Adams
from
right
the federal
here.
government, I have to tell you. It's about time. It's about time. Mayor Adams, good luck with everything. They went after you. They went after you, Mayor. Yeah, boy, I do that. 9.5 months ago, I said, he just said something about it, about the administration. He's going to be indicted any moment.
So funny. Good luck with all that.
Good luck with all that, Adam.
All that good stuff.
Told you, buddy. So now we get into, of course, right out of the gate. Trump wants to know where's Kamala. Right out of the gate. Yeah. So here we go.
But I don't think Kamala has given up yet. She hasn't. Instead of attending tonight, she's in Michigan receiving communion from Gretchen Whitmer.
Remember that? Look, Gaffigan even likes that one.
That's not a pretty sight.
He has to put a little something out.
Every time.
Just let it
Every
rest.
time.
Let it breathe. Because that was a good line.
You can tell when he reads off the card and then he adds his own little thing after it.
You're
Every
right.
time.
Gaffigan even like that. You're
Yes,
right. Sure,
yes.
sure.
Governor Walz, he talks about Governor Walz being here as well.
Okay.
Being not being there.
Okay.
I'd like to thank our MC this evening, Jim Gaffigan. Most recently, Jim has been playing Tim Walz on Saturday Night Live. And that'll be a very short gig, I hope, Jim. But it was fun while it lasted, wasn't it? Let's see how that lasts. It better be quick. We don't want him, and I'm not going to say anymore. But unfortunately, Governor Walz isn't here himself, but don't worry, he'll say that he was. He's going to say he was.
Trump with better delivery than I thought he did.
Yes.
Of course, if you think about it, he does that constantly.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
I mean, he's real good at it.
Well, like I said, this is any rally we get the same thing.
Yeah.
So here is.
Oh boy.
He takes another shot at Tim Walz.
What does he?
Well,
Yeah.
well, Tim Walz is. I mean, your cupboard is full. You're
not ready for this one now.
Okay. Here we go.
I used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz.
Good night. He deserves that.
Think about where he's at.
Oh, sure. Don't ever lose sight of that.
Sorry, Cardinal.
Sorry, Cardinal.
He's going to take a shot at the Cardinal here.
Oh, my goodness. So Letitia James is up next?
Yeah, she sits right behind him too.
Okay.
He was over his right shoulder. So,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, yeah.
crazy.
It's a true pleasure to be with you this evening. Amazing pleasure. And these days, it's really a pleasure anywhere in New York without a subpoena for my appearance. Anytime I don't get a subpoena, I'm very happy. They've gone after me, Mr. Mayor. You're peanuts compared to what they've done to me. And you're going to be okay. But I have to be careful, however, to understand that.
Okay. Oh man,
good.
Funny.
Now this next one, in my opinion, is about the favorite.
So you love the Schumer one?
I do. I do. I love that. Because Schumer, I mean, he could reach to his left and he touches his shoulder.
I mean, they're standing next.
You can't be any closer.
Okay, here we go.
coming in very, very strong, a certain way. I won't tell you what way that is, but Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't he look glum? He looks glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
That's a good one.
Yo, please watch Jim Gaffigan taking a sip while Trump gives that line.
Okay.
He almost spits his wine out.
If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
He almost loses his wine. Oh my goodness. Gaffigan even has to admit that's funny.
Well, yeah, it's funny.
My gracious.
All right, so now he takes on the bunch that we all been kind of looking at, these so-called white dudes for Harris.
Oh, yes.
Of course, they've all turned out to be actors, but still.
Yeah.
So here we go.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris? Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Every one of those people is voting for me.
I hate to say it. Some of the best videos watching Gaffigan respond to this. You see, he really laughed at that one.
Not just their wives, the men they're actually sleeping with.
Dude, I love because he can't let it go. He pauses and he goes, I mean, they're all voting for me.
All those people. Double down on it.
Can we say it one more time after watching?
Yes, I closed out.
Watching Gaffigan, you're right, it's become my new favorite thing.
Man.
My goodness, y'all. He's a stand-up comedian.
He is. This is good stuff.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't miss where we are.
Harris, have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris? Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Every one of those people is voting.
Every one
of those. Amazing. It's amazing. All right, well, we can wrap it up.
Oh, man.
The perfect ending here in 8, and we can get this one in because it's not too long. All right, here we go.
Well, I'd better wrap up because Mayor Adams told me earlier that I needed to make this one very quick, especially the city has reserved this room for a large group of illegal aliens coming in from Texas. That's right, they've reserved many rooms, a lot of rooms.
Many rooms, a lot of rooms. A lot of rooms. We got to get out of here. Hey, now.
My
goodness. You know what? I think we can get Brian Stelter in.
Yes.
Yeah, remember, he's the George Costanza lookalike that was on CNN for a long time.
Yeah. So we'll get that in. I think we can get it in. Go ahead.
Brian Stelter, what did you make of this performance?
Oh, no, don't ask me first. I thought he was funny. I thought he actually got a few great jokes in. I thought the best moment was we talked about the assassination attempts and made light of what he's experienced, because I think he's experiencing real trauma, real PTSD as a result of the shootings, but he's still able to have a light moment in this room, and he took advantage of the fact that Kamala Harris wasn't there.
Which is really the
disappointed
subtext
that he
of this
kept
whole thing.
Well,
Okay.
Bubba, why?
Is that what he said?
What kind of strategy? Not having her there, that just seems.
Well, she apparently feels like she needs to be on the ground in some of these, states are in play.
Nah, so does Trump.
One night.
Yes.
But see, he's
just
getting
one night.
you're getting the PR in those states
Yes.
by being there or not being there.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was great for Coach Dye to call, and we really didn't get to talk about his Beagles much, which is really where I have more Pat Dye experience.
It's Japanese maples right now.
I know it. He's traded in his Beagle line for trees. But boy, that was a big thing with my uncle was in the rabbit hunting business. You had to have a Pat Dye Beagle.
Oh yeah.
Matter of fact, I'm thinking we ought to get in the Beagle breeding business.
We used to. Our family.
Then people see. Then the Rick and Bubba show would live on beyond the Rick and Bubba show because they go. You know where that dog right there came from? Where? Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, I'm gonna tell you, my dad would love to do it again. We raised beagles growing up. My dad had we always had beagles, and we hunted with them, and we loved them.
Whitey, he's a jump dog.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
And I'll be honest with you.
He is.
I know. There's no way Pat Dye's Beagles ran any better than ours. We had. If they could have shot a shotgun, there wouldn't be any rabbits left.
How about this?
It was unbelievable.
They wouldn't.
They were awesome.
Let me tell you, we had some of the finest dogs you'd ever see.
Whitey, get in there, Whitey.
And they had
hunt him now, hunt him.
There, I love this one. Look, and if you were
hunt him,
and look, you'd go this far. If you were the dog man. If you were the dog man, you'd have to get in the briars with the dogs. Work him. Here he is. And every now and then you'd get them so excited. They go, you go, I talked you into that one.
Yeah.
Look,
you better hush that mouth.
You knew which one had the cold nose, which one had the cold nose or the hot nose. You hear old Sugar Eye, she's cold. Then you hear that other, now that's hot there. She had a cold nose.
It's so funny.
Ready.
My granddad.
Be looking.
My granddad, it would sound like a pack of dogs, just like what you did.
Yeah.
And he could tell you every one that barked.
That's right.
He could tell you which one was doing who was on the lead. It was like a NASCAR race.
Absolutely.
He could tell. Brownie's out front.
Yeah.
Whitey's over here. He ain't in it. Oh, there he goes. He's in it now.
You're exactly right. You're exactly
there he
right. They could do it. It's true. It's absolutely true.
So you want a Rick and Bubba line?
Oh yeah, why not? We got T-shirts. Why not Beagles?
That's a lot of work. You said, "Hey, our dogs are hot nosed now. We don't do that cold nose them now."
That's right.
If ours bark, you better be looking.
Now, would we name each of the original, each of the original, the breeders like names of the show?
No,
that's the Greg line there. Greg, that comes down from Greg.
And the one that we put out to breed with everybody's the Speedy dog.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, Speedy, he'll get after it now.
Hey, Helmsy's the jump dog. Gets in front of everybody and cuts them off.
Yeah. So how about this? Let's everybody call it and say, hey, y'all, I got a female I'd like to breed with Speedy.
Bring out.
We'll send him over.
Rick, bring out Speedy.
We
got one in here.
You go. Winchy and Heat. Okay, we'll send him
We'll send old Speedy over.
All right, so this is no joke. We talking about rabbit hunting. That's what my family did.
Some of the most fun I ever.
Somewhere, if Aunt Bessie's listening, she is dying right now.
Bessie.
Listen, my granddad. I'm serious. They would sit around on the porch and talk about hunts.
Right.
Like we talk about famous ball game.
Absolutely.
And famous sporting moments.
Absolutely.
My granddad, he'd be tearing that camel up, and he'd lean back, and Chester was his name. Everybody called him Chess.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd say, well, the year was 1982. We went out that morning. It was a little damp. And I mean, he'd know every detail.
What about this, Bubba? What about this, Bubba? And the people were thinking.
And he'd even tell it when nobody was listening.
Right. And
he'd just be talking to himself.
You could just pick it up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. I remember, and it happened, and all of us who had hunting dogs, this happened. They would release the dogs because we all lived near wooded areas. And wouldn't even hunt. You know what they say? I just like to hear them run.
That's it.
And
Absolutely.
I've never been that person, but yeah.
Give it to me again, Bo.
Huh? Well, you gotta. It has to hit you when nobody's thinking it's coming. But I mean, he would sit on the porch and listen to them, and they could recap it. They knew.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was amazing.
You can go
the
to
detail of that.
You can go to my great uncle's.
I couldn't tell one from the other. I could barely tell them looking at them.
Oh, you could tell their voice.
No, I
yes,
wasn't that
sir.
good.
Oh, I could tell their voice.
Little.
Yeah, you can tell their. You can tell their bark.
We had beagles from the time we were born.
I know you can now, but I couldn't when I was that.
That'd be old Rip. I could hear old Rip talking over old Sally in a minute. Sally was high. Rip a little deep.
Well, here was it funny, Bubba. You could go. You could go to my great uncle. My dad,
he was really bad.
You could go to my dad right now, or my great uncles, any of those guys we used to hunt with, and you could just walk up and just say to them, "Tell me about that hunt in Wilsonville."
Yeah.
Oh, Wilsonville.
Today they could.
Ain't never been a beagle on the ground. We went there and put them on the ground.
Listen,
and before we was done that day, man, we had a truckload of them.
I kid you not.
We jumped them right if we dropped them out of the box. Boom, gone.
My favorite one growing up was named Whitey, and my uncle and my granddad traded him back and forth all the time. But I would get him, and he loved to watch TV. He loved to watch Tattletales. So we'd go in and we'd watch Tattletales.
You can't make this stuff up, y'all.
Bubba, you know the mic song.
I know. He loved it.
Did he ever get any of the answers right?
This is so
was
funny.
Was it just you? You dominated?
he could climb a fence. I mean,
we had
overhead high. And he could climb that fence. I have never seen a dog that could climb a fence like that.
Red could do it.
He would go up that thing like he was walking upstairs.
Absolutely, I've seen
Now,
it.
the rest of the dogs are sitting there going, how'd he do that? He'd go up and over and out, and he's off to see Bert Convey again.
That'll tell the dog.
What does he sound like when he runs away?
Let me tell you what's so funny, Bubba. We had one like that named Red.
Has anybody seen Waddy?
There you go. Yeah, that's him. But look, Bubba, this is it.
Good, by the way.
Yeah, that's when they're all the whole
That's
pack's
really
going.
good.
That's when the whole pack's going. But listen, Dad would try to keep.
It ain't hot, I ain't heard Sally yet.
We had one just like that named Red. So Dad's plan. It was funny watching him do innovations on the pen. He tried to do like you would do
you
for
fence
criminals.
back.
No, he would do the fence over it.
Right.
One time he tried over the top where he couldn't get up.
Right.
And we had one that climbed all
And
down.
we had one that could jump from the doghouse, hit the top of the fence, and fall over. So we extended the fence, and he'd jump and he'd hit it and he'd crash.
Well, he'd get up there, and that part going back, he'd get up in there and get hung. And you go out there to the dog pen, he's hanging upside down in the fence.
That's
you go,
right.
we need to get the dog out of there.
There he is.
Chris, you remember that time? Now get this for a fan. This is you want a Norman Rockwell painting
It
right
just
here?
be quiet. It just be quiet, and everybody you hear like dogs going through the briars.
And you hear
all
the
that.
creek
and,
running.
Yeah, creek
and all
running.
that.
All of a sudden, there he is.
Hey, and then you hear the others get in there.
Then they go. Let's all sing it together. Here we go. Somebody say it. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We start a brand new hour. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here. Singing the song for you. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. There you
Yeah,
go.
glad to be
Bubsy.
here. Thank all of
Bubsy.
you for joining us for 30-plus years on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, updates from around the world. A biggie. Israel has taken out the Hamas leader that everyone in the world, and he has taken credit for the massacre that took place on October the 7th last year, and they took him out. And so Israel has released drone footage before he was killed. And then the drone takes him out, and unfortunately, I think the only defense he had is he threw a stick at it before it took him out. Is that what?
Yeah. Well, I think he threw a stick at the drone, but they actually, I think, got him with a tank shell that the drone had given the location to fire it in.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So a little too late to throw. A little too late to throw the stick at the drone.
Will not stop that
This
shell.
footage is insane. The drone comes into a blown out apartment,
Yeah.
and you can see sitting on the this chair right here. His arm is not in good shape. In the
No.
other hand, he has a stick.
Yep.
He's wearing the cafe or whatever it's called.
Yep.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
Sure, we do.
And it's just insane to see this kind of footage now from these drones. It is just absolutely crazy. But he had about a golf ball size hole in his forehead in the final photo that is shown. But that's not in this footage.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, they find out where he is. They call in an attack. And then they send in the drone to be sure that and it literally flies through the room.
Well, actually, the report was, and I don't know if I know there's more that has come out, but they were making some routine maneuvers, and they came up on a resistance and just almost happened upon him.
Yeah.
And ended up getting in this big altercation and then taking him out. Then realizing, wait a minute, this is
if I'm not mistaken, they saw soldiers in there that they were not expecting, and they knew there had to be a high value target.
Yeah, exactly.
So, this is the thing, and here's Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll hear from him. He gives the official announcement. I can't pronounce the Hamas leader's name.
He'll say it.
He'll say it. I'll let him say it since he can say it correctly. So here he is. And, this just continues. When you see these enemies of Israel over the last year, I mean, they are precisely, unlike their enemies, taking out these leaders in all sorts of incredibly creative ways. Yeah. And it has to have their enemies looking around going, hey, I mean, it's not,
they are trying to be as precise as possible. And here is Benjamin Netanyahu.
1 year ago, Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist chief of Hamas, launched the October 7th massacre against Israel. It was the bloodiest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It was the worst attack on the Jewish state since the founding of Israel. Sinwar's terrorists murdered in cold blood 1,200 people. That's elderly people, Holocaust survivors, children. They brutally raped women. They beheaded men. They burnt babies alive. And they took some 250 men, 251 women, men, and children hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. Today, the mastermind of this day of sheer evil is no more. Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Which would be great news. So,
he spent 17 years in Israeli prison and got out in, was it 2010 or 2014 or whatever, extremely radical. I mean,
Sinwar, are you talking about?
Yeah, Sinwar, and he was really standing in the way of negotiations and releasing hostages. And so this is a great opportunity, a lot of people feel, of maybe taking that step to where the hostages can be released, but we'll see.
Yeah, he won't stand in the way anymore.
No, he
if
won't.
He's in the way, and he also is not going to be able to give you a high five. No. So he was taken out, and again, the Israeli, their ability to get information and intel, is their spies and their elite spy force is really incredible.
It really is.
Yeah.
And they've had to defend themselves. It's a constant threat to them. So
so that's good news, and maybe that will be some hope, a glimmer of hope. It's difficult when, as we've said on this show so many times, when the enemies of Israel don't want Israel to exist. Trying to have long-term peace is extremely difficult, because if that's the goal, then they never get what they want to completely be at peace.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And several people had mentioned, and I see one of the texters mentioning it also, that it appears that a lot of the protest that was anti-Israel or pro-Palestinian has seemed to die down here in the U.S. the closer we get to the election. By the way, 17 days we choose a new president. 17.
Bubba, how many did you say?
17.
Hey.
If I counted right.
Right.
Netanyahu had a quick comment about how this could all end. To your point, Rick, if you want that.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages. Hamas is holding 101 hostages in Gaza, who are citizens of 23 countries, citizens of Israel, but citizens of many other countries. Israel is committed to doing everything in our power to bring all of them home. And Israel will guarantee the safety of all those who return our hostages. But to those who would harm our hostages, I have another message. Israel will hunt you down and bring you to justice.
And that's that's the only way it's ever going to end.
I take that at face value.
Yeah, and
he said also, I've got a beeper for you if you'd like it.
Oh, right.
yeah.
Well, what Israel is attempting to do as best they can is to go after the people that have that are making the decisions and are waging the war, and so many people, are just caught in the crossfire that Hamas has created and used them as human shields and they don't value their lives of even their own people at all, and they've shown that. That's not an opinion. The way they use them, it's so obvious, and they keep bringing trouble for the people. So Israel is trying to take out those that are actually waging the war and protecting, the innocent people as best they can.
Right.
But anytime a government keeps bringing war into your life, there's only so much that can be done when you're put in the middle of the crossfire. But they're being as precision as they can be.
Yeah,
and precise.
And still, Iran is behind a lot of this. They don't care about the Palestinian people, don't care about the people in Gaza.
No.
And they have helped to fund this group and get them in there and use them as a terrorist front to antagonize Israel. And they've had enough. And, you go back to October the 6th last year. It was fairly peaceful for that part of the world. And they started something, and Israel is going to finish it. It's been going on a year as they root everybody out.
Yep. We'll come back. Phone calls next, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. There's much to comment on. We've hit a lot on the front end of the show today, and you can comment on any of that. You can ask your own question, bring up your own topic if you would like. All 10 lines are available now. Phone calls are next, 866-WE-BE-BIG, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I also have a message of hope to the peoples of the region. The axis of terror that was built by Iran is collapsing before our eyes. Nasrallah is gone. His deputy Muhsin is gone. Haniyeh is gone. Def is gone. Sinwar is gone. The reign of terror that the Iranian regime has imposed on its own people and on the peoples of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, this too will come to an end. All those who seek a future of prosperity and peace in the Middle East should unite to build a better future. Together, we can push back the forces of darkness and create a future of light and hope for all of us.
When
it started,
there they
that,
go.
You
And
better
they
start
take that
spreading
rabbit
that.
and they run in a circle, and you line up and they bring that rabbit right by you.
And you go, oh, that's a buck rabbit. He's going to swim the creek.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a cottontail, she's going to run a circle.
Yeah.
Go where it jumps. It's
Swamp
coming back.
rabbit run like a deer a little bit.
Cane
Straight
cutter
line.
going to swim the creek, double back. I mean, it's a whole other game.
Be
You gotta
looking.
know all that.
Be looking.
And so you say you wait on Sally to know if you're.
Yeah,
if it's
Sally's
on.
talking. It's hot.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, Sugar's talking.
Sugar,
She's
little
cold
cold
nose. It
nose.
may have came through earlier this morning.
Another thing, too, we used to say.
Sally's hot.
If Sally got in there, you better shuck one in
And
the
if they were
chamber.
running a rabbit and all of a sudden Sugar, look, they be running a rabbit and all of a sudden, what we used to call one of them big rabbits that get up with horns.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or not.
Or not. Or not.
Oh, flop his tail.
And also you get that, we got them big rabbits up.
Them big rabbits are up. Jump and they're in front of you. The next time
We
you
got
hear
a
their mouth.
jackalope over here.
Hey, y'all might want to shuck out that 6-shot and try to get down to that buck. You had to be ready.
Big rabbits
The big ones up.
Because, buddy, you think they wouldn't come off a rabbit if all of a sudden that big one got up?
So where do we start on this Rick and Bubba breed?
Well, you got to get 2 dogs. And we got to.
Well, I know that, Rick.
I got plenty of room for them out there.
We got to get Speedy.
Speedy, what I'm gonna get a piece of paper and draw you a picture.
Right.
Of how
No,
they
I'm
go.
just saying, where do we find them?
Well, we buy a couple of Coach Dyes.
We need a
point you're making,
we need a
which
Speedy and
is
a Terry.
true.
Get after it.
Yeah, what you're saying is the point is true. Our first 2 dogs have to be good ones.
You're right.
And then we build our line from there.
Don't crossbreed them. Don't be breeding brothers and sisters.
No, we don't
They're
want that.
sweet. They just ain't real good.
Well, that'll produce.
That's the ones that'll watch Tattletales with you.
Well, that'll produce one dog that my dad named the letters D and the letter A.
That was his name.
And you don't want that dog.
That was his name?
That was his name.
And it
DA.
stood for exactly what you think it did.
It did.
It wasn't district attorney.
Oh. Hey, somebody go round up. Somebody go round up DA and put him back in the truck. That stupid dog.
That was great for Coach Dye to call, and we really didn't get to talk about his Beagles much, which.
calls, America. Come on in. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we will enjoy some time with you right now. And there's lines available. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls right now. Not the time to visit with Greg, but time to let him know what you want to talk about. We'll set him up ready to go. Let's go to Doug in Montgomery. Doug is listening to us on I-92, WLWI. If you want to join us, you can too. Just dial right now. Doug, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all this morning?
Fantastic. Fired up and ready to go.
Hey, I'm traveling I-16 from Savannah to Auburn, and I got a question for Bubba.
Yes, sir.
I got the moon in front of me. I can see it real good. Traveling west. I look in my mirrors. I got the sun behind me to the east. How is that possible? Hello?
Seriously?
We just
Bubba,
don't he's asking a question.
You, not everybody knows.
Yeah,
I mean, it may sound elementary, but he would like some direction.
Well, I'm confused about your question. How is that possible?
Yeah, how are they both up at the same time?
Well, you
I
have
thought like one was supposed to be opposite as the other, right?
No, they
no,
don't.
no, not necessarily.
No,
See the
treat him with kindness.
No.
Bubba, handle with care.
Y'all are too funny. Sun comes up in the east every day, sets in the west every day,
Right, well, yeah.
because the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, they don't move.
Then we have the seasons change because the Earth is in orbit around the sun at a 23-degree tilt. Okay. And then you have the moon that goes around the Earth approximately once every 30 days. So at some point during that 30 days, you have a full moon, you have a new moon, and you have all stages in between. And it's simply reflecting light from the sun. You got to think of it as three locations in space, and you're seeing two of them, one in front of you, one behind you. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's good, Bubba.
Bubba,
Yeah.
you are intelligent.
Wow, Peacock.
Yeah,
Remember, the sun is the middle. The Earth is not the middle.
correct.
Of the rotation.
Correct.
It could be. Just depending on what time of day it is. Depending on where the sun's spinning. I mean, you've got a complicated, two things spinning around other things there. So that's why we have the different moons. I mean, the Earth blocks the sun's view of the moon at different times, and sometimes it blocks it totally out, and sometimes it doesn't block any of it out. So that's why you have a full moon and a new moon.
Yeah,
And sometimes we get an eclipse.
Yeah, and the moon, as you said, Bubba, and it does not illuminate itself.
Right. It's reflective. It is passive.
Right.
So you got a complicated dance going on.
Yeah.
Great graphic here, by the way, Adler. Thank you for
Boy,
pulling that
Adler,
out.
look at that.
So you got the moon going around the Earth, and it's it doesn't spin either. So then you only have one side of the moon facing the Earth, which is another.
That's so weird, too.
I mean,
by the way.
it looks a whole lot like atoms and molecules, but who would have thought that you'd have a replicating pattern like that?
It really does.
Yep.
Yep. Almost like it was created.
Like it had a little bit of design to it, didn't it?
To Paul in Mobile. Paul, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
Paul.
Yeah, just heard one of the white dudes for Kamala yesterday try to get y'all on her, and I think he went about it all wrong. So I'll give you my sales pitch if y'all are ready.
Okay, you're going to try to sell us on voting for Kamala?
Oh, absolutely. I think I'm going to get a lot of people with this, so
Okay.
I might need to be careful. But,
Okay.
yeah, I think we just need to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off, get this thing over with. I mean, I don't know if it's World War III or another Civil War, what's going to happen next. But I think if we just speed that up, it's going to be a lot better for all of us in the end. You know what I mean?
So you're saying let's vote for let's all vote for disaster.
Let's dive head first into this and prepare for it best we can. And, maybe it'll limit some of the suffering.
So you're saying go ahead and get World War III out of the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I following you?
Let's just handle it. So maybe my grandkids or whatever will be okay.
Push them through.
It's delayed gratification is really all I'm getting at here.
I got you. Okay, Paul. That's that is a different approach.
Yeah,
it is.
Sure is.
Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Will out of Birmingham, Alabama. Will, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, so I wanted to talk about the Holy Land this morning. You know, I'm not a biblical scholar by no means. I don't claim to be, but I've just always wondered, especially the last few years, how those people, and even people in the U.S., cannot understand why Israel is constantly under attack. And it's like, you know, the Iranians and all those people, it's like, how can they not see that that is God's holy place? I mean, they've been trying to destroy them forever, and they've never been successful.
Well, you know, there's been some moments, and I want to be sure I have my days right. Is it the 6 Day War?
Yeah.
6 days? Was it 6 days?
Yeah, 49.
Yeah, you know, that got everybody's attention. There was a moment when, but this is the human problem, you know, with our sin nature, and even when you get into people with partial blindness, what Scripture talks about, we see God move, and then for a moment we're like, you know, go back to 9/11, you know, when the churches were packed and you couldn't find a seat, and then eventually everybody's like, well, you know, and kind of eased on back, you know, to what was going on. And I think, you know, that God, as you said, he shows himself to all of us a lot, and we see it, and for a moment we're all in, and then we kind of just, you know, and think about if you're wanting to believe something so bad, you want to believe that your view of God is right, or that you don't believe in God. Sometimes, no matter how much evidence you're given, you'll explain it away because that's what you prefer.
Yeah, sometimes you're trying to get to an end,
right?
And you'll just do whatever you have to make the case look that way.
Right. Yeah. So it's
and we all are guilty of doing that to some degree.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as long as you have a sin nature, you know, the battle rages day after day. You know, it's always comforting to me, even though it's not an excuse, but to see the Apostle Paul frustrated with this battle in Romans chapter 7. You know, he hates his sin nature, and he's like, "Why do I'm ready for this battle to be over?" You know, and then he goes. Now this is the new covenant, which is not what you're talking about, but well, at the end game you are. But then what does Paul say? That's what flips him into Romans chapter 8, because he needs to hear, almost a however, there is no condemnation for those that are in Christ.
Right.
You know, that's almost like him coming out of 7, going, "All right, let me remind myself, though I'm struggling, this sanctification process is going to last until I'm glorified. Now, when I'm glorified, I'm not battling that anymore." But to Bubba's point is valid. I know you see that, and what you said is completely true. But all of us have some of that problem, you know, when it comes to battling the sin nature and saying, yeah, I know who you are, and I know what you said, and I clearly can see you, but I still would rather it be this way, you know? And but we serve a God who is just, and yes, but he is also incredibly merciful. And as Peter told us, you complain about him delaying. This is kind of getting to Paul's call, but really his delay is an act of mercy and grace, trying to give everybody their best shot. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's well documented over the last 16 years of us doing this program, as we're in our 16th year, and that the Burgesses, we make a big deal out of birthdays, and we started the format of Mardi, Mardi, and whatever the name of the child is, 3 days of celebrating birthdays. We call it the Burgess Birthdays Extravaganza. Now, I don't know where in the world that my wife has found these. This is new to our format. These gigantic inflatable numbers, and they're not small. I mean, they're huge. That silver latex balloon thing. I mean, they're gigantic. And
did y'all have one get away? Because at one point over the weekend,
possibly yes,
Hunter tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Dad, I think I see a UFO." And I looked around and I said, "Son, if I'm not mistaken, that's a giant number 9."
Yeah,
I didn't
very
know.
possible. And it looks like
they're from the planet 9.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you how bad it is. We've had it on the mailbox since Friday, and Taz's birthday. That is my now 9-year-old was yesterday, and then we started on Friday. But we came home and there was a note on our mailbox, and Sherry was convinced it was neighbors complaining. Okay, enough with the 9. Okay, but So we started out with the very controversial classroom party at a little place called iJump where we live. And this is one of these mini jumpy places. And my wife, and I've tried to talk to her about this so many times. I said, honey, we shouldn't invite everybody. And she goes, well, in the class, I mean, if somebody doesn't get an invitation, I said, but you can only control so many little boys.
Right.
There's only so many. Now, look, I'll take little boys over little girls any day, okay? Because I remember the years of my daughter, at least there's not as much drama. Now, there's more things broken, but it's easier to fix.
A little less crime.
But they don't break off in groups and plot against you.
Yeah, I don't like you. I don't like her and all that. But anyway,
push her down the slide. Don't play with her because you're playing with me.
So the number, and of course, then Sherry always does this. Well, they all won't come.
Mm-hmm. All righty then.
Yeah. 21 9-year-old boys.
Oh.
8, 9 in that same age.
Poor iJump.
And then here was the idea. This has been a new thing we've been doing too. We do the party, and then we put them all in a giant limousine and let the limousine drive them around.
Oh yeah.
And then this was to the house. They get out at the house, go downstairs to watch a movie, and then your mom and daddy come get you. Okay. And now if you got
Sounds
20,
easy enough.
If you got 21, you got to have your act together. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing. So
did you have any help?
Well, it was me and Sherry, and my mom and dad came, and of course we had maybe one or two parents. But look, I don't expect the parents to stay because let me tell you what I do. I drop and run.
Yeah.
When anybody invites my kids to a party, if I can drop and roll, I drop and roll. Don't want to be there. Don't want anything to do with it.
Right.
And I don't blame them because it's my fault for this is for them. They said all you did is an invitation. You didn't ask me to help.
Mm-hmm.
So all of us,
you treat everything like a ball game, right?
Yeah,
everything's like a competition.
I told Sherry, I said, this is where we got some exposure when they get out of that limo at the house. I said, that's where we got an issue. We're pretty formatted up to there. They got places to run, go-karts to ride, things to climb. And really, the people who work here are really going to handle them for a time. But once they get out of that limo, they're ours. Okay, and that part's got to go smooth, and we got to have everything's got to be right. So we did separate cars so she could go onto the house, and then I was going to ride in the limo. I would line them up single file at the door, not even open the door, lock the house
right
till we have them in the order we want them to be in. Then when they open the door, don't let them run to rooms, don't let them go upstairs, don't let them go off in here. Focus them right down those steps.
You're going there.
Yeah, have popcorn ready, have a cooler with drinks. And let's put them in front of that movie, and let's roll the movie. Okay, that's our plan. Okay, that's our plan.
Right.
And
almost like herding cattle.
Right. So then we get them in. We go through the iJump. That all goes good. It's never. They never have enough for video games. They don't understand the concept. It's not infinity on the car. Card you get. A lot of come. Hey, my card's empty. You know why? You're done.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey,
you read the bunch.
And then they'd go over the place. Can we have more on this card? Hey, you know what, kids? All of you play too many video games anyway. Go climb something. Okay? So we gave them very few video games because we're tired of video games.
Right.
Okay? So anyway, it's
jump, run.
Right. Hey, run, sweat. Of course, now if you get a bunch of 9-year-old boys sweating and then pile them in a limousine, they'll stink.
Yes, they will.
And buddy, you think the wind didn't start back there from eating pizza?
Yeah.
So
laughing.
So now you got 20, 21. I don't even know how many we had. Every now and then I have 21. So this one kid I don't know where he kept coming from, but. Yes, sir. Come on, Carlos Santana, let it rip. All right, so we're working our way back. Golden ticket seats coming up a little bit later on. The giant wheel of canned meats. How about yesterday? The Rick and Bubba online store dropped by a few goodies that are extremely unique that could be won here by the golden ticket seats. Somebody also going to win a $50 American Express gift card from our friend Dr. Dudney and the gang. That coming up a little bit later on. Are you part of AMAC yet? Have you joined the Association for Mature American Citizens? Now, when they say mature, with us, I know, we may have meet their criteria as far as the age. I'm not sure we met their maturity requirement.
No.
But anyway, so if you have not looked at this, here's the bottom line. It's AARP, but for conservative people, okay, that has a conservative lobby. Really, if you look at some of the discounts, it's superior in so many ways. So over 100 different discounts. Really helps on travel and things like that. But you also have a conservative lobby there in Washington. So if you'd like to join, boy, we got a great deal right now. 2.1 million already moving over to amac.us/bigvox. If you go there, it's $1 for 1 year because of your association with this show. You got the bi-monthly magazine that comes with that. And like I say, big time savings available too. All the discounts that you want without the leftist lobby. amac.us/bigvox, or just go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, this next story.
Rick,
Bubba, why?
Listen,
why?
We've got to have this story, and I know some people probably will be anti this, but we believe in organ donors. We do. I do. I know you guys do. Well, most of you guys do.
We absolutely know that it serves an incredible purpose. We did a whole podcast about it. And it is a wonderful thing. Now, when it comes to, I'm just saying, be careful out there.
Well, we have a story. Apparently, this happened back in 2021, but it has just now become available by some people who were firsthand witnesses to it.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas T.J. Hoover, 36 years old, had been declared brain dead when surgeons went to remove his organs at the Baptist Health Richmond Hospital in Kentucky in October 2021. His sister and a Kentucky organ donor affiliate told the story to NPR. But as doctors went to test his heart for being transplanted, he reportedly gained reconsciousness.
Hey, Bubba.
He was thrashing around on the table.
Don't use the term thrashing around on the table.
Then as surgeons prepared to remove his organs, he began moving around and crying visibly, according to a former employee. That's key. Former. Hoover had been rushed to the hospital after a drug overdose that day and was declared brain dead. But his sister said she became concerned when he seemed to open his eyes and look around as he was being wheeled from the intensive care unit to the operating room.
Say something.
She said it was like his way of letting us know I'm still here.
Say something.
She and other family members were told, however, this was just a common reflex, not to make too much of it. It wasn't until after he began to move around and cry on the table
Wait a minute.
that the surgeons decided not to move forward with the transplant.
Well, thank you.
She said, Miller said that when her colleague called Coda who had been coordinating the transplant, the supervisor told them they were going to do the case anyway, and the hospital needed to find another doctor. It was very chaotic, she recounted. Everyone was very upset. Ultimately, the organ retrieval was canceled, and several employees quit the hospital in the aftermath.
Oh, I bet they did. Well, and
it was everybody's worst nightmare.
There he is standing right there.
Bubba, I know you're worried right now because you think I'm going to talk about little Tommy. This years ago, rightfully so, but I'm going to come back and revisit little Tommy.
Little Tommy.
You are?
I'm going to say it in a different way.
Oh, you're going to try to clean it up?
I'm older now.
Shine it up a little, Rick.
I think what I can say now we all can agree on. First of all, let me say what Bubba's already said. Organ donors, thank you. And you save lives. And it is a wonderful thing to do.
Absolutely.
And we all love you, and we love that we can do that. And it's amazing that we can give people life after we're gone.
We know a lot of people walking around today that have had the ultimate donation.
Did everybody got that?
Yep.
Everybody's got it.
That's available on the archive. If you
With
want to go
that
back
being
and hear it.
said.
With that being said, this is little Tommy, exactly what I worried about. Okay? And those of you who don't know about this little Tommy story is
this is the scenario you put forward many years ago.
Right.
Theory.
And we're off.
Little Tommy needs an organ. Now, little Tommy represents any wonderfully beautiful young little child. Okay, and everywhere you go to the convenience store, there's things you can put change in to help little Tommy who's waiting on fill in the blank, the organ.
Right.
Yeah. And you talk about precious.
Yeah.
Little Tommy is a beautiful child. And the whole community and anybody they can get the word out to, we all fall in love with little Tommy. And we're so wanting the organ that little Tommy needs.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes older guy, or in this case, drug addict.
Yeah.
Not exactly contributing to society.
Right.
Okay. And or maybe everybody
overdose, killed himself, basically.
Yeah. You see, hey, look at him. Of course, he had a heart attack. He didn't take care of himself. He's 60 plus. Little Tommy needs his organ. And we all love little Tommy. I'm saying no matter how much we love little Tommy, because we should, make sure everybody's dead. Okay, and don't give up on us. I mean, fight for us.
I know you got the igloo cooler there waiting.
Okay, look, fight for us. If we die, then little Tommy gets the gift. But I don't want to see us maybe picking little Tommy over me when I'm hanging on, or maybe
close enough.
Right. I don't want to. I know everybody wants to come through for little Tommy, and if I was not the person right now that's not dead that y'all about to try to cut on, I'd be for little Tommy too. Mm-hmm. I totally understand our love for little Tommy, but we got to do this right. Okay. We don't try to cut hearts out of people that aren't dead yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we don't. My organs. I got to be dead for this to count. Yeah. Okay, and I need everybody still fighting for me.
Yeah.
Okay, give me my best shot.
Rick, and
now when I go on in, Tommy can have them. But
Rick, I'll use the term "make sure I'm really dead."
Yes.
Not just dead, really dead.
Two things.
Straight up dead.
Check
one more
time.
time.
Two things. I want your full effort. Okay. Secondly, make sure I'm gone.
Right.
Is that reasonable?
Very reasonable. Make sure I'm not mostly dead. Make sure I'm all the way dead.
I know little Tommy needs it. I got it, and he's hanging on, and time is running out on little Tommy. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, but I need everybody still focused on organ.
Patient one.
Patient one.
Yeah.
And two things. Give me my best shot. And make sure I'm dead. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I don't think people
make sure I'm really dead.
Really dead.
Right. What would
full blown dead?
Not just
mostly
dead, really
right.
dead.
100% dead.
What are some things maybe to look at to make sure of that? You think?
Well, if I start thrashing on the table, that's a big one.
That's a clue.
That's a big one. I'm not gone. Okay. I wouldn't be thrashing if I was dead.
If you come in there and I'm sitting up.
Muscle reaction and me screaming, "Let me up." That's two different things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe run a test like. Did somebody just bring cheese straws into the, to the office and see if
you respond?
If I just uncontrollably my hand starts reaching for the bag.
You can hear the bag. If Bubba's reaching for those cheese straws, he's still with us. Okay,
Bubba, you're saying just maybe take one right by your
Somebody
nose?
Look,
yeah. Instead of smelling salt,
let's
run
keep
that,
praying. Let's
or
keep
boiled
praying.
shrimp or something like that.
Let's keep praying for little Tommy. But look, give me a shot here.
Yeah.
I'm reaching for cheese straws. I'm not gone.
Yeah,
and I want to see y'all trying.
I mean, really trying.
I don't want to hear he's lived long enough. He's a louse.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go one way, to lean towards more dead.
Well,
the more dead side.
You don't want to put, and also you don't want to put that burden on little Tommy the rest of his life.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden he finds out, oh gosh, they just took this from somebody for me, and then now he's got to deal with that.
And I will
he's
haunt
in
him.
counseling.
I'll haunt him. Sure.
Yeah.
And
Let's
when
close the
when
cooler
they say
till I'm
brain
dead.
be sure all the probes are plugged in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Really good.
Yeah. Somebody on the text line, no pulse versus yes, there's a little pulse there.
Yeah. Well,
that's a big
Well,
one.
and I want to get that. Make sure I'm completely, officially dead,
really dead,
and fight for me.
Mm-hmm.
Give me my best shot.
That's the key too.
That's all I'm saying.
Let's fight.
And after COVID, I trust the medical establishment 100%. But just make sure I'm dead, please.
Really dead.
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable. Do you see how I've taken a little Tommy story and I brought it into a more? Doesn't that sound more level-headed?
Well, it's
a little.
It's somewhat.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Are you guys
really dead?
Are you guys organ donors? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
I don't know that it's officially on my driver's license, but Betty has orders to do so.
I think
I'm checking around town to see if I see any jars at the convenience store. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But at one point,
Popping in and out.
At one point, they were breaking so much wind in the back of the limo. I told the limo driver, "Doesn't that window go up?" You know what I mean?
Right.
And he's like, "Should we close off 29-year-olds?" Yeah, man. I mean, they're killing us. You know what I mean? And he and I got talking about football. So anyway, then you hear from the back, "Ewan's sick. He's gonna be sick." And I see one kid coming up the limo ready to hack. I said, "Put the window up." You know what I mean? And then we got him some air. He was car sick or something. But anyway, so
I can understand that.
So we pull up. And when the sheriff's locked the house, they all try to run in. They're stopped by locked doors. They can't get in. Hey, everybody get in the line. We got to get in the line or we ain't going in. Everybody gets in the line. We go in. We go down the steps. She's got the popcorn, the drinks. Everything's going good. And then a slight miscalculation, just a slight one, is we told everybody to pick their kids up at 8:30. And ain't no parent coming before 8:30. I wouldn't. You know what I mean? You said 8:30. You're going to keep them to the last minute. And the movie ended at 8. And now it's getting
loose
dark.
in the house.
Now it's getting dark. So I said, all right, no problem. We're gonna put them all outside. Let them rip. Don't. If we let them loose in this house will never be the same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We got to get them outside.
That's right.
Every one of them go over every now and then try to pick up a wheat. They put that down, man. You can't play with that. Get out. Get outside. Get outside. We ain't gonna play games. Hey, don't go upstairs.
That's right.
Just go outside. Well, that's great if your floodlights and everything work. But we get out there and get to playing football, get jumping on trampoline, get to climbing on stuff, and I go to flip the lights on, and they don't work.
What?
They've blown up, gone out, something. My house is the worst wired house of all time. It's got whoever did the electrical work on my house is a loser. Okay, I mean, bulbs go out, things go out, breakers trip. I mean, it is. He's listening. Whoever wired that house, you did a terrible job.
This is when you need those compact fluorescent for outside that last about 10 years.
Yeah, well, but I think my house would defeat those.
Yeah,
it's terribly wired, So I mean, we're constantly having problems.
You ain't got voltage on the neutral, do you?
Well, now you're frustrated about the lights and the fact that
but listen to this.
Go over and check it out.
But listen to this.
I hope it ain't voltage on neutral.
Listen to this. So now, what you're not thinking, you've got darkness and 20, 21 sometimes boys running everywhere in the dark. Bam! You hear people screaming, bodies rolling, people running by them, checking mouths and lips, and they're still trying to play football in the dark.
Sure they are.
And then I hear that famous game Smear breaks out. But you can't see them. I hear Smear, and I'm looking down in the dark. Where are they? You know, and you see like a white shirt go by, collide into somebody, and then I'm like, I don't know where they all are. They're out in there, and I'm like, I'd go, woo-hoo-hoo! You know, like that, trying to bring them. And then I would make parents go to the top deck, which overlooks our backyard, and shout for their kid. They would show up. I go, what's your kid's name? Billy! 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 You know, and then they start this, let me stay longer. I'm like, no, your parents said no. I wouldn't even let them answer. Because they might say yes. Right. You know what I mean? They might say, okay, 5 minutes. No. Can we stay one more minute? No, your mama said no. Billy! Yeah, I wouldn't even let mama answer. Your daddy said he'd kill you. Come on.
Rick, I can't believe you didn't have a sleepover.
Oh, no. I hate sleepovers, by the way. They're the worst. I'm anti-sleepover. Sleepover's great until it's time to go to sleep. And then they get up early. We didn't sleep all night.
Some of them won't go home in the middle of the night.
After the last one left.
You got them in the middle of the night. I want to go home.
After the last one left, you just sit down and stare at the ceiling.
When they all left, I needed medical help. I will come back.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. So We look forward to this weekend's podcast. We have a story, and we'll do here probably before the day's over, concerning John Deere today. But it is our guest is Brian Rasinger. Cash poor, though being land rich. Land rich, cash poor. My family's hope and untold history of the disappearing American farmer. Catch that wherever you get podcasts over the weekend. Bubba, it looks like your team, the Vikings, are in the news today.
Well, I read a headline here, Rick. It's a little misleading. It says Vikings coach leaves presenter in tears with surprise offer on live television. And they show pictures of her, and she's crying and holding her hands up. And Kevin O'Donnell, I thought this must be his fiance. He's proposed to her on the NFL Network or something. Minnesota Viking head coach Kevin O'Donnell left NFL Network host Jamie, and I cannot say her last name, I'm sorry,
no idea,
in tears during a Wednesday broadcast, making her an offer she couldn't refuse.
In tears?
What's the offer?
O'Donnell appeared on Good Morning Football as a guest and offered her a chance to sound the giant horn.
Oh, that brought her to tears?
That kicks off the Vikings games.
Bubba, you need to do that.
Would you be brought to tears?
It has a name. I don't know. I don't know how you say it. Okay, it's. I just don't know how
the
you
Viking
say it.
horn.
How's it spelled?
GJALLARHORN.
I have no idea.
Well, let's listen to it.
I even stopped. There were so many letters I stopped paying attention.
Yeah, too many vowels.
I flipped a few.
Apparently, you come bearing gifts. I heard that you have a surprise, and I would like to give you the floor to present it.
Oh wow.
Well, I got nothing but love for you, Kyle Akbar. Peter's my guy.
Me too.
But Jamie, obviously, you hold a special place within this building as a Minnesotan and a former resident of the Twin Cities. We figured what better time to bring you back home than when we play the Indianapolis Colts. I know you know a lot about our culture, our great environment at US Bank Stadium, but how about coming out to sound our Galler horn? Nothing.
Yeah! Galler?
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
what do you think?
That's amazing, Coach. Oh my gosh, thank you.
She must not get out.
Like he just
No wonder you were confused.
Thank you, Coach.
Goodness.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Oh, we love that.
I don't. Whew.
Is you think she's
Thank
doing
you.
like,
I can't wait. When is the game?
do you think she's faking enthusiasm like Speedy does?
Probably.
To make that guy feel good.
How's this over here on me?
It's a great quality. I'm just saying.
I wish you'd have faked it with that Louisville couple and brought them on back. But,
it goes back to that.
Yeah, well.
I'm just saying, was she putting on a little bit? Trying to,
I think that was pretty natural.
I'm kind of with Bubba, even though he's a Viking fan. Okay, so he's even seeing it up closer than we are. But that seems to be a bit of a over emotional reaction. It's that kind of.
I thought she had just been proposed
right,
to
that
when
kind
I saw the pictures.
Her husband or boyfriend, no pressure at Christmas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But to me, that's almost one of those things where your response is, "Oh man, that is so cool!
Yeah,
awesome,
man.
what an honor.
That's gonna be fun."
As opposed to crying.
Well, she got emotional.
She did.
It's a big deal to her.
She's a woman.
And I know how we are with
From
this.
her area.
It's Vikings, not we're Viking fan. It's Vikings fan.
Yeah,
that bothers me. We're saying Viking.
Who said Viking?
Two people, both of y'all.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Well, he's a Viking fan.
What's wrong with Viking versus Vikings?
It's not. That's not the same thing.
So
wow, that's nitpicky.
You can't say I'm a Cowboy fan. You have to be a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, because it's the Dallas Cowboys. It's not the Dallas Cowboy.
In a related story, in the same.
But I'm
Brady,
Rick, and I'll get you on this one.
No.
That's a sports nitpick there.
Yeah.
Rick, it falls under this category. You know, the rock band Scorpions. It's Scorpions, not the Scorpions.
Okay.
A lot of people mess that up.
All right.
Same time.
It's also Ukraine, not the Ukraine.
That's true. That is true.
Okay.
It's also
Scorpions,
it's
not
also,
the Scorpions.
Right. It's also Kings of Leon, not the Kings of Leon. I said that on the radio for like a year, and then somebody finally texted me.
Yeah. I have so many things that I don't pronounce right. Y'all can't start throwing this.
No,
kind of
you
stuff
just got to get it out. I just get the message out.
I just know how we are with S's. It just hit me.
Sure. Well, S's are difficult.
They are.
She is wearing purple though, so I guess she's a big fan.
But the crying
Yeah,
seems
my
to be a
gosh.
little much.
She like I say, she don't get out a lot.
You
I
should
guess.
see the headlines across all the different medias. I mean, if you just look at the headlines, you think, well, he proposed to somebody on there.
Right.
And then the pictures kind of back it up till you really read what was going on.
Yeah.
She must really be impressed with, what do you call it? Gallio? What kind of horn?
Some kind of horn.
I missed it.
Clean that up.
So
I guess if you grew up there, it might be a big deal.
Gallagher.
Not that big.
Bubba,
Not
I
that
kinda
big.
I wish
not
you would.
cried. Let's just call it.
All right,
It
let's
ain't
do
worth
it.
crying
All
over.
right, let's do this. All right, let's.
Well, I know it's a female.
Let's get. I know, right? And she may be hormonal right now, but let's throw
I
that.
got a
in.
joke I'm
Let's
holding
let's
back.
throw this in right now. Think about. I guess for you, Speedy, the Mississippi State is probably you're as close to that as she is to the Vikings. I would think, right?
Be like
I don't know. I don't know her story.
The giant cowbell.
Oh, they
not
do
just
have
a
a giant cowbell.
If Mississippi State let you do something that was really a big thing that you grew up watching, I don't think you would cry about it, would you?
I wouldn't cry about it. Let's say this.
Or
this
you
is a good
rung the
one.
bell at Texas Tech.
No, I got
because
even worse.
this is-
Careful.
Even worse.
No, I would cry about that.
Hey, Bubba, that's a good one right
Stadium's
there.
not that old. That's not
one
some tradition that's been around
Here he
100
goes.
years.
Yep.
That stadium's not even that old.
Oh,
They didn't have that horn at those stadiums.
You don't think they had that at? Let's see, where it was the
something
Green,
down.
they might have been
Humphrey-
blowing
it
the
was
horn
the
for a
Hubert
while.
Humphrey
I don't think
Dome,
they had
and then they
that
had
one at-
Metropolitan Stadium.
The
before
one
that.
that they tore down, the dome. I don't think they had.
How do you know?
I
It's
don't.
The Metrodome?
Galler horn.
I don't think we
Galler.
had that kind of technology, Rick, when it was built.
We don't have a horn?
to have a giant.
Have you
horn.
seen the Galler horn?
It's a Vikings
No, it's
horn.
a big. It's giant.
Right, yeah. Do you actually blow it or do they do a sound effect?
I think you push something, it shoots air through it, and it blows it.
Well, see, that's even less. I push a button.
Brr.
Yeah. All right, well, let's bring this home. This weekend, it's the 10-year anniversary. Mississippi State spent number one. It was at number one for 6 weeks, and so
And that's happened only in 100 years.
And Dan Mullen is coming back, and Dak
Should've
Prescott, and all this kind of stuff. They're celebrating.
Should
him.
have stayed.
If Dan texted me and said, "Hey, come ring my bell this weekend," or the cowbell, you know what I mean?
After you ignored him that time, he probably not
Right.
going to.
Right.
Now, is it cowbell or cowbells?
It's cowbell because
If you say that again, now Dan Mullen's going to cry.
Yeah,
So don't
but
say
you know that would be kind of cool.
Can I
They're
ask you a
celebrating.
question? So we're celebrating the fact that one time we were ranked number. We didn't win it.
For a few-
We were ranked number one for a couple of weeks.
For 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Greg, you just look for things to celebrate.
But not everybody can be Alabama fans.
That's a fact.
Can I laugh at this? And I told you, look at it. I guess I shouldn't say their name because they may not want us to put this joke on the air. When the guy called about the moon and the sun a minute ago, someone, speaking of Bama fans, text all of us and asked Bubba, I have the Kalen DeBoer error in my windshield and the Nick Saban error in my mirrors. Explain that.
That moon is so.
What a good one. All right, we'll come back. Golden ticket seats. Oh, I see them out there. I can see them on the
Let's say the 1,000-pound sisters called you, Greg, and said, "Will you take a road trip with us?"
I'd start crying.
I would too.
I would.
Especially if I had to sit next to them.
Yes.
Or buy the gas, you know?
Yeah. Let me tell you, whatever gas mileage you're getting per gallon, it's about to go down.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, golden ticket seats. So join us. More Rick and Bubba coming up. If you're leaving us, don't forget the Daily Archive.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
An accusation brought today against the real Greg Burgess, targeting Speedy's office, the call screening room, to the audience and judge to be lenient. You know that, or not. You know how they let both families get up and say, "Hey, put them away." Or
now there's also an argument to be made that Greg, through the great, and I know some people like to call it yin yang.
Yeah.
The hippies called it karma. It's actually it dates back a little earlier than that. It's called the law of the harvest.
Right.
You reap what you sow. There is an argument to be made that Greg already punished himself yesterday.
True, and we'll talk about that. That's still to come, and I'm taking that into account.
Not necessary. Well,
I'm taking that into account.
Yeah.
It's like the universe even the score.
Let's go
on
to,
its own.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jessica in Montgomery. Jessica, what do you have to say for or against Greg Burgess?
Hey.
Yes.
Hey.
I want to say I'm for Greg because who was it that took the package? Was it Rick?
No, Greg did.
Who went out there and got it from the man?
I was instructed to go get it. They didn't,
No,
but
who-
in their
who
defense, they
took
didn't know
it-
what it was.
Who took it from the person who brought and gave it to y'all?
Me.
Greg did.
But
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, you're just in trouble all the way around.
Well, they told me to go. Hey, that guy's got something. Go get it.
Yeah.
And if it's that spray, use it.
No,
They
Greg,
said that.
now say you gonna lie now. Renee, Wetumpka, go ahead.
Because we want to smell it.
Okay, look, Greg, you know you messed up, brother. What
Well,
you need to
yeah.
You did. Poor Bubba in this tennis trying to have a meeting.
Yeah, that was bad. I feel bad about
It was.
That's about the only thing I feel bad about.
Okay, he's got a Facebook established, right?
That and Scott having to leave early. That was terrible.
Yeah, it was terrible.
That hair
And
lit the whole company.
I lost a good 10, 15 minutes of work.
That's a good one. What do you think, Renee?
I would say 30 minutes a day for 5 days. You have to accept new friends and poke at least 10 people a day.
Look, it is not that big a violation. I didn't like the way that sounded anyway.
To use his Facebook page.
Listen, this is nowhere near a big enough violation for that.
Andy and Gadsden.
Good one, by the way.
Andy, go ahead.
Honorable Judge Burgess, if it pleases the court, may I present a case for the defendant?
Yes.
Please do.
The real Greg Burgess, under his own admission, said that he used a foreign substance there at the Rick and Bubba Plaza and Teleport. While he should not have admitted to using it, I applaud his upfront honesty. However, he was instructed to go out in the hallway to pick up that substance. Now, I do not believe this will fall under the Treaty of Guntersville. When was that treaty established, Honorable Judge Burgess?
I want to say in the mid-'90s.
About 96.
Yeah.
Does the limitations follow to those employees hired after 1996, and is it outlined there in the treaty?
Well, here's the problem.
The fact it was
Greg,
in place
Greg,
after it came on.
Yeah,
so.
Greg helped frame the treaty. Even before
but I actually wasn't in it because I wasn't
Yes, you
employed.
were, Greg.
At the
I
time
never
of the
signed
treaty
anything
was-
when I signed all that
Greg.
tax paper.
Greg.
At the time of the treaty, was the real Greg Burgess employed by Rick and Bubba?
When you had that
No, the
guy in a
people
headlock,
outside-
when you had that guy in a headlock, and his wife was crying. You were in.
No, he
No,
was.
we were contracted out. We were doing side work.
Stop. He was. Let me say why. Because we had other friends who didn't work here who were in it too, who were just big time practical jokers, including one Mark Whitlock. So, so it did extend beyond being an employee.
Yes.
Be lenient on him.
Okay. He's like, I got nowhere to go for you.
Well, he tried.
Let's go to.
Whitlock ain't never went by it.
Yes, he did. Since after it
that
happened,
punishment was tough on him.
Really?
Yeah,
he came in here with a white flag.
He's king of the practical joke.
Yeah, but not against us.
Oh, I remember.
Barry in
Now we
Homerville,
work
Georgia,
together.
97.9. Barry, go ahead.
I got an idea for what the punishment, if whatever the choosing should be, if it's carried out. It has been well documented on the show that Greg has several things that just gets under Greg's skin, like people who died 175 years ago, if there was their birthday today, like how old they would be. I think for like 1 week he should have his own segment of doing like that, plus several other things that just irks him.
Well, I've got one. One is already here, and you're going to love it in just a minute. So, all right, let's go to Christine, and then we'll move forward. Christine, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, I don't really care what y'all do to Greg. I just want y'all to know y'all are owning me this morning. If this does not make a best of CD, y'all have no idea what you're doing.
Well, thank you. All right.
I'm just glad you don't care what's happened to me. That's all.
All right. Do we all agree Greg's guilty?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, is there
anybody? Please go to my office if you don't
Is
think
it time
so.
for the jury to vote?
The jury. Who's the going to be the? What do you call the foreman?
Well, just
for
get
the
them
jury?
to raise your hand.
All right, raise your hand if you think that the real Greg Burgess is guilty of violating the Guntersville Treaty. Let me see you by a show of hands. Yes, guilty. All right, that's the majority, isn't it?
3, 4, 5, and we
Y'all
got,
counting the puppet?
Yeah. Well, no, we're not counting the puppet.
I say one.
I
Yeah.
think we should.
6 people, 7 counting the puppet.
That's 5. How you getting 6?
Well, there's 4 in the front, 2 in the back. Had their hands up.
You're counting the puppet.
No, the puppet will be 7.
Oh.
You see the husband and wife here, her hand up?
There's
All
4,
right, is your hand
and
up,
then
sir?
The lady on the back's 5.
Oh, that man doesn't have his up, the blue?
You know I refuse to.
Okay, he does it. All right.
5.
I'm
I'm afraid it's 5-5.
5-5.
Go to the puppet. Go to the puppet.
Hung jury.
All
I
right.
think just for Greg, go to the
All
puppet.
right, let's go to the puppet. All right, puppet, what do you say?
Guilty.
Okay.
That was good.
Boy, you could have drawn that up.
I could have drawn that up any better. Sometimes things just come together. Good grief. Good night. All right, but based on what I have
Wait a
heard,
minute, I'm filing an appeal right now based on I do not regard puppet opinion on anything. I do not recognize it. Therefore,
Well, we're glad you're here from the Big Boy Studios, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. We're glad you're here. And as you heard from the great Ken Osborne, everybody is here today. Bubba, welcome back, buddy. And
glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for joining us. It's another hour here of the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, they're all sold out. Only a few weeks remain. Golden ticket seats, and these people, there they are. The Elite Eight, they were able to grab golden ticket seats and reserve them before they were all gone, and they're here watching the Rick and Bubba show. I went by and kind of met all of them as we were passing back through here to get back to our seats. You've got some folks that have been to the old studio, never this studio. So none of these have ever been here.
Okay.
And then you have some that have never been to any studio, and then you have some that started thinking to themselves, "Why did I do this already?" And but they're here, and so they'll get a chance to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Also, one of them will win a $50 American Express gift card.
There you go. So lunch will be on them.
Lunch will be on them. So welcome in. Glad you guys are here. Enjoy the rest of the ride. We mentioned that our podcast this weekend is about American farmers. John Deere facing farmer boycott. Because they've laid off 2,100 U.S. workers and moving that work to Mexico.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Well, John Deere's a big company, and they probably build things in a lot of countries, but it's going to become a political hot potato, so to speak, with Trump threatening to put tariffs on things coming into the countries. Now, some farmers are not happy about that either. They've threatened to stop buying John Deere tractors and accessories. The 187-year-old firm, think about that, how long it's been around.
Wow.
The leading manufacturer of agricultural machinery said on Wednesday it's laying off even more workers, nearly 300 in Iowa and Illinois. That will make a total layoff this year of about 2,100 people. At the same time, John Deere is moving more of its tractor and farming gear manufacturing to Mexico. And some farmers are not happy about it, and they're going online to express their displeasure.
So help me, Bubba, as we look at this and try to figure it out. We've all been here before. You and I have even had to deal with it over the years when it comes to boycotts and things like that. And we have a case that we usually present. In this case, here's what I'm wondering. So I'm John Deere, and farmers. That's a big customer for me. Okay.
Yep.
And most of my customers, I would think, not all of them, but I think probably just in general, that my customer base leans a little more to the right than the left, I would think. I know there's exceptions.
Yes, but I would think it would lean much further to the right than the left.
So what I've done, though I'm making a move according to the story, okay, we're only reading what's being reported. If you're with John Deere and these are not correct facts, please let us know. But according to the story, it says that the move is 2,100 U.S. workers. They're too expensive. So now we're moving to Mexico where we can have lower labor costs. Sound familiar? We've heard this a lot.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
But now farmers are declaring, and probably other people who aren't farmers who just use their lawnmowers and things like that, we'll never buy another John Deere product as long as we're alive, and we're going to pass it on to our kids not to do it either. So is it possible that you don't save anything if now your sales go plummet to your main customer base? I mean, is there, and I know that
they probably think there'll be some squeaky wheels, but it won't do any real harm to their brand.
Right.
It won't be like what was the beer that took the dive?
Bud Light.
Sorry, we looked to you for that, Greg.
I couldn't.
Bud Light.
I knew Greg.
Yeah, right.
No,
Bud Light. Thank you, Greg.
Now, this is what's strange, though. Still, getting to the real bottom of this story is always going to be tough because there's half truths and what are the real numbers. At the start of the year, John Deere employed 22,600 salaried and production workers across 2 states in the U.S. The company has pointed to a 20% fall in sales from 23 to 24.
Sales are down 20%. Looks like they are trying to adjust for that. More layoffs are expected. But John Deere also showed they brought in $10 billion in profit in 2023, while the CEO, John May, made $26.7 million in total compensation, which for a company that made $10 billion, that's not a high salary. I hate to tell you, it's usually based on percentage.
Right.
And if he has the skills to make that happen, he's worth it.
Right.
Sure.
John Deere,
see Nick Saban.
said that they are still committed to U.S. manufacturing. Bosses point out to over $2 billion in investment in new U.S. factories since 2019. So, what's the deal? I mean, are they cutting people to save stock, the stockholders' money? Are they doing this to lower cost? Are they, what's happening here? It's kind of hard to tell exactly where they are. It looks like on some areas they're doing good, some they're not. And why are you moving these jobs out of the country? I don't know.
My first thought, if you're trying to get people from Mexico who will work cheaper, there's no need to move it to Mexico. The border's wide open.
If you want cheap,
they're going to show up for that job this week.
If you want cheap Mexican help, the place to get it's in the U.S.
We got all you can stand. Now, are they in the position that we find ourselves in? Like today, if you and I just pitched a fit over Apple, okay, because we don't agree with them on really anything that I can think of, other than they make a good product,
right?
And then so where are we going to run? Microsoft?
Yeah.
So who's just
now? There's other farm manufacturing companies,
but are they better? Is there a place to go? As John Deere put themselves in a position where going, y'all can get mad all you want to, y'all still got to use us.
Well,
there's others. I know they got competition.
You have Kubota,
right?
You have Massey Ferguson.
Yeah.
You have Mahindra.
Yeah.
Caterpillar, I guess, in some.
What happened to the great Belarus? Remember that?
Oh yeah, well, like I said, there's several, so I don't know. It'll have to work itself out. I guess considering the base, the people I would envision that buy green and yellow tractors and use them and go back and buy another one and another one, their political leaning would tend to be
in general
conservative.
I would think so.
It would tend to be pro-family.
I would think so.
Pro-hard work. Pro-farmer. That this kind of move would not be seen good by them, and it is not. Yeah. So I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you think you can survive that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, and also
and with Trump going in, it's going to even become more of an issue.
That's what I was going
because
to say.
He's threatening these. This said 200%, but he's threatening 100% tariffs on everything coming into the country. Now we explained, and they always go, well, that's going to help. That's going to hurt. The price is going to go up. The whole thing with the tariff is a negotiating point.
Right.
Trump hopes he doesn't want to put a tariff on it. He's just saying he will,
right,
unless you change your behavior.
Right.
And in many parts of the country or the world, goods from the U.S. have 100% tariff on them anyway. We set that up after World War II in the Marshall Plan to help those economies. But some of that needs to go away, and I think he's wanting to use that as a negotiating point, which will eventually, when you get to the bottom line, make these products cheaper for the American consumer.
Well, I think
protect jobs.
I think what John Deere just sent out to all those people that use their products and work for them, you better vote for Trump coming up in November.
Yes. I guess they're betting Trump's not going to win, or they'll just ride out the storm and have that factory and after Trump's term or something like that. And John Deere was already in trouble for a lot of their DEI practices before all this was going on.
That. Some people call that they Bud Lighted themselves.
Yeah.
I think the DEI movement has had its glory days, and it's on the way out. When you see colleges doing away with it, you know it ain't working.
Also, we'll talk about this very topic again this weekend in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. A lot of what we just covered, we unpacked talking to a farmer. We'll come back. Phone calls are next. We'll go phone trolling. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Two of the Burgess children join us. It is Big Love and Taz. Guys, welcome. Welcome back to the show.
Peace.
Now, let me tell you something. You won't find anybody right now, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussy, at 11 years old, that is more concentrated on coolness than when Brooks Big Love Burgess.
I noticed he's got his armbands on,
I like
his
it.
beads.
I like it, Brooks.
Yeah. Now you know, he's also very, very picky about what he wears. He, you know,
Right. Well,
yeah.
Mama tries to put him in certain outfits that he says are
Well, he's
just.
got to be cool for the ladies.
So Big Love. I also heard you talking today too, and it really I took offense to it a little bit. He was trying to be told by some of us that have been known him since he was a baby about he's got interest in music and DJing and rapping.
The
Right.
look he's giving you right now, Rick, is fresh.
And I heard him trashing the fact that I was in bands. That was being talked about. What did you say about the bands I've been in?
I said it was a little too 80s for me.
What? Let me tell you something, brother. They wasn't nothing cooler than your daddy lead singing back in the day with the hair rocking and the fire exploding and the high kick out front.
Yeah, you?
That's right, baby.
Seriously, Dad?
Oh, hey, I got some pictures we need to show you.
That's
Can
right.
I just leave?
Can I just leave?
Can I go with you?
Yeah. So your band is not going to be like the band that Uncle Greg and I had?
No.
What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be doing a little more
Maybe it shouldn't be.
poppy like
Little
stuff.
More
Tell me it's going to be a boy band where none of you play instruments.
Yes, it's going to be a boy band
I'm loving
now.
with 2 people.
Just two of you out front?
That would be a
Yeah, me
duet.
and Taylor.
You and your buddy Taylor?
Yes.
Now, where's Taz in this? Where's brother?
He's nowhere. Nowhere.
But
He's just sitting with the manager watching. Who's the manager? What? Someone that can beat you up.
Yeah. So you're not going to let Brody manage the band?
Yeah, like
No,
do the
he would
video.
be a horrible manager.
He could be in charge of videoing and doing your video
he could
for
do all the
MTV
marketing.
and all that.
Do all the marketing.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well,
So he's not
That's a good point.
prepared.
now I understand that you Taz talked with Uncle Greg today too,
Yeah.
which I try to avoid.
Sure.
You ever try to protect your kids from their uncle?
Rick, I did. The whole Wilburn gang rode with me to Ghost Jimmy.
Oh my!
Oh yeah, I put them all on them because they
Mistake.
want. Yeah,
I bet they learned
All
some new
three
things.
they did. They said they got in trouble.
What
yesterday.
did Uncle Greg tell you about us when we were boys?
Well, he said that you guys fought a lot, and he would win the whole time, and you would start crying and go
true.
to a nana. Is that true, Dad? Did he really beat the crap out of you?
No.
That's pretty much what I told him.
Uncle Greg believes all sorts of things. He listens to Coast to Coast. Uncle Greg doesn't live in reality.
Greg, that's such a good one.
Did you cry to your mom? Yeah, that came up and said, did you really cry to Nana? Don't fill in their heads with all sorts of junk. So,
well, since the boys have been here last time, Brody killed Big Deer.
Yeah,
Right.
How about that?
Congratulations,
Tell
buddy.
us about-
Say that on the air.
Well,
Why?
I mean, you shot your first last year. Now you haven't, taken a buck yet, which I know you've heard about a little bit.
I'm going to, and it's gonna be meaty.
That's a big meaty one.
Meaty
I'm going like big and fat like you.
Hey now.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah,
We're
now.
about to go now.
Brody, stop talking about yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, you
I'll
wonder
give you the Burgess
you wonder
boys.
what Nickelodeon would do after Drake and Josh grew up.
Right, here they
Here
are.
they come again. Now tell your uncles about the big deer hunt. How you made it happen.
The story.
Were you nervous?
No, yeah. At first I was, but Dad actually brings himself some credit to it, but no.
No, I'm just saying.
He's trying to steal thunder
I'm
a
just
little bit.
saying.
Brody, how far out in front did you throw the corn out before you started hunting?
Don't say stuff like that.
We had no corn.
Was it a
right?
big pile of corn or just a small one?
Now Brooks was eating his breakfast like somebody was eating corn.
Oh yeah, I was.
Well, you was tearing up that snack mix, weren't you?
Brooks, were you hoping he would miss it? Be honest.
Yes, I was hoping he would miss
Okay.
There you go. There it is. There it is.
I understand. I've been there. I had that same feeling.
Of course you have, Greg.
Can you describe? And both of you went through it. You went through it last year, but I mean, you're really not ready for how nervous you really get when you go. Well, here it is. Here comes the deer. But who brought the deer right out there in the open for you?
Bob.
No.
Was it
Here comes the phone troll music. That means we're moving quick now. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody get lined up, in line, ready to go. 10 lines are available. And because of the buzzer, that line's going to move like you're at the Chick-fil-A drive-thru. Here we go. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it good. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. 30 seconds is the end of it all. There are 2 timeouts. Greg has one, so does Bubba. But they only have one apiece, so they can't overuse. Speedy, the overgreeter, is taking your phone calls right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, so prepare for sunshine. We had, Bubba, somebody on the text line who is an Alabama cotton farmer. He said the point that you guys were making for us, unfortunately, is true. We don't really have anywhere else to go when it comes to the equipment that we need for picking cotton. The John Deere is pretty much it.
Well, you can vote though.
That's one. Yeah, that's one way you can do it.
I got an email here too from a guy in North Carolina. Said his son was just laid off of his job. They make parts for John Deere. So you see how that, when you start that train stopping, how it backs up and affects everybody around it.
Well, a lot of these things are happening because of the state of our economy, and the fact that we also have very unfair trade deals with other countries. We'll talk about that a little bit this weekend in RBU. And we have a candidate that says that they're actually going to fix that and have fixed it the last time they were in power. So that's something to consider. We continue. Let's go to John. Ozark, Alabama. If you want to join us, you can. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. John, go ahead.
Hey, I know some people are squeamish about donating organs. Well, if you don't donate your organs, they only go in the landfill anyway. Your mortician's a taxidermist. There's no viscera in that big boy you have mounted in the studio. He's been hollowed out and stuffed with sawdust.
Well, I'm not sure it's sawdust, but yeah, that wasn't really our point. We are for organ donation.
Absolutely.
But I hope you.
Yeah, I know. But some people say I'm.
I hope you agree with our point, though. Just make sure I'm really dead.
Well, really dead. I don't think anybody has a problem with really dead.
And then there's there's the other side point we made with little Tommy's story. Come on now, fight for me, even though you may love little Tommy more than me. I mean, just
and look, we don't need our organs, and we know we're all going in the ground, dust to dust. Look, when Jesus calls my name, I'm gonna get up. He's gonna put another heart in me. I ain't worried about it.
Yep,
it'll be better than the one I had.
Sure. 866-WE-BE-BIG. As Bubba and I both have said, our wives at some point need to see us in a glorified body.
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that be a nice change for them?
Be a nice change for them. Let's go to Carson in Alabama. If you want to join us, you can get in too. Carson, go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was just going to tell y'all, the thing about the John Deere deal up here in North Alabama is we're up here in Northeast Alabama in DeKalb County, and the closest Case dealership is Huntsville, so you have to go there to get parts for the bigger machines. There's a smaller one in Sneed, but if you can't get the parts or you can't get the machines close, you really can't run them. So that's really the...
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah,
I don't know a lot of them. I know some of the bigger ones. They bring stuff out. I don't know if that still goes on. I haven't had to deal with that on that scale in a long, long time. So, but yeah, you big equipment's going to tear up. I mean, that's part of it. You're going to lose parts and have to have things fixed and welded and all that.
Let's go to Lisa out of Selma, Alabama. Lisa, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning. I was just going to give a comment to the guy who called in saying you're going to be stuffed with sawdust. A mortician friend of mine was telling us about his work recently, and he told us that in many cases they use kitty litter because it helps absorb whatever's left.
Okay, thank you.
And it also weighs the body down.
Hey, Lisa, thanks for that pick-me-up Friday call.
Thank you. You can keep that to yourself.
Enjoy that.
Yeah, take that right into the weekend, gang.
Look, it's just an earth suit, okay? It's just an earth suit.
Yeah, but it can be nasty. Come on.
A God that can tell you to get up out of the ground, he ain't got a problem putting stuff back in you.
No,
don't worry.
No, yeah, it's it's one of those things that you've said many times about things that are perfectly natural.
Right. Right.
Doesn't mean they're not gross.
Oh, listen.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
no,
it's,
Rick, sometimes blessings are gross.
Right.
You know? I mean, they really are.
Wow.
Well, I've been in the delivery room.
Right,
Okay?
right, yeah. It's
a blessing, but wow,
Well,
you got to be prepared.
I was about to say
a lot going on there.
You're so conflicted in there because
Yeah.
there's so much joy, and there's so much of a blessing happening, while at the same time,
Yeah.
do not look in that trash can.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
I
I mean,
don't. Even if they ask you to.
You even find
If
yourself.
you're a comedian, it's a tough place to be. I'll tell you that, because anything you say is always taken the wrong way.
Well, yeah, and you know, and even the.
And please don't scream. I think your liver just fell out.
Right,
You know,
yeah,
that'll
yeah.
get you some
You
boost.
should have got a big laugh on that. And
Well, I
and
thought
that-
it was pretty
yeah,
funny.
you did.
Yeah, well. Betty laughed.
You were alone.
Yeah. And then, there's the whole, we were the generation of dads. I think it was our fault, our generation, that started going to every appointment.
Yeah.
On the way up there, my dad would have thought, what? I mean, I don't think my dad. I don't think he even saw me till like the next day.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he was fishing.
You're right, and but
they used to smoke cigars, didn't they? Sit out in the lobby.
I remember the first time I went in, and you're kind of new to the game, and you hear the term from the doctor. Let's see how you're progressing.
Yeah.
I just I don't think I should be in here. I'm like,
There's a lot of people
I remember,
checking a lot of stuff. I
remember thinking.
One time I saw the janitor come in and put his broom up. And he was all up in there, and I was like,
While
"Good
I'm
night."
here.
Yeah.
By the way, if you, on those appointments too, do not say to your wife, "Are your eyes watering?" We continue. Ashley in Kentucky. Ashley, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I'm a podcaster, so I live in a world a day behind.
That's
but I
fine.
was just listening to yesterday's show, and the guy at the end who called and said he was voting for Kamala because Trump is going to come after people for voting for Kamala. If he would just vote for Trump, he wouldn't have anything to worry about.
Yeah, if he's so worried about it.
He's really putting himself at risk if he believes that, doesn't he?
Yeah, I forget what his name was. I remember he was from Illinois, and and my favorite part was he told us that he voted for Trump last time.
Right.
And
I bet you can count on that one.
Probably.
Yeah, it was Ben. It was Ben.
Ben.
Yeah. Ben said that I sounded unhinged.
Yeah, he called you out a little bit. You were getting a little carried away.
I kind of agreed with Ben on that one.
Yeah, you did kind
he
of go.
sounded effeminate, and I didn't complain about it.
Yeah, well, you're right
All
on
right.
that also.
You didn't see me complaining about
Right, yeah. The bottom line is Ben can vote for whoever he wants to.
Yeah.
And I think the reason he's
shut up,
choosing was his attempt to, to represent the left and say, this is our propaganda for today.
Right.
Is that Trump said he's going after people who don't vote for him, and we all know that's not what he said. Now, do we wish sometimes Trump would just kind of stay out of there completely so he won't easily walk into that trap? Yes. But no, he was saying which I wish he just stayed right here. We have foreign enemies, but one of the biggest enemies we have right now are the Marxists in our government that are taking us towards socialism. They're a much bigger enemy right now than anything else.
They're going to affect you and your family a lot quicker than Kim Jong-un, I guess.
Oh.
Look at the party that tried to force
Easy
vaccines.
Easy,
They
unhinged.
tried to force
Easy,
lockdowns.
Easy. Don't be pulled back in this
I'm
again.
staying calm. They tried to use OSHA to mandate the vaccine.
You're elevating.
Look at the party that tried to seize power during COVID. It wasn't the Republicans.
You talking about the party of choice?
It was not the Republicans.
They didn't give you much of a choice on that shot.
No, they didn't. Well, they're the party of their preferred choice. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did a man have a rope and he was pulling it across the field?
Did you hear him open the trailer up when they let
Did
it
you
out?
have to get on the radio and go release the deer?
Release. Let's don't get it over his head. Let's try 6 point, work our way up.
Brody wanted to eat the heart.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
They smeared blood on my face.
that's part of it. How did that feel?
He got blood on his hair.
Right.
I was going to ask you about that. Did they paint you up a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes,
Did they
sir.
just do
Yes,
the
sir.
Did they just do the
It
fingertips
washes out.
right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Uncle Greg did, they just smeared it
Yeah,
all
what I
over.
did too, I just gave him with the Indian.
Yeah,
deal, right?
That's all you do. Yeah.
Let's see a picture of Uncle Greg.
Yeah,
No,
look at that
no,
stud right
no,
there.
No one wants to see that. So, did you see him do the head thing? He just did it.
What'd he do?
Did y'all miss it?
Oh yeah, he slung his. He slung
that what he
his
was
stuff.
trying to do when he
hit
hurt
the mic.
himself?
Yeah. Did you see how how he hit his mic because he's slinging his hair again? This hair thing they're doing. This. What,
Everybody wants to
Dad.
be a Bieber, don't they?
Are you doing this right
You
here?
can be a Bieber too.
why are you shaking your head around like something's wrong with you?
Because it's cool, and why would you know what's cool and what's not? You're 46. I just did it under
That's a great point, by the way.
Rick, I'm going to tell you right now,
Hey,
they are
wait,
really
wait.
on you
Well,
as
you
far
know
as
what?
coolness
Look,
goes, and
look.
I understand.
Fine.
I understand.
Hey, you know what? Let me tell you something. There wasn't anybody when I was young
Here we go.
that was cooler than your daddy.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
I mean, I was as cool could be.
Taz, where you
Really?
going?
I mean, yeah.
Taz. No, Taz. You can't
I don't
just
blame
walk-
him.
He can't
Taz, I want to
listen to
ask you
this.
about football and why your dad didn't give you the ball more. Come here.
Yes, ask him because my dad would never. I mean,
I can't
never.
listen to these lies.
What now? Tell Uncle Speedy you played football for me this year for the first time. It was your first time to play for me, and tell Speedy it was. I mean,
I heard great stories.
you knew what your job was. Your job was to carry the ball every now and then on short yardage, but your job was to block and tackle. It's a physical part.
You
of
like
the game.
offense or defense better?
Offense. I like running the ball.
What about you, Big Love? I hear you had a great season too.
Yes, I did.
He's only on offense.
I had awesome blocking.
Good.
I mean,
Pancake.
They ran
Now, why-
behind. They
why
ran behind
wouldn't-
you a lot, didn't
Now,
they?
why
I
didn't
wanted
Dad?
people to suffer even at practice
Oh,
Yes.
Now, why didn't
that.
your dad coach your team?
because he
oh
doesn't.
boy.
What?
Because he wanted me.
Sit down.
He wanted me. He wanted me to try out a new coach. And
There you go.
Yeah. He got tired of screaming at you.
And,
I
all
don't
that.
scream at him.
Yes, you do.
Every now and then. He figured it's his year to scream at Brody.
Dad.
Rick could come in hoarse the next morning. I don't want something in my throat.
Tell Speedy what I tell y'all when you're not paying attention. You keep doing something wrong.
Okay.
Huh?
You're swapping.
Yes. Yes. That was handed directly down from our father. You don't use swapping on them, do you?
I'd come.
I tell you what you're doing. You over.
I'd go, hey guys, right here. Let me tell you what we're doing right now. And all I have to do is do my finger like that.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they would go, oh, we're swapping.
Rick, they love it too. Look at it.
Of course, the first time you say it, you think, why did I do that? They're in fourth grade. But
Yeah, then they go home and tell their
Big
parents.
Love, did you have were the cheerleaders at every game?
I wanted the cheerleaders there, but
Were they there?
But they would do this little dance at halftime to like a little
Now, how do you know?
How do you know?
because I watched it.
You're supposed to be looking at the chalkboard.
I wanted to watch.
You didn't
I
know
had
the
to-
blocks. You didn't know the blocks.
They had pretty legs.
Epic fail, Brooks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. 35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor was good visiting with Dr. Jerry Mixon several weeks ago. He came in via Zoom, chatted with us, went back, and we talked about Relief Factor and how it was created. These 4 botanicals that work really well together. And one of those things that Dr. Mixon said, there's a lot of botanicals that show some, positive results, but he said not all of them work well as good as the others. So when they found these 4, they're like, you know what? These have great results. Let's put them all together. And you know what it does? It gets to the root problem of pain if it's tied to inflammation. Now, look, if you got a nerve sitting on top of a bone, that's not what this is designed for. But Relief Factor is designed for where a lot of our aches and pains come from, and that's inflammation in the body. So what it's going to do is some of these other things, they're over the counter. They're not designed to be used every day. They're supposed to be just for temporary relief. And people turn them into lifestyles. Then you get the bad side effects. And we don't even need to get into opioids and all the problems they have caused in our society and in the lives of people. But what these do, instead of masking the pain, it actually is going down to the foundation. It's dealing with the actual inflammation. So it may not happen like this. That's why we do the 3-week supply. But when that pain subsides, it's gone. And the testimonies we're getting, and I take it every day in my own life, and the results are incredible. So ReliefFactor.com, we believe that if you'll take that $19.95 3-week quick start pack, then you'll know. 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is your solution. And for the majority of people that ordered this, it is a solution. I hope it is for you. ReliefFactor.com, or you can call them if you prefer, 1-800-4, and then spell out relief. Also, you'll find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So are you a go online person, or would you call if you can get somebody on the phone? Which one do you prefer?
I would probably just go online if I'm ordering.
Right. But when
I have a lot more confidence in it than I did 5-10 years ago.
Now I will tell you, when it comes to I got a problem, when
Plus, you got to deal with that person that answers.
Well, Greg, but
no, I mean go online, just order it.
Yeah, well, he's saying if you call, you have to deal with the person that answers. Yeah. But when it comes to a problem, though, this thing where let's get online and chat.
No, I'd rather have a person.
If it's a problem.
Sure. Oh yeah.
But ordering, yes, online.
Yeah, I'd like for it to be somebody that somewhat speaks my language.
Well, that's hard to come across.
It is
just somewhat.
It's tough.
And I don't want to be.
If I ever get anybody with just a slight country accent like me, I won't let them go. I ask them I try to fix everything that's ever been wrong with it.
Yeah. Do you know Maytag? You work with him?
Do you know anything about refrigerators?
Yeah, it doesn't happen a lot, but you're right, Bubba. There's no greater moment than to be taught some kind of customer service thing. Now, the thing I don't understand is I can understand that you don't have the language down. Not sure why you're talking to people.
Maybe you need a job where you don't have to communicate.
Right. Not sure why you're talking to people that speak a language that you can't speak. Don't understand that. Because you give us an option if we need to talk to somebody that speaks Spanish. I think maybe we need an option for, do you prefer English?
Yeah.
Okay, because if
you got broken English and then you got
if I speak English, I would like to speak to someone that I can communicate with. That doesn't feel unreasonable. But then there's the second whammy that I don't get. And we've all done it here on there. We've all done the impression. Why can you, not that you can't speak our language very well, why are you talking so low? You're also distant and hard to hear, just from a volume standpoint. I would almost
you
feel
think
better.
That comes out of insecurity?
That's what I was wondering. But is there any better
it's like
feeling?
The mic's way over here,
Yeah, once I would just like to go when you get that, the menu. It says speak, 1 for English, 2 from somebody from Tennessee. I would I'll take that. Well, hey, sugar, how can I help you out? This thing ain't working just right.
Is there any greater feeling on the rare day that happens? You're starting off with the one that we all do the impression.
She said, "Hey, honey, let me put you on hold. Let me check on that. Yes. I'll get right back, sweetheart."
Oh, when you hear the yes, Bubba.
How's your mama and them while you on hold? They good?
Yeah, everybody good. Yeah, good. Who you think's gonna win the ball game, baby? But then when you get the hello, can you take and I'm just like, I got no chance.
Can't press the phone any harder into my ear.
Could I speak with someone who can speak my language and talks in the phone?
I think,
and then you're on hold and you hear, "Hello, baby, sugar, what's the problem?" And then when you hear that, you're like, "Oh."
I think any CEO that votes to use a call center overseas. Should have to call into that call center 100 times and see how their experience.
So 100 times,
like undercover cop or undercover boss.
Yeah.
Where they go. I want you to be an undercover consumer.
Well,
I want your thing to be tore up, and you have to call and talk to these people. You just saved a dime by hiring.
Yeah,
see if it's a good thing for you.
Yeah, I tell you what I do like is that deal where they call you. Instead, you sitting there waiting, they go, "We'll call you back."
I like that too.
I can't stand listening to that music and them telling me how important my call is and all that.
But sometimes,
depending on who's calling me back, if it's
Well, it's normally going to be that.
It's not real important to you. I wouldn't be on hold.
No,
not
I
for,
love it. They
not
said
for
we'll
this long,
call
know.
you. I'm fine.
Raise your hand. I've done it. Raise your hand.
Then I miss it. Yeah, I had the volume down. Didn't know it.
Raise your hand if it has been so hard to understand and you can't go anywhere. You've just hung up.
Yes. Yes. After asking them, could you please get me someone?
Well, Terry's like, you do that.
I have done that, and that
you
person
feel like you
didn't
hurt their
sound any
feelings?
better.
You feel like you hurt their feelings a little bit.
Well,
does that bother
they're
you?
long.
Well,
They're far away.
Do you think it would bother him if you go, look, we're just not communicating? Do you have anybody on your staff from Arkansas?
Right.
Anybody?
Please.
Can you help me out?
Please.
In Bangladesh, probably not.
I wouldn't say Louisiana because that could go even too far the other way.
Yeah.
You know, they might be too hard.
We ought to throw it back on them. We start talking and they can't understand us.
Yeah.
Just throw it back on them.
Well, I think that's already happening.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean they clearly can understand us. We just can't understand them.
Right.
You know, we
I
start.
like when they're going to run a test, and you got to hear all that.
I'm just like, I don't know.
And they got a lot of background noise of other people taking
and
calls.
I can hear the other people talking.
It's
like you said,
cubicles everywhere, and they don't have good soundproof.
And I have done I don't mean to be rude.
Put carpet on it, pal.
I cannot understand what you're saying. Can you give me someone that I can? I'm so sorry. I know you're trying so
You're probably
hard.
a good
I told
person.
one time I needed Southern English. Do you have anybody with Southern English?
Ah.
If I said to you,
we have someone from Albany. Yeah, I'll take them.
I'll take
Albany,
that,
Georgia. I go.
You're right though. You could go Louisiana and it go another way.
Oh yeah, it could go. You could.
What is somebody? What's going on down there? Try somebody else. Let's try something else.
And then you can go North or South Alabama because that's a different accent too.
It is.
Yeah, but we don't
South
understand
Alabama
either one
sounds
of them.
like Foghorn Leghorn.
And you can, because and you can
North sounds like
you can
a bunch
go
of rednecks.
you can go rural.
Nice.
Yeah, you can go rural and get Gary. Hey, what's going
Well, you
on?
got Southern and you got countries.
Right, that's the two things. You're right. Now, if you get the Todd Nation, how can I help you, boy?
Well, see, I know they're from Montgomery area. Yeah, absolutely.
Call him from Montgomery. How can I help you there?
And if a dog is named Belvedere, come on.
Yeah, because you know,
and they love sweet magnolia.
Yeah, because you
have
don't
a lemonade, sir.
You don't want Gary because then he lectures you about it being broke.
Right.
Hey, I mean, I knew this guy was coming. I mean, anytime I'm looking for you, I just find a bunch of broke stuff and you standing next to it. And so then you get lectured, so you don't want that. But I'm with you. I think if you get the honey sugar, all that,
That could be Beth Mowens. Who knows?
Don't look.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Speedy.
What?
What are you gonna scream Beetlejuice 3 times next?
College football fans, I'm sorry. Beth Mowens actually has a game this weekend. As if the Baylor Bears have not been through enough. Having a rough season. They're taking on Texas Tech. Looks like Beth Mowens will be the ESPN2.
Stop.
3 p.m.
Hey,
Central
look at
time.
Look at that
game.
duo.
That's
Look
real
at that
sweet.
dynamic
First
duo.
of all, Mama's ready to head on over to Texas Tech.
Oh, gracious.
Beth Mowens, play-by-play action with the Red Raiders. Taking on Baylor Bears. A lot of R's in this game. I'll do great. There's Raiders. There's Bears. There's tacklers. There's first downs. We have Rod Gilmore with me, side by side. Hello, Rod.
Don't you know poor Rod say? Did he get in trouble at ESPN?
I think he must have.
Do you think he got in trouble?
I think he had to.
Is that
I
when-
can't hear you. What?
You know when somebody gets in trouble and they say, "Let me tell you what's going to happen."
Yeah.
Rod, you do that again, you're going to be with Beth Mowens. And
He's being punished.
He's like, "Please, when will this end?"
But she just got highlights before she met you in that picture. Look at there.
She's so sweet.
Yeah. Okay.
Headed to Texas Tech. Be down there with the Baylor Bears. Raiders.
I wonder why
Somebody's got a timeout.
I wonder why she hadn't called all year long. This is the first week we've had her.
Is it the first one? Did we have one
No,
early on?
we did. We
No,
did. We had another
didn't.
one. Yeah.
Mama, give a shout out to Calvin.
No, not doing that.
look at that. We got the evidence.
Yeah. Gotten some sun.
I
Apparently.
tell you
I was
what,
a little red.
Calvin can come up here and ring Mama's bell. Rick Burgess. Beth Mowens. Like some Speedy.
What about the Red Raiders, though?
Red Raiders. 5-1.
Boy, Speedy, when you left, you just took the life out of that UAB thing.
boy,
didn't
you
you?
did.
Good night. Talking about the air coming up.
UAB wanting Speedy back. Need the action. Mama life.
She didn't say that.
We'll be right back.
Blazer.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The story, if you have fat friends, if you have fat friends,
Here we go.
we're updating.
Why can't we be fat?
Rick, the headline says overweight friends eat more when they snack together.
Again, these studies.
Really?
I mean, Dateline, New York. I mean, it's all set up like it's this great finding. How do these scientists take money for these grants with a straight face? I'd like to have some money. I'd like to study if overweight fat people seem to eat more when they're together.
Rick, this just in, drunks seem to drink more when they're together.
Oh, wow. That's next week.
Yeah,
that's
That's
the
what
next
I'm saying. I mean, the obvious.
Right.
If you are dining with overweight friends, something is on.
What's on you? You got a creature on you of some kind?
I don't know if I got a shoestring going back.
Watch
I got
out
a
now.
bug.
Looks
Y'all
like a
ain't
praying
there?
mantis.
If you're dining with overweight friends, beware. A small U.S. study has found that overweight children and teenagers eat more when they have a snack with an overweight friend than they do with a thinner peer.
No, I've lived this. This is absolutely correct.
That is why I like to go to lunch with Speedy.
I've lived this. I have look. Thin people will guilt you out of you won't get dessert. When I eat with thin people, I never get dessert because they don't get it. But buddy, when I go out with my chub friends, you're not gonna get dessert. How come? You know what I mean? And I'm like, all right.
And look, you need to try this. You need to try that. Well, just order you one.
And then the great chubby line, let's split one.
Yeah.
And then that never works out.
Then you split two, and you might as well order one.
Right.
Researchers from the State University of New York at Buffalo studied a group of 9 to 15-year-olds and found that all youngsters, regardless of their weight, tend to eat more when they snack with a friend rather than a peer they did not know. Another catch here.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest calorie intakes were seen when an overweight child snacked with another overweight friend.
That was there. Now you're seeing it.
Because you know what they do? They go, well, that was a good 3 cookies. Let's just have the whole pack.
Right.
And it goes, yeah, sure, let's do
Look,
that.
you and I live this. How many times have you seen me? Hey, you seen them brownies in there?
This is it. Hey, you going to get dessert? No, I don't feel like Oh, heck, let's get ice cream.
Right.
Their findings reported in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition. I bet that's an exciting read every month. Highlighted the role of friends' influence and how children eat and possibly how it figures into their weight control. Researchers say that it's not surprising that children eat more when they are with friends instead of strangers. One of the doctors told the Reuters news agency that health has the same pattern that we find in adults, which can be partly explained by people being more self-conscious around strangers. So I guess what they're saying, if we go to a restaurant, we should get up and go to a stranger's table and everybody just mix it up.
I got to start eating with strangers more.
Yep.
Not fat strangers though.
No.
That's right.
Yeah. Any thin stranger want to have lunch today?
Anyone?
Anyone?
Why do I feel like you or I could talk the thin person into eating more than they would talk us into eating less?
Speedy has always said that you and I have the ability to make people act like us and us being influenced by them.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll go in trying to eat better with y'all and end up eating worse and walking out
Hey, I'm
feeling
doing
good
better.
about myself.
Look, I'm doing better.
I walk out going, man, I ate with the guys. All right. And I feel bloated the rest of the day.
No, I'm doing better. You got to admit, we're doing better.
Rick.
Not up here. I mean, but out once we leave here.
Well, see, I don't know because I'm not with you.
You wouldn't believe how much better it is.
Okay.
Well, you know what they say, you can't get a box of cookies through the eye of the needle.
Right.
But it's
You're right. And look,
Bubba, he, of course, is an interesting cat, to say the least.
Oh, he's
okay?
one of the most interesting people I've ever met.
Right. I mean, not only will he tour down.
I like to call it diverse.
And be just a tennis, ambassador. Okay.
You wait till I get on horseshoes.
But he'll eat a banana and claim he can eat anything in the world because he ate that banana.
Well, he did a good job. Look, Bubba, this is what
Banana's a great warm-up for a brownie.
I've said this about Bubba many times. His unpredictability is very predictable.
Right.
Thank you, Rick.
Yes.
I take that as a compliment.
Really, it's amazing. I marvel at you and the ability that you have to. I don't know. I just
would
can't
y'all like to
explain
predict
it.
the next kick you think I'm going to be on? You've already said it's hydroelectric
It's got something
power.
to do with hydroelectric power. Really? But let me just say, the thing that's there, he's messing
Don't
up.
tell my neighbors, Rick,
Listen.
I'm constructing an earth dam.
Listen, let me
His
tell-
ability to get on a kick too. Think about it,
Yeah.
Rick.
And-
he can get on a kick and drop everything else in his life like he's never even enjoyed doing anything else.
No.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. So looks like Baylor and Texas Tech, I'm sorry, the reprieve, it ended. It's coming up this weekend. Somebody said on the text they thought Jesse Palmer was as annoying. That's just not, I mean, that's an outrageous statement. You may not like Jesse Palmer, and you may not prefer Jesse Palmer, but I don't even, they're not even in the same category.
It doesn't hurt your ears.
No, I thought Jesse Palmer does a good idea. I mean, does a good
I
job.
heard him call one the other night. Now, RG3, I wasn't big on. Of course, they let him go, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
He overdid it.
He did. Now, who's the guy that is it Gus Johnson?
Gus Johnson. Good.
That every single
Gus
play.
does a great job, but every play you think it's the game winner.
Right.
I mean, we're just started the first quarter. And he goes deep. He starts screaming. I said, good night. This game must nearly be over.
Gus is excited, Greg. I mean, Gus is excited. Elon Musk is with us.
Elon.
Here we go, Elon. Here we go. Somebody say, dollar, 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 dollar. So Elon Musk has gone all in, Bubba.
He really has.
He
on
is
this.
all in.
I mean, he is all in.
Well, he's going to say what you've heard on this show a lot about the upcoming election, and he's going to kind of cut through all the clutter. Greg, he does not jump. You're fine. And
That's a weird
And
guy.
he's just going to say what is on the line in November and simplify this choice. And so here's Elon Musk. Is he at a rally? What is he at here?
I think he is.
Okay,
Yep, in
all right.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania rally. Here we go.
Yeah, and I think the things we all want are simple, sensible, I think common sense things. We obviously want secure borders. We want safe cities. Sensible spending, so that we don't have crazy inflation. We want freedom of speech. We want the Constitution to be upheld. And I'm being told at times that these are like right-wing values. I'm like, are you insane?
Right.
This is literally the fundamental values that made America what it is today. Anyone who's against those things is fundamentally anti-American, and the hell with them.
Hey, whoa!
Wait a minute.
Greg,
Yeah.
Greg,
Getting a little edgy.
did you write that speech
Yeah,
for
I
him?
did. I did. I thought he needed some help.
But I think what we
Is that not the whitest African you've ever seen? He is
South
pale.
African, Greg.
Yeah,
South
he's-
African.
yeah,
African
he is.
Greg.
I mean, he is. I'm white, but he's pale. You can almost see through him.
Yeah, I know. He is a very white
Buddy.
person.
He is. I'm
Really
telling you, there's something weird about him.
It's not the point of the clip, Greg.
Not the point of the clip.
What do you
He's
mean?
fine. He got skin straight. He's like a lizard person or something.
You think?
Greg thinks he's an alien.
Yeah,
He
Greg.
has
Why
a
don't
long
you just
time.
say it? You think that Elon Musk is an alien?
I do. I think he's wearing skin as like a mask,
Okay.
and he happened to pick real white skin for some reason.
Well,
Look,
and you're just saying that his brilliance is almost not of this world.
it isn't.
And then he looks a little odd.
I mean, I
But
got
he's-
PayPal going. Next thing you know, I'm building rockets and bringing them back and catching them with chopsticks.
right.
And building robots. And
Robots
building
and cars, and I mean,
Better known as his army.
yeah, exactly.
Is that Tesla robot kicking the football? Is that real or made up?
That was the one that you sent me was that was fake. That
Okay,
was
I was wondering about that.
So
Fell for it again.
that was scary. No, I asked Adler. I said, "Is this real?"
Megalodon all over again?
Hey, buddy, I know it's game day. You're going to get to Thompson, okay? But
Nothing to do
you're all,
with
he's
it.
all giddy because it's game day. He's excited.
You
Going to take
remember-
Mama to the grocery
remember he
store.
thought Megalodon was real.
No, I
Didn't try to crawfish out of it.
I did not. I asked Adler, and we'll do that because is this real or not? And he said it wasn't. But it
Well,
was
it makes him the
scary.
expert.
It was scary to see this robot kicking a football.
Wasn't real.
And I asked him if it was real.
Well,
it
look,
said a Tesla
it goes back to this
robot.
again. The ones we've seen that aren't fake. That's scary enough.
Yeah, it was shortly
I don't
after
need it
that.
kicking.
Yeah.
So I'm already scared.
Well, but go back to Elon
You get one
Musk
to drink with you, Greg.
for just a moment, because
Don't be wounded because you believed in Megalodon.
right. don't lash
How
out.
did that
So now
get work its way into the
I don't
because
know.
he believed that the field goal kick.
No, hey, Rick, Rick, I didn't believe it.
No, I didn't say it.
I asked
Greg
Adler if it was
suggested-
real.
No, look,
And
the
I also
Megalodon-
didn't
I
think
wasn't on the
Megalodon was real either. It's
Right.
just another thing that Greg's created.
I'm kidding about the football thing, but the Megalodon was him and his buddy. They
Right.
thought it was real.
Take it to the
That's
bank.
not true.
Yeah.
Take it to the
See,
bank.
They said you ain't believe
So
it.
classic you.
Yeah.
And I fall for it again. I just need to shut up. Because all it does is feed you.
Yeah.
Fell for it again.
He is absolutely an engineering mind
Show the
that,
kid
that we have
kicking the
not seen.
football.
Somebody
That's
saying
steaks,
Hey,
baby.
something off.
Somebody said,
Better
Greg,
watch him.
I think he's simplified everything.
Rick, you're right
Yes.
about that Army.
Look at the Raptor 1 engine versus the Raptor 3. That's a 3-year
See?
progression.
Evolution,
and just,
yeah.
it's just
See?
it goes from almost like a rat's nest of pipes to just a streamlined, beautiful machine, frankly.
I rest my case.
And he just set up this Colossus AI supercomputer, and other tech CEOs were saying that it would take a company a year to set this up, and his company set it up in 4 weeks.
are you talking about
Okay.
intelligence beyond this world?
He is
Yeah,
he's
he's almost like he's from another world.
Is he building a rocket
Enthusiasm beyond this world.
from the text line? Is he building rockets to try to get back home? That's a good one.
That's an
That is
interesting
good.
theory. I had not thought about that.
Yeah.
But
Now,
his
again-
engineering mind at scale is unparalleled. It's just unbelievable what he can do.
But and he's also shows his brilliance by once being a leftist, but isn't anymore.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
and he said because of what he just said a minute ago.
So if he's a computer, he's learning, Greg.
He
Correct.
is.
Oh.
He's learning.
Nice,
He's like
Bubba.
Whopper.
Yeah, it's a peacock there.
What
Like
he
Whopper on War Games.
what he said that we need to please let's try this. Those principles he just said, and I'll run them down for you quickly. Okay, he just said we want secure borders, we want safe cities, sensible spending, freedom of speech, and we want the Constitution to be upheld. These are not right-wing tenets. They're American principles.
Right.
They're not right-wing principles. These are American principles.
Yes.
And so if you are against these things, you are anti-American. This is what the founding fathers called for. Now, you may not like it, but they're not right-wing. They're what America was founded on. And if you don't like that, then you just want to change America, which that would explain the things you're doing.
Sure.
And I think Elon had a word for you.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
He sure did.
And now it's Speedy. You tell me, is this real? Is this a real picture? Is he a lizard person?
That's Greg's.
I'm telling y'all.
Right again, Greg. No, I'm kidding.
I'm just telling you.
Write it down.
You think?
Keep an eye on him.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that that's why I'm a little concerned about the robot army?
He has
That's
proven
it. He's building an army.
He
And they can
has
drive, too.
he has an engineering way of going about doing things and a system that he has built and refined, and he uses it in everything he does engineering. And he's proven that he can move technology forward quicker than what we used to could do with some of the more traditional ways. And like I said, he doesn't wait 10 years and have all the computer models ready to go. He'll blow a few things up and go, well, the pressure was too high there. Let's fix it and, go on.
Ricky, worry about his robot family. How about all them kids he's breeding? Hey, what, he got about 10 of them?
I don't know how many, Greg.
Well, he pointed out that we're behind on the population.
That's what I'm saying.
curve.
He's
We're
trying
not-
to do
We're
that,
not going
too.
to have enough kids.
You all see this thing
So
kicking
he's
football.
doing what he can. I
He
guess,
is. He's doing his part.
single-handedly.
He's doing his part.
The robots can now explore unseen areas autonomously and map the area. And this is something that I'm really worried
Look
about.
out.
They can back up into their own little charging port and charge themselves on the nearest
No
charging
way.
station.
Oh, no.
That's going to be a problem.
They're
I
going to
think.
come marching down the street with red
Yeah.
dots on their chest.
Yeah, the eyes are going to turn red.
Yep.
I think I would just take the charging stations and start knocking them down.
Yeah, we're going to have to do that at some point.
Yeah, say, hey, you won't find that one when you run out of juice.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
They're the one kicking.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Intern Bruiser is now making his way to the
Don't be
microphone.
jealous that I've been chatting online with babes.
Yep. And here at the old broadcast plaza, we always have the old term, last one out, turn the alarm on and shut her down.
Yep.
Last one out, shut her down, put the alarm on.
That's right. And on Labor Day, we had a best of rolling, and so it was myself, it was Greg Burgess, it was Bruiser, it was Booger,
and it was Elwood's.
Booger Bon Jovi.
Yep, Booger. And we were all here, and after the show, I had a little production that needed to be done, so I had to go in and cut some commercials and stuff like that. But, on a holiday, we all try to kind of get out of here because everything's closed and all that. So, after the show, I'm in there, and our production room is right by the golden ticket door, the hallway that leads out. So you can kind of hear when people are going in and out and stuff, especially when you're trying to cut a commercial. It gets real loud. So I'm trying to cut the commercial. About halfway through it, I hear the interns. They didn't know I was in there, but they're real loud, so I have to stop the recording.
You
I
love
love that because I'm trying to get out of here, and I hear kind of everybody going, "Yeah, okay, we'll see you later, man. Have a great day. Have a happy Labor Day," and all this kind of stuff. They're talking to Greg, and Greg's kind of doing some office work and making sure everything's good on his end, and I hear them exit out the hall. And
Two of them.
Well, I didn't know. It sounded like everybody. I hear the door, shut and close, but there's a bathroom right by the door. That's the golden ticket bathroom. Okay. And so I finished cutting the commercial. Greg steps out. After I step out, Greg comes down the hall, and he says, "Hey, buddy, I'm gone. See you later." And I said, "Okay, man. Hope you feel better," because he kind of started feeling a little sick. And then he leaves. He goes out that same hallway and out the same door the interns left. And he said, "Hey, man, you got lockup." I'm like, "Okay, I'll turn the alarm on. I got lockup."
Got it.
So
got that handled.
So I go back to the office. I do one check, last check of email. I do some tidying up, and I start the process of turning things off, making sure doors are shut, and all this kind of stuff. So I start up front, and I kind of just work my way back towards the main business door that we all leave in, set the alarm on. So I do that, and just like normal, I leave and turn the alarm on, and I get in the car, and I guess it takes me 25 minutes to get home, I guess. I get about, 15 to 20 minutes down the road. I get off my exit, and I'm driving. I'm probably within 5 minutes from being to the house, I guess, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go over to the mother-in-law's house and
start working your plan for Labor Day.
Eat, we're cooking out and all this kind of stuff. I was even about to call Terry. And all of a sudden, I get this phone call, and it's the police. And I'm like, what's going on? So, hello? Hey, somebody's in your studio. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? Somebody's in my studio. Next thing I see Tom Scott. He's on the other line calling in. Hey, Speedy, what's going on? What's going on?
Tom,
what's
the
going
engineer?
on? I'm like, I don't know. What are you talking about? What's going on? I'm going home. What
Somebody's
do you mean?
in the studio.
And I'm freaking out now. And he said, hey, the police are. I was like, I know. They're on the. He said the police are saying somebody's in there. Motion sensors are going off and all this kind of stuff. And he said somebody's actually in the building. And I'm thinking,
touching Bubba's stuff.
Yeah, it's only mere seconds to the machine gunners come out.
Right. And I'm thinking to myself, did I close the doors? And then they're like, well, no, not only did an exit deal, but the motion somebody's moving around. So, okay. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So I swing it around. I'm like, don't know what I can do. I might get shot, but I'm headed back. Okay. So I head back, and I tell them that I'm coming, and I assure Tom that I'm going back. I'll give you a report. And then this weird phone number comes up. And I'm like, well, oh, no. And, I'm going to answer this one, too. Hello? Hey, Speedy? Yeah, who's this? It's Bruiser. Hey, Bruiser, what's going on?
Did he sound like this?
Don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes.
Yes. He goes, hey, something's wrong with the power in the studio. I was like, what do you mean something's wrong with the power in the studio? And then it starts clicking. And I'm thinking to myself, how'd you get back in? He goes, well, everything's flashing and there's a loud sound going. And I'm like, I said, Bruiser, Bruiser, that would be the alarm. I said, stay.
Oh.
I'm like, what happened? He goes, well, I was using the bathroom. And I'm like, wow, you've been in there for about 25 minutes. Everything all right? Drop the kids off? What's up?
All right.
And I said, wow, buddy. Everything good? I was in there when I guess you left, and I didn't know when I came out, and I tried to leave. And, he starts giving me this line. I'm like, Bruiser, just stay right there. I'm coming. Tell the police who are about to put you in handcuffs, okay, that Speedy is on the way.
Right.
So sure enough,
you're lucky just John didn't put you down and put you in a chicken wing.
That's right. Boy, that's a great point.
So sure enough, the cops get here and question him, and here I come, and
how'd that feel, Bruiser?
It was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He came to the door and asked to see my ID, and I told him what was going on. And I explained the situation, and he called it in. They said everything was all right, and he left.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was in the bathroom.
How long were you in there?
Not that long.
Bruiser, I almost got home. And if you were in there when everybody left, I was almost home, brother.
Let me tell you
Look,
something.
I'd rather him relax in there during that than the 5-minute commercial break we've got.
Right, because he wouldn't have made it back.
Can I tell you this? When I started this hour, I thought my mom in a cast was going to be the most traumatizing visual I would have in my head. Can I tell you, since the last segment and now this, I was incorrect. I mean, I never thought that visual would now be third.
Let me just tell you, I wasn't in there the whole time, right? I heard him cutting commercials while I was in there. Then after he left, I went out. And that's when the lights were off, and I was wondering what was going on. So I was walking around, trying to figure out what was going on because I thought the power had gone out.
Seven and a half minutes past the hour, coming to you from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy, Greg Burgess here, of course also Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here for the Rick and Bubba Experience.
So I'm checking the text line. I forget about this all the time, but this shirt was given to me as a gift, and every time I wear it, people start hollering, "Where did you get that?" Super Tom, the engineer who's about to play bass, just saw it. This was a gift to me through one of Adler's brothers, right?
My brother's buddy invented it and trademarked it. It's called State Camo.
Yeah, and so a lot of you are asking, where can you get it? I'll tell you what's cool about this. They can actually do this in your state, wherever you're watching or listening. Where it has the state of Alabama on this camo shirt, you can have your state there. I guess they're still doing it. Everyday Outdoors is the company, and I've done some work with them, and hopefully we'll do some in 2025. So if you use the code BIGVOX, V as in voice, OX, you should get a discount on this state camo if you want some of that too. But they can do it in any state. Bubba, we have a wacky world here today. This one.
How bizarre! How bizarre!
Here we go. A look around the wacky.
Ooh, baby.
Bubba, there's certain things that there's few things you can get everybody to agree on.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But I can't say everybody. I've actually seen some groups now that have changed them. All right. Most everybody that we would not be afraid to live in the same community with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Most people of clear thinking minds, we all pretty much agree, no matter what our worldview may be, that we don't like the Nazis. Right?
I believe you're right now. Everybody's weighed in. There's a few.
There's some pro-Nazi people out there. I wouldn't like to live next to them or around them, but pretty much.
You mean the National Socialist Party of Germany?
Well,
Is that
thank
the one
you.
Right.
Please clarify that. You're right. They just have different logos.
About the SS?
I'm sorry, Bubba. They just have different logos now.
Right.
So anyway, listen. But I would say that most of any imagery involving the Nazis, you want to stay away from.
Yeah.
The Holocaust and all that, really bad PR.
Not good. Not a good situation.
Trying to take over the world, wipe out, commit genocide.
Not good.
Not good. So we have a restaurant in Massachusetts and you know
the
this,
Kilth and Ken. You ever been there?
Never have.
What's it
Bubba.
called? The Kilth and Ken. It says.
It's in Hudson, Massachusetts.
I don't know what that is.
I've never been there, and I love that this happened in a place that's so to the left.
Oh,
Makes
yeah.
it even
Yeah,
better.
it is.
But apparently there was a group of World War II reenactors.
Right.
I know about Civil War where we live. I didn't know we had.
Yeah, I didn't know
those.
we had the others.
They dressed in costume, and unfortunately, they decided to dine at the restaurant that is near Boston over the week.
So they went out and had a war in a field somewhere,
Right.
reenacted it, and said, "Hey, let's break for lunch."
Right.
And they went downtown.
Yep.
And two of them still had their Nazi uniforms on.
Correct.
And now the restaurant's getting blowback.
The
right?
restaurant is apologizing. Sorry about serving the Nazis.
Yeah.
They aren't really Nazis.
They're not real.
Might ought to leave that back at the old field.
What if one of them had the Hitler mustache?
Yeah, no, boy. Does anybody wear that anymore?
That's a good one.
By the way, does anybody even use the name Adolf anymore? I wonder if that's
not since them and Coors.
Right. Well, that's true, Greg.
And a pretty good basketball coach.
They were part of
you're right.
of a remembering our heritage museum, which I didn't know we had those anymore in the Northeast. But people are calling the incident, and I'm not sure I agree with this, beyond thoughtlessness. Beyond thoughtless.
It sounds like actors that got hungry to me.
I mean, wasn't it obvious they were actors? I mean, I think if I walked, because I know there's not anybody, well, there may be, I don't know, walking around dressed that way. I think I would have defaulted to. I bet they're actors.
Someone somewhat level-headed said it's not a hate crime, it's just stupidity. And I would say
maybe it's not wise.
Change out of your uniform before you go eat.
We're rolling over from the American Heritage Museum.
Right.
Adler and Greg are dressed as Nazis. I think I would probably say, hey guys, y'all might want to change.
I'd probably
surely
say,
y'all brought another change of clothes.
I'd say, hey, Adolf, you want to knock off that outfit before we go eat?
Yeah. Maybe readjust that.
I gotta say, okay, this is gonna take me a second to explain.
Oh no!
But
what have you done
when
now?
I was a kid?
No, you didn't.
In school. No, this is a long story.
What have you done?
This is a long, stupid story, but I think it
Stole
applies.
stuff.
I think it applies.
Okay.
Did you guys do the wax museum when you were kids in school, where everybody came to school dressed as somebody, and you got to and you stood still, and then the other kids would come through the classroom?
I've heard of it.
I've never heard of doing
We
a
didn't do
live
it.
wax museum.
At
We didn't
my
have that at
school.
Oxford.
I know my kids. Some of them were part of. They had to dress like presidents.
Yes,
famous
same
presidents.
thing.
Okay.
But you'd have to stand still like
no
a wax.
No,
You
they actually did a dance and everything. It was really weird.
You stood still. That's funny.
Yeah.
And
the women were the first ladies.
You went as Adolf Hitler?
I know.
Is that
no,
where
no,
you're
no.
going
A
with
kid actually did my class, by the way.
No.
Yes. It was very controversial.
I bet.
Very, very. I'm like, wow. And we had to clarify. You think he's a bad historical figure, right? Not a good one. And he was like, yes, I think he's a bad one. We're like, okay.
Still probably a tough call.
I went as Michael Jordan. Okay.
Oh,
wow.
I know where this is going.
And I wanted to
How
paint. I
realistic
did
were
want
you?
to paint my face. I did want to because I was a kid. I didn't know. My mom was like, "No, we're not going to do that." And I was like, "Okay, that's probably wise." But at my school, you were not allowed to wear sleeveless. You were, and I liked jerseys. I thought jerseys were cool. I wanted to show off my fourth grade guns. Right, I wanted to show them off.
And I bet they were impressed.
On Wax Museum Day, I got to wear the jersey without a shirt underneath, and I got to wear the jersey for the rest of the day as well.
They made an exception.
So I used that as a way to show off the guns for the rest of the day, wearing the jersey, right?
So yeah.
And so I think there's a little bit of that going on.
Oh, they want everybody to
I
say
think
they kind of like
I think
the
they
uniform.
kind of like wearing it, and they're
Little
like,
different.
"No, it's part of a reenactment."
Little different.
Now, if you'd have been in blackface, the story would have mattered.
Right. But I knew there was a long way home, but I think that's what's going on.
Right, and what people are saying now is that you wanted to be blackface, and your mom steered you away from that.
That was good. Yeah,
that was good parenting.
Speedy sent me a package about this.
It's a little bit of what you were showing, but yeah, it kind of explains. But I don't know if we have enough time.
We
for
do
it here.
not.
He was been showing some B-roll though, of the place and all that.
We'll be
the
back.
reenactors.
Yeah.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, we got a crowd watching.
I didn't know we did.
Oh,
World
wow,
War
they
II.
got
tanks.
It's really good. But probably not the best idea to go for lunch. So.
Put on a T-shirt.
Yeah,
Something else.
We come back, the wonderful wheel of canned meat right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody is getting tired of hearing about my foot. Okay, I got that. How about How about I'm tired of talking about it?
Right.
I told you yesterday, and as late as Wednesday afternoon,
Sonny.
I tried to get out of playing this round. Not because I would have been glad to ride around, visit, but I knew I could not walk. Even though if you can drive the cart right up to the ball, you still got to walk up a lot of hills to get, in my case, out of sand traps, to the tee blocks, all that stuff.
Blocks.
My round yesterday started with me on the driving range. And I went and got a new driver with the, we got to shop at the Nike tent.
Use yours up on that.
And I got a new driver, and I worked with it a little bit, but I was pulling everything to the right.
Right.
I could mark the spot where it was going. I was hitting very consistently, but I was pulling it to the, to the left. Pulling it to my left.
Yeah, very consistently the wrong way.
So when I got on first off, I get in the cart, and it doesn't have a roof on it. So I'm like, hey, no roof. This is going to be a nightmare. I'm going to be red as a lobster before it's over.
Right.
Where's my ball?
I love that.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Pawpaw, take his fish.
Has anybody seen my ball?
Take his fish.
Somebody help Jen Daddy out.
So Rick, this is how it begins.
Everybody seen Bo Jackson?
We're down there waiting to start, and they changed the setup where they kept the carts at the driving range, and they would not let you leave on the cart till it was just a few minutes before your tee time. So they told us we're running late, and those guys are doing a great job, and we're having a conversation with them, but they won't let me take my cart up. I like to go up and watch a group or two before us tee off, They said, no, they're running late. They want you to keep it here. Okay. Well, Takeo takes off to the putting range, and he goes up there, and, everybody's doing everything else. Well, the guy comes and says, hey, they're ready for you up top. So I thought, okay. So we go up there, and we don't no more get there, and they're going, come on, we're behind. Y'all, come on, we're waiting on you. And I'm like, so nothing like being rushed to the first tee. So we get up there, and there's a great crowd as always. And everybody's hooping and hollering, and we're having a good time. And Hale Irwin tees off, and, of course, he just hits a masterful shot. And then for some reason, I usually go last. I'm next. I don't know why. I guess they were building up to Bo Jackson.
You're right. Who I understand crushed.
So I get up there, and I announced, and people, if you were in that gallery on the first one yesterday, I'd like for you to call and verify this. I announced to everybody down the fairway on the left side, you people right there need to watch. It's coming towards you. I even do to the eyes. Watch. Keep an eye on it.
And you're looking to the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, and I'm holding my hand, and I'm saying, you people are in trouble right here. I mean, there's so many people there, and they're so close. There's nowhere for them to go. And I'm just saying, it's coming your way. Well, I get up there. I try to make the necessary adjustment. I'm even aiming a little to the right.
Didn't you say you were aiming at 1 or 2 o'clock?
Yeah, instead of aiming at 12 o'clock down the fairway, I click it over 1 to about 1 o'clock because I think I'm going to kill somebody, and I've warned them, and I know that they're not hearing my warning. I rear back to hit the ball, and it goes exactly where I told them it was going to go. Now, it goes wailing into the crowd.
Bodies flying everywhere.
It's down a little ways, and there's so many people I can't tell. All of a sudden, it pops back out in the fairway, further down. So, everybody's trying to give you a positive. Say, hey, it came back out.
Right.
Well,
Sure.
I can't tell what's happening. So we go back, and Takeo goes, and I
actually
Ed
understood
and
that Takeo's first shot was even worse than yours.
He had a little bit of a draw too. So we have to exit stage right down this steep hill, which, if you have a foot bothering you, that steep hills are great. And we get in the cart and take off. And unfortunately, apparently, my shot did hit a young man. And
a boy.
And Bo was walking down the fairway. So when I come back into the fairway, he said, Bubba, come here. He said, this is a young man you hit, and you need to apologize to him. And I did.
You do it on purpose?
And we signed a ball for him. And
was he crying?
And Bo was trying to tell him that he
name?
had several good lawyers, just in case.
Right.
And I said, Bo, I appreciate that. And
Daddy, why did that old man hit me?
But
Where am I at? Where am I at?
He was a fine young man. And
Daddy, will the swelling go down?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
right, we're back. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba, light up that wheel, baby. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. There they go. The golden ticket seat guests filing by, checking something off their Rick and Bubba bucket list. A spin of the wonderful wheel of canned meat.
Come on, give it a try.
Well, we've added some prizes. Most of them on the wheel are not available anymore. Moultrie still is. Blaze TV
Oh,
still
well, we
is.
got some goodies over here, though.
Bubba, I mean, yesterday
upgraded, yeah.
from the online store, some Rick and Bubba hats that we never approved. They were presented
How did I
to
not
it.
approve that white one?
I don't know.
thought we had one like that.
We didn't. Never did make the store. So what they are is samples that were sent to us to consider. The only one that ever made the store is this red one right here. The others did not. So anyway, so that's been added. We Be Big the book.
What was that, Rick?
DB. A Rick and Bubba mug. They found one. There was one available. So it's there. So
we have a radio affiliate glass crystal trophy thing to sit on your shelf.
Yeah, you'll be thanked for being one of our affiliates, even though you're not. But it still will be cool. So
well, you kind of are if you listen to the show.
Well, that's true. And what a cool keepsake that is.
I know.
So let's get it started. Rock and Roll City's ready to go as well. Rachel Baines will be first up to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Well, here's what we say for Rachel. Everybody, wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, girl. So here we go.
Rachel with a big spin to get it started.
Let's see what Rachel spins right out of the gate here. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear it.
Don't have them. Look right here, Rachel. Look at this. These are things actually
Quite
from.
a montage.
I mean, here, let me grab my cell phone. Don't grab it.
Oh, coffee
she
mug
went with
right
the
out of
mug.
the gate.
What a great choice. Jason Baines is up next.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. What do we say for Jason? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Jason. There he goes. There he goes. Jason, let's see if he can get a win. Come on, Jason. Look at that wheel light up, Bubba. That thing illuminates, doesn't it? Yeah.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
Not available the way we were doing that in the past. So look right here. Grab something off there. That's a little keepsake to take with you today. A little indecisive. Oh, he goes with a hat. There he goes.
Keep him warm.
A sample hat that never made it to the store. Dawson Baines is up next. What do we say? Wow, what I'm sorry. Landon Baines. Landon Baines.
Dawson jumped up.
Dawson jumped up. All right, it's Dawson. There he goes.
Dawson Baines.
There's Dawson. There's so many Baines in here. Unlike nothing for Dawson. Jaws
Maybe shouldn't have jumped in front of brother.
Well, you know what? Now we got Landon Baines. What do we say for Landon? Wow, what a wheel! There we go, Landon. Landon Baines. Let's see here. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
That's the one today.
Rick and Bubba.
There's always one.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
It gets
so
hung in there,
There you
doesn't
go,
it?
Landon. Grab what you want. Oh, going with a hat too, huh?
that's
Oh,
a
come
good
on,
hat.
hey,
I like
how about
that
that?
hat. That's a good one.
Little sample hat. Here comes Kelly Moats. What we say?
Wow, what a wheel!
Come on, Kelly Moats.
Kelly with a big
Spinning
spin.
that wheel.
Put her knees into it.
Spinning that wheel.
T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it.
None available right now, but look right here.
I like your vest. You know, it's battery powered.
Is it really?
It's heated, yeah.
You have one of those,
I
didn't
do,
you?
I do.
And it
It's-
shorted out, didn't it? Trying to hang
Well,
on.
it's a little tighter than that.
Oh, look, she's going with proud partner of the Rick and Bubba Show.
I think
'cause
that's
she
a
is.
good one.
What a keepsake
I
that
think
is.
that's a good one.
And Speedy says we got a box of
You
them.
can put it right on the table there for Thanksgiving. The family will love it.
You have been a proud partner of the Rick and Bubba Show. You're good point, Bubba. Scotty Moats, what do we say?
Wow, what a wheel!
Go, Scotty Moats. Gary Vine's cousin.
Really? Who married in? Was it Kelly? Did you marry? Whose cousin?
Yeah.
Is it?
Hat, wear it.
Don't have that hat anymore. So see, there's
There
one
is
we do have
another hat,
though, right there.
yeah.
Hey,
Books,
I mean,
CDs.
you know, bring something back to Chilton County. He
Okay.
takes the hat. Another Rick and Bubba hat. Those didn't last very
That'll
long.
go with his shirt. Look
Those
good today.
didn't last very long. Here come the doors, Bubba. Paige Door is up next. What we say for Paige? Wow, what a will! Let it rip, Paige.
And shut the...
The door. So here we go. It's back.
Yeah.
Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear it. They still not there. And she's taking the book We Be Big because she wants to learn.
Some people
I'm a
call it the
learner.
textbook.
I'm a learner. So good stuff right there. Next, Eric Door. Here we go, Eric. Eric Door. If we could get you to sit back down. You're right in front of the camera. That's all right.
You're fine. You're okay.
Hey, tell
Nice shot of the top of your head, though.
You wouldn't believe people have. Look at the comments on your hairline. People are really impressed. So Eric Door's up next. Here we go. Wow, what a whale! Let it rip, Eric. Let it rip.
Also known by his front name.
You say front name? Look at here, Bubba. Spam. Wow. It's spam.
I blew the joke, but he got the spam. Oh, there it is. Not the first time.
Somebody sing it. Served with candied yams.
I don't care what else
You give me spam. Oh yeah.
Give me spam.
Greg, a spam winner gets a go. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! There we go. Rock and Roll City chiming in. Up next, Mike Knox. What do we say for Mike? Wow, what a whale! Let it rip. Reverse.
Mike gives it a
Michael
reverse.
Knox. No! It's dangerous. Let's see what happens. You know, they said they've been to the show multiple times. Oh, Henry
the horse. He's got to come in from the back 40.
Come on, Henry.
He'll be trotting high when he gets here.
Here he comes. Hey, Henry. Look at him. Oh, Henry the horse.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry. How you been, buddy?
I'm a little upset because I heard Greg Burgess calling my buddy Elon Musk a lizard man.
He did, yeah. He did say that.
You know, I was actually over at Elon's house last night. He's eating some bugs with his tongue. Who cares if he's a lizard man? I'm a horse man, you racist!
Yeah, what?
The horseman is upset about the lizard man.
Yeah, what kind of bigotry is that? I don't know. There we go.
Hey.
Everybody say. What a horse. Yeah. Here's Lori Knox with little Birdie Cameron. How about this? They're going to spin. What do we say? Wow, what a whale! Let it rip, girls. And look at her spin. Hey, that's a pretty good spin to be so tiny. All right, here we go. Oh, that's spam. There's more spam. More spam.
This spam might be older than her.
Because it eases stomach pain around the grill. Everybody say it. Served with candied yams. Sing it, y'all.
I don't care what
else you give me spam. Everybody say it.
Give me spam.
Bubba, I will say this week on two of the underappreciated lines of the week from you. Number one, can cosmetologists be charged with malpractice? Okay, that's a doozy on the Mike Davis, and that one right there, that can of spam may be older than that child. As I'll tell you, that's. But you know what? It won't be affected by
And
it.
you know what hit me? It's strange you mentioned that. As Henry was standing here talking into the microphone, I realized he had a better haircut than Mark Davis. You know,
He did. Congratulations, all of you who won something off the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. Two spam winners today. Rock and Roll City is standing by, and they will melt your face in the break if you have the YouTube option. So enjoy that, and if you're in the golden ticket seats, you're going to enjoy it whether you want to or not. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, check. Two. Hey, gang. Just, you know, normally we're flawless. We are. Check. Hey. Yeah, normally we're flawless. I got a cut on my hand So if it's not as good as if not perfect, you'll know why. All right. What do y'all want to do here? Let's just rock out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just pick a key.
Let's go with D. Let's go with drop D, because then I can just not even use my left hand at all. All right. Take it away, anyone. Let's go, Tom. Let's get a bass solo. Go, Tom, go. Wow, that was the best one yet. If you want to be a citizen of Rock and Roll City and you are a lizard man, that's okay, but you do have to have ID.
Daddy,
So
I
then
told
we-
you, I just wanted to meet Bo Jackson and Tequila Spikes.
Right,
Daddy,
then
can
we
I play in the baseball game
Why is that
Saturday?
old man so mean?
then we got on down the fairway. Of course, my work
Daddy, I
with
can't see.
with my irons were terrible. But we did get to the first hole, and I hit a birdie putt. So,
Oh, very good.
you know, for
And didn't
and
kill
I will say
anybody.
this: my game was horrific yesterday, and anybody who saw that will agree it was horrific.
Daddy, I can't walk.
I'm immediately now a 36. Okay. And next year, no one should say anything about it. But the putting wise, I had a pretty good day putting.
Turn the radio off, Daddy. It scares me.
Please,
I hear his
please.
voice. I hear his voice.
That's that man, Daddy. That's that man.
He's in my nightmare.
But let me tell you the bad part of it.
Daddy, I see dead people.
About hole number 3.
Daddy, I see fat golfers.
For some reason, I decided to wear these long pants yesterday because it would look more golf friendly.
Sure. Can I sleep with you and Mama tonight?
As opposed to my shorts that I like to wear. And I noticed that these pants are really not good pants for walking.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with them? In that picture, we see that.
They begin to kind of, I don't know, I don't know if my underwear got in a wad or what.
but these pants start rubbing a raw spot on the inside of my right leg.
Oh, not that.
Oh, precious.
I hate
Now
that.
I don't
A
think
little RA.
I don't
Bet
think
it
it
didn't hurt
was
as much as my leg.
I don't.
Our thanks to MyPillow.com and Mike Lindell. I love, one of the things that you and I have talked about over the years, and, we had the unfortunate person this week that tried to, go after me, and, people go after us. And, the thing we've been talking about is a lot of times when the left or people that want to cancel you or remove you and, they take all these false narratives against you because it makes their case sound better and it doesn't have to be true or not. The best way to fight against bullies is to just refuse to be moved. And, where it's no gain to come after you. And Mike Lindell, has he not done that over and over and over again as the cancel culture has tried so hard to cancel MyPillow, and they just keep moving on. You know why? They make a great product.
Good pillow.
And they make a lot of great products. So if a retail outlet wants to bend to the woke pressure, you just simply go to mypillow.com/bigvox, V as in voice, OX, and then you pick up a MyPillow or any of their other great stuff. Look at the deal right now. This is speedy kind of savings. So when everything else costs more right now, Mike Lindell has taken the classic MyPillow, which you would see at retail for $49.98. He's got it at $14.98. The queens are $18.98. The kings are $19.98. So we're talking about savings from $30 to $50. So tell the cancel culture to cram it. Go right now to mypillow.com/bigvox and enjoy the savings. Plus, if your order gets over $75, you get free shipping with that as well. And there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we've talked over the years wake-up calls. We've now put here at the center of the studio what will now be called Bubba's former chair.
Yeah. I just broke it last segment.
Yeah, it looks
it
like
was going south.
It's
I
been
could tell,
squeaking a lot.
I could tell something was wrong with it.
Yeah.
And it finally gave the ghost up there a minute ago.
Yeah,
I tried to pop it back in, but I couldn't get it to come back in.
Where's it at?
Right there.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you just ask where that was?
That big one out in front of us.
It's
Greg.
like that deer.
Yeah, go look in the. It looks like the front of it. Did you set out on the edge? It looks like it just bent
I think
down.
I kind of rolled out of it.
Yeah,
it's been squeaking a lot.
But think about how hard it's been working.
All of them are.
That
chair has worked and worked and worked.
That's like a SpaceX booster that's been to space like 30 times. That thing has worked hard.
It keeps landing. They send it back.
If only it could have talked. It could have told us, hey, guys, I'm dying over here.
What kind of reaction did you have when it broke?
I was going out the door and I looked back and I heard something about the chair was broken.
This one was a little more scary when I jumped in it because it's not adjusted the same way. I thought I flipped over backwards.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take that one, and you'll have to.
Am I Rosemary from Shallow House? That's what you're getting to on this. I got it.
Sure.
What do you make his cheap chair out of?
Yeah, certain things. There's a constant. There's things breaking left and right. That
thing's been there for years.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but
you give it all.
But you know what it is when a new chair comes in. It's with all of us. They have to kind of adapt to you.
Yeah.
And so what Bubba has now is kind of like that wild horse they just brought in. Somebody's got to break it. So he's got to get that chair to break to where it adapts to him.
He wants it.
I'm gonna give it some wooden boxes to stack up. And sit on over.
Right. You're gonna have to.
That baby. Hey, baby, she's gone.
You know what? Anybody want to take that with you today? I mean, because you talk about a keepsake.
Or we could put balloons on it and launch it.
Right, we could. That's because I don't think there's any way to recover on that one. It looks like the front end's been off.
Yeah, we'll get time.
Greg, go get a look at it. Yeah,
I tried to pop it back in. It wouldn't go. It's kind of like a shoulder.
Yeah,
got
that
popped
one,
out of
that
joint
one right there.
That's going to be reconstructive, sir.
that one. I don't know that one. Bubba, that right there may go into the Rick and Bubba Museum.
Yeah.
Like a car wreck.
Right.
She gave her all.
She did. And
what kind of deductible you got on that, baby?
But you know what? How long have these been around?
A long time.
I don't even know.
Very long time.
Did they come from the old studio?
Yeah.
They did, didn't they? Yeah.
Oh, we had them in there for a good. We had some, then we replaced them. Seemed like these. They had some new ones, and they had a bunch left.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. And then we have. And we talked about over the years.
But we've had these a long time.
Well, we talked about over the years when you're a little bit heavy, and we could never wear corduroys. Of course, Bubba was not heavy when corduroys would have been our choice. I was.
What about the great corduroy?
Because I was heavy, in my childhood too, and my corduroys would almost catch on fire because my thighs were so big, and I made that noise everywhere I walked.
Little Rick's running.
You got corduroys on, sir? But I mean, you're not overweight, so
does it make that sound when you walk?
Yeah. Do you make the noise? Yeah.
I had an entire.
Do people move you away from a tinderbox?
I had an entire 3-piece suit that was corduroy. You remember that?
Oh yeah.
I had to wear it. I was in Who's Who.
Right, but
for the ceremony.
But it's like, but I to this day, is it? To this day, the chairs in here, some of them, and mainly it's the ones that Bubba and I sit in. I don't think anybody else has this. There's also some bizarre, like discoloration. That starts.
Yeah, we couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, is that from the rubbing? Is that
That's what I'd like to think.
I think.
I hope so.
Talcum powder, I think.
Yeah, it's not. No, it ain't.
No,
I think it's talc.
No, I don't think.
Well,
it
you
is.
could dust it if it
Right.
was.
It's
like
it's
like the car that sits out in the sun all the time, and it kind of
it's
gets
not friction
faded out, and then one that's under the carport.
Look, I
think what it is it's the V between our legs where all the crumbs hit. And over time, it's just stained.
Do you think?
I do.
No, I think it's the friction of
but it's like
up.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I felt bad. I actually had.
Or somebody's got a sweaty butt. I don't know.
Greg,
sweaty butt.
Well, somebody says Bubba's butt strikes again.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Right.
I'm just glad it didn't do anything to you, bud. Because that kind of
did you
come
out
of it? You can hardly tell.
Well, I was already having some discomfort on the way it was sitting earlier, and I was trying to work my way around here.
Yeah.
But
Please keep sitting in it.
Yeah.
She finally got. You can't sit in that one. It dumps you in the floor.
Oh, does
yeah. There's that one right there. It's almost like you put somebody in it as a prank.
I wonder if we can get a hammer in it and just push it back down.
Rosemary off Shallow Hell. Well, Bubba, the good news for you is none of us have been hypnotized.
Yeah.
So I mean, we
right.
And
it's funny.
I've broke a few chairs,
Yeah,
so,
you have over time.
Yeah,
over time.
Well,
and I think a lot of
they got a lot of miles.
That's one reason I don't get in.
Look at that is powder.
That is powder.
Look, powder's coming off of it.
It's hot. It's burning up.
That is some sort of powder. That's powder. What is that?
I told you. It's fart dust. I'm sorry, but it's fart dust.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
Never heard
Dusty
of that
butt. There's probably a little everything in there.
Well, I heard a guy.
Dusty butt.
I just breathed that in.
You sure did, by the way. You did.
I feel like it's in me.
You're gonna have get right here in your sinuses.
Well, like, when we put the chairs back, I always know which one is Bubba's every week.
It's the one obviously that has strained the most.
Also the one screaming, "Help me!"
When you look at what we have to do going forward. That one right there is done.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
You're not gonna need it anyway.
Say the golden ticket seat guests, they were surprised we had a bullpen of chairs.
But we do have a good many left.
We do.
Yeah, no,
I don't know where we got all those.
No, our chairs have been through it.
We had them. We used them.
I had a guy yesterday. Did y'all get the email? The guy emailed yesterday, and he was saying, look, can I just get y'all to stop eating as this show's going? He goes like, can y'all stop eating in the mic? And I was like, and I said, I don't think so. I honestly don't.
We'll smack.
A little late for me to change habits.
Right.
Now.
I told him, I said, and
then I'll watch the camera, and then when it's not on me, then I'll take a bite real quick.
Well, because you can't let it get
5
cold.
minutes is not a long time to eat. I mean, that's
you don't want a cold omelet. That's bad.
How about this? Why don't we?
I breathed it in, y'all.
What do you?
Sure did.
What do you?
A little rump dust,
lint dust.
Can
powder,
I tell you? No. Look, I've been
threadbare dust. Just got it all.
Look, we've all been working here for a long, long time at various studios, but all sitting together near each other for 31 years. If that is what Adler says it is, we've all breathed in that long before.
Oh yeah, but you know, I always say this new studio makes my nose run and makes me. I guess that's it.
No, well,
rump.
But it's like I bent down and
you got up close and personal.
You're the one that stirred it up.
Yeah.
You stirred it up, and then
you're like Scarface.
Quick, some saline spray. Where is it?
For a minute, I thought that you were Eric Clapton. It's
LeBron James coming out.
We'll come back.
Yeah, that can't be healthy for everybody on the front row, can it?
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
all getting older here on the program, and it's. Matter of fact, I heard some. It was so made me feel so bad. I saw some. I was in doctors' waiting rooms yesterday, and you know how you don't know. You never know in a doctor's waiting room whether you're reading the latest People magazine or one that came out 8 months ago.
right. They don't rotate their magazines.
You're right. You better check that date on it.
I picked up one like that, and I said, and I pick it up, and it said President Carter decides. I'm like, well, my God,
right?
How long has this thing been out here? But anyway, so
Ruben stuttered wins idle.
But it was one of these things that dawned on me. Congratulations to the 49ers for clinching the Super Bowl victory.
Right. Joe Walsh rules.
Yeah, right. Or Bill Walsh. But still.
Well, Joe Walsh.
He does
Eagles.
too.
I even went further
Look,
back.
I totally agree with you.
Joe Walsh.
Right.
He said Joe Walsh.
He does rule. He does rule.
His solo album just came out. Life's been good to me.
Joe Walsh is a great coach of the 49ers era, and Bill Walsh gave us Rocky Mountain Way.
Right. A lot of people don't know.
But anyway,
He makes
picture
funny
that.
faces while
By the
he
way,
plays.
reverse those two people. Picture it. But anyway,
Joe Walsh with a headset on.
right, and being an offensive genius. But anyway, so I was I was
I
reading.
like to see Steve Walsh play a guitar.
But this is what hits you. Like I saw there was an article, and I don't know how new it was. I don't know how new it was.
From Miami.
But it was an article about Winona, and guess what the article was talking about? How she has a whole new perspective on life since she's turned, and it was a whole thing about her getting older. You know how when you get older, and you know how old she was? 45.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh my God,
she's washed up there.
What the? And so anyway, to not help things, I started having, I had this little rash come up on me. Rashes are always, and I had been goofing off down at the farm and all this. So I thought I picked up poison oak a little bit and all that, no big deal. And I'm not paying attention to it. And so then all of a sudden it wouldn't go away, and it just kept staying in these same spots. And I'm like, it was kind of burning and itching, and I'm like, and it was on my upper torso. So so I thought to myself, because I can't sleep with a shirt on. So I thought, and look, and then the second thing hit me. Oh my gosh, I was in a hotel bed in Philadelphia.
No,
there ain't no telling what I picked up.
Yep. The bed bug story came back.
Yeah,
Didn't it?
and then I started thinking, well, how come the rest of the family doesn't have it? And I thought they all sleep with their shirts on. Something got me. You know what I mean? And I was like, I picked up some Philadelphia funk. You know what I mean? I started thinking my skin's gonna fall off, and
you didn't sleep tight.
Yeah, no,
you did not.
Let them bite.
So then, because you have to retrace where have I been that could give me a rash.
Right.
So you really start praying. Let it be the farm. Have you ever had that thing where you start praying, like I told you, when they give you an upper GI, it's kind of weird hoping they'll find something?
Oh, yeah.
Because if not, they're going to do a lower GI.
yeah.
You're like, man, I hope I have a terrible ulcer.
Yeah.
You know
Maybe
what I mean?
a tick bit me.
Right. And so I started thinking, let it be Rocky Mountain spotty fever. You know what I mean? As opposed to some kind of, Philadelphia funk that can't be explained.
You want to bring that
Philadelphia
back.
funk will be on.
Yeah, so anyway, so I keep, and around here it's kind of difficult to get to the doctor. We have a few things going on. So finally, 4 or 5 days into this, I finally called the dermatologist and I said, hey, can y'all work me? And I got some kind of rash. And boy, I can't imagine what those poor people see on a daily basis. It is one fat person after another with a rash. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And don't you know they just love, another fat guy with his shirt off. Let's look around and see if we can find moles or rash and see what's wrong with this guy.
Nobody that looks like Patrick Swayze in his heyday comes in.
I'm not trying to speak for dermatologists, but I bet y'all rarely have someone's shirt off that y'all want to see their shirt.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hard body in room 2.
Right. It just doesn't happen. So anyway,
they don't get heat rash.
Right. Yeah, and then I start thinking about that. It might just be prickly heat. You remember that?
Oh yeah, that's just a heat rash.
Yeah, it's just heat.
That and heat lightning. That ain't a storm. That's just heat lightning.
Right. And it just kept hanging on. So you eventually go, hey, well, something's going on here. Nothing is
not leaving.
So I go in, and dermatologists, they see stuff all the time.
Did you try white meat poultice?
No, I didn't, Greg. I thought about all that. I did have a dog with 3 legs lick me, and it didn't go away.
But you know why? It's past dog
it wasn't
days.
August, right?
You got to be in the dog days window.
Dogs can only heal you in August. We all know that. but you tried anyway.
August 15th to September 15th, Rick. You just missed it.
I thought early October. Maybe there's one that's late. You know what I mean? But
Did
anyway,
you get a rooster feather?
Greg, no, I didn't. I didn't. So, and you have to hear all that. Well, I'll tell you what it is. So I thought, well, here's a weird concept. Why don't we go to somebody that knows?
Yeah, here we go. 10 minutes to the top. Wrapping up another hour in Rick and Bubba history. All right, so the golden ticket seats, they are here today. You've heard their names, but for drawing purposes, we'll run them again. Here's all the Baines family. Raise your hand if you're a Baines. Rachel, Jason, Landon, Dawson. The Moats are here, Kelly and Scotty. The Doors are here, not the band, Paige and Eric Dorr. Here come the Knox family, Mike, Lori, and Bertie Cameron, all here in the golden ticket seats today. That'll give us a number of 10. Bubba, a number between 1 and 10 for a $50 American Express gift card.
1 and 10. What about lucky number 5?
Number 5, that'll be Eric Dorr. Eric Dorr.
Look at me. The door.
Courtesy of Dr. Dudney and the staff. And you got $50 American Express gift card. So as long as the place takes American Express, lunch is on you today.
Yep.
So congratulations
Appreciate that.
to you, Eric. There we go, Speedy.
All right,
Handing
sir.
that over right there.
I'll get it to you.
Speedy will get a picture of you and launch that out on social media so everybody can make fun of you. Hey, what kind of looks he got on his face? So, Greg, I know that you have high school football tonight.
Gonna be cold.
Rick, is that all you think about?
He's so in it.
Are you
First
gonna
time it's been cold.
Are you gonna think warm?
I can think warm and get through, as long as the wind's not too wet. Now, if the wind's blowing hard, thinking warm doesn't work.
Now, it has been cooler where we live, but I was looking at the long-term forecast. It's going to heat back up next week, high 80s.
Into the 80s. Going to the 80s again
I
next
like
week.
it.
Yep.
So there you go. But a nice, crisp
Cool
day
nights.
today. Good for
Yep.
football. So enjoy that. And then did you tell me you were taking Mom grocery
Yeah,
shopping?
me and Mom were going to get some groceries.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So has she picked the grocery store yet?
She hasn't, but if it's Winn-Dixie, I don't like to go there because she stops and gets that paper out. So I was looking
know.
and see what's on sale.
I know.
Every time.
Well, you
And
remember
then she makes jokes that Rick won't use coupons. Well, Rick, you bring him, he won't even use them.
No, I'm like, let's get out of here, Mom. I mean, let's don't be the coupon people.
She loves a good coupon.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't
she
be the
loves
coupon.
Rick, buy one, get BOGO. You think she don't like a BOGO?
Hey, how about this? So you ever been standing behind that person and it's packed in there, and all of a sudden they pull out that newspaper?
Oh, yeah.
Golly.
And they haven't even-
just
they
wanna
haven't
give
even
them.
cut
How much could you possibly save?
Yeah, my favorite
Here's
is-
$5.
You hadn't even cut the coupons out yet. You just got it in a big wad and all that.
And it always is, I get behind the one that's wrong about their coupon. Well, I
Yeah.
thought I was supposed to get 3 of these.
No,
No,
you're
it's,
right.
ma'am, it's right here. Well,
Or
I'm
it's
taking
out
it
of
back.
date. Out of date.
Yeah,
Out
then they
of
got to
date.
take it back.
I've been behind the out of date. And here's the thing that gets me, honestly. What could we possibly be arguing over?
Yeah.
$5, $10?
Rick.
I mean,
Rick, it will get so bad I'll offer just to buy their whole groceries
too.
just to keep moving.
What
You know what I mean?
I wish I'm in front of y'all.
How about one? I know you would, so you keep trying to go to the grocery store with me. One money, if we can just keep the line
Hey,
moving.
someone on a fixed budget, $5
No,
bucks
that's
is
what I'm talking about.
important, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, see, they're still getting the savings, but I'm keeping the line moving by being big-hearted Rick.
Okay.
So I look up and I
That's
go,
good.
of all the coupons right there that you should have already cut out and attached to each item, of all those you're looking at, because that would have been efficient and we could have moved on through it. And check the dates, to Bubba's point.
Yep.
You didn't do any of that, and now you're bogging the line down. Did this sneak up on you? Did you not know you were going to be in this situation?
Have you seen those that'll have like that accordion folder and they'll pop it open?
Oh,
and they
yes.
got, I mean,
Serious.
it looks like they got 100
Oh,
years worth
look,
of
our
coupons in
sister's
there.
a big couponer.
I got
she gets
behind
after it.
The worst
But
case.
she's organized.
Worst case scenario, I got behind a guy, God love him, old pal.
Old pal.
Yeah, old pal. He's holding the line up. He had a gift card, but it wasn't enough on it to cover it, so he had to come up with the rest. Pulls the check out.
No, he did not. Oh, man.
Oh, great.
So let me
Here it
ask you
goes. I'm
this:
like,
Perfect
what is-
cursive writing, I bet.
I'm not a big couponer either. I know you find that shocking,
Yeah.
but so to do it the right way, how are you supposed to? Say if you've got 5 cans of tomato paste, are you supposed to have them together?
That's a good
and,
pick,
and the
by the way.
coupon on it as you scan it through, or how does that work?
I think you
or do you
just-
just scan
at the-
everything and then hand them like deal-a-meal what you're doing,
Yeah,
and
at
they
the
knock
end,
it off?
you
of
just
it?
hand it to them. They go, bloop, bloop.
See, but don't you think it would be more efficient if the person I'm handed to, the coupon was with the item?
Nah.
I've already got them
think
out.
do they just scan?
I've already
if
got
they,
them
if they
out.
just scan
Huh?
it, it wouldn't matter. I
It
don't
pairs
think.
it back up with the.
Yeah.
What do you know about it?
I believe.
But Rick, I've seen the one that
I'll
has.
learn more today.
I've seen the one that has like a newspaper, and they physically tore out 2 coupons. And they've got like 6 pages, and they're looking for another one in there, fumbling it. It looks like a tumbleweed, you know.
Right. Well,
like good Lord.
Well, what we've talked about many times.
Do they have a lane for no coupons? Do you know?
Yeah, how about that?
That's
one?
not
I'll
bad.
take that line.
Would express include that? If it's express line,
10 items
doesn't
or
that
less?
word express mean 10 items or less and no coupons?
At least in that line, you only have to go through, at worst case, 10 coupons.
That's a good point.
Have you ever had like 11 items in your cart? You count it, and you just put one back so you can go to the shorter line.
I just go through it and make them be awkward. They never call you out.
Have you ever openly?
So you're that guy.
Have you ever openly?
They won't call you out.
No. Have you ever openly sighed out loud when the person wasn't going to use the coupon and the person at the register brought it up? You know, there's a coupon on that one.
yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Tear it off.
You know, to some people, it's not about the money or the savings. It's about the rush of
Oh, they
going,
enjoy
"Hey,
it.
I got a better deal.
They enjoy it. That's
I got a
my-
better
Well,
deal."
when you know this,
Well,
no,
go to
it's
trade
fun.
day and buy cans then, if that's your rush. You know,
go. This made for that.
Listen,
you know?
but and you
This
know
place
and
is-
you know this, Bubba. God bless you.
hey, this is express. You know what express means?
Yeah.
That means move her through.
Right.
Okay, that ain't take your sweet time.
Right.
I almost said another word in there.
You sure did.
Bubba, was it wrong of me to have my phone out on the right there on the little belt, and it actually was? I actually had Googled the definition of express.
Yeah, I know.
But
express means.
Let's go.
Yeah.
This is my whole life. Let's go. Right. But so. And you know this, Bubba, before your mom went into glory, the aging parent thing, I believe when parents get to this age, God love them, I love it, so much fun, thank you, Mom, I love you, is I think one of the things that ruins their day is solutions. It's because now we can't talk about it anymore.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And what happens is like,
well, that's been handled.
Hey, how about this? On my budget. Okay, Mom. So won't just let me buy the groceries today? Oh no. No. Mom, won't we forget the coupons? Just let me.
You fed me when I was a kid. I got a long way to go to be.
It's not a big deal for your kids to. Let me just buy the groceries today. No. I'm not. No, we're not doing that. I don't know how I'm gonna afford this. This is what I need.
Or if you do,
and you're
if you
like,
do,
Mom,
they spend 3 hours trying to put $20 in your pocket.
Yeah, you're right. I think I just ruined the day with a solution.
Yeah.
See, to me, solutions make my day.
Right.
You know,
right.
and I think it because I think it just stops it. Well, I need that, but look at that price. Okay, Mom, how about that one item? I'll just get that one item. No. You're not gonna do that. Well, that's what I need, but. I can't pay that. Okay, why don't I get that for you?
I won't even get all a penny over $19.99.
I said, here's how it'll work. I'll just stand behind you.
Is out.
Yeah, I'll stand behind you in the line. Do your items, and I'll just buy the one item. No, you ain't buying that item for me. Of course, I need it. Yeah, I know you do, Mom, but I ain't paying that. I know. So here's a solution. I'll just pay for it. No. Well, I guess I'll just do without it. and
maybe I come back next week and get it. You mean when I ain't here?
Right. I'll tell you what, they'll have a coupon on that next week. But you'll probably need it. You said you needed it now. Yeah.
Where do they get most of the coupons from? Is it from a newspaper or the direct mail pieces or what?
Well, Mom grabs hers when she walks in the store.
They have it at the front.
Oh, you better believe it.
So let me ask you this: if that is the case. Mm-hmm. Why don't they save the printing and just lower the price of it?
There you go. That would help everybody.
I mean, I'm asking.
I'll tell you why. Because of you and me. They know there's enough of us that under no circumstance will we go over and get that piece.
A lot of times, think about the money they spend printing that and throwing it away and printing another one.
It's like rebates.
Keeping around.
It's like rebates.
Yeah.
You think I've ever filled out the paperwork for a rebate ever?
Yeah, or just do rebates. That would be great. Go home and send me an email, and I'll send you a check.
If you fill this out, if you do this and do that, go cut some wood, split it, put it in a stack, and then do this.
Hide this under a rock down at the corner.
Walk backward for 8 steps, walk forward for 2, and then jump over that log. We'll give you a $1,500 rebate. I'm like, forget it.
Have you ever sent the rebate in? Ever?
Never.
No, I've had intentions to do it, and I miss it every time.
Never.
If it's something real big and I happen to be in my office and I find it in a pile and go, hey, I forgot to send it in.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Greg, is it shocking to you that I really don't buy into something that would benefit me later if I put in more hassle?
Yeah,
you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I ain't buying it.
If you really want to give me a discount on whatever I'm buying, why don't you just take the $1,500 off?
Yeah.
If the rebate, you're going to send it to me if I go do all this, so you have it, budgeted.
So you're willing to give it up.
And what they're saying is, no, we know you won't do it. Right, okay, well, let's just be real then. Then I ain't saving $1,500.
Greg, let's you and I go to the grocery store. I got some coupons.
Let me just buy it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.